Chapter 1. Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto Uzumaki was bored. He was sitting in the back of the classroom, listening to Irika-sensei drone on and on about the historical and geopolitical climate of Kanagakur, the hidden leaf village, and the founders of the village Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Naruto was not a fan of history. He enjoyed science, math, ninjutsu, and chakra theory, as he spent many hours sitting in the Konoha library reading books on these subjects. But these subjects at the academy were so boring, he wanted to do something fun. It had been a year since the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, enrolled him in the Ninja Academy. The Sandaime had told him it would be the perfect place for him to become strong, as it was the place where all the strong ninjas in the village had gone. After being in the academy for over a year, Naruto started to doubt what the old man had told him. They hadn't even learned any jutsu or started taijutsu training yet. Naruto thought he'd have to improve his training regimen to have actual growth during his time here, rather than letting his brain rot from learning a bunch of useless nonsense over the next couple of years. But right now, he was stuck in this boring lesson with no way to escape. He glanced at his two friends, Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara, who were sitting next to him. They looked just as bored as he was. Choji was munching on some chips, while Shikamaru had his head rested on the table in front, trying to get some sleep, as Irika continued with the lecture. Naruto smirked. He had an idea. He took a piece of paper and a pencil from his backpack and started drawing. He drew a picture of Irika-sensei, with a big lip, squinted eyes, and a pair of donkey ears. He added some details, like a speech bubble that said, "I love ramen," and a heart-shaped sticker that said, "Hokage-sama is my senpai." He chuckled to himself. He was proud of his masterpiece. He showed it to Choji, which caused him a laugh, who then showed it to Kiba, who was to the right of Choji, who also laughed. Their fun was short-lived as Irika, noticing the laughter, turned around towards the boys and said, "Mind explain to me what's so funny?" The boys' faces paled up when they looked up to see their sensei staring at them. "Nothing as sensei," Choji said, trying to hide the picture. "Yeah, and nothing Irika-sensei," Naruto exclaimed with a dumb look on his face as he crumpled the drawing and threw it on the ground to get rid of the evidence. "Man, what a drag," Shikamaru mumbled as he put his head back on the desk. "By how loud you were laughing, there is something you find funny," Irika said as he walked to the trio. "You need to focus. This knowledge is necessary to become a great shinobi of the leaf." He faced them as they were seated. "This is no time to be fooling Arrow." He saw a crumpled-up piece of paper under the desk. "What's this?" Irika picked up the ball of paper and began to straighten it out as Choji, Kiba, and Naruto looked at him with apprehension. Irika took a couple of seconds to register the image before a massive tick mark appeared on his forehead. "Which one of you did this?" Irika exclaimed as he held up the rendition of himself. Many students saw the picture and started to laugh amongst themselves. "We don't know sensei. We found it on the ground. I swear," Naruto shouted, afraid of what would happen to him if Irika found out who was behind this. "How did it conveniently end up over here? I didn't see it before and sure as hell didn't hear anything being thrown." Irika yelled back at him. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, the bell went off, signifying the end of class and the end of the school day. "Thank God," was the collective thought of Naruto, Choji, and Kiba as they used this opportunity to escape the clutches of their sensei. "Oh, no, you don't," Irika said as he grabbed the three fleeing children by their shirt collars. "I still have to figure out who was behind this. The rest of you are free to go home." The rest of the students left the room, feeling sorry for whoever was responsible. The three boys were placed in front of Irika as he held up the drawing. "It has to be one of you. The paper was near your desk, and no one else had seen anything on the ground. So, whoever it was, come forward," he said with a stern face. Choji and Kiba looked at each other before pointing a finger at Naruto, who sat between them. "Sensei, why don't we stop the hunt for the culprit?" Naruto said as he shot his hand up. "So, it was you, Naruto," Irika said as he punched Naruto on the head. "Ouch, That hurts, sensei, Naruto said as he rubbed the top of his head, feeling the pain from Iruka's punch. He looked over at his left and right to see Choji and Kiba laughing at him. Come on, Naruto. If you want to be a ninja, you need to focus. Iruka shouted. Maybe if your lectures weren't so boring, I would pay attention. Naruto refuted. Who cares about history? It's so boring. When can we get to the good stuff and learn cool jutsu? Iruka sighed. He had seen the potential in Naruto and wanted the best for him, but the kid rarely showed up, would constantly slack off, and had no respect for those in positions of authority, especially those older age. He could also be annoying. Iruka looked down at the white-haired boy and stared into his eyes. Naruto had on a light blue sweatshirt that had a red swirl on the back with black shorts and black sandals. His eyes matched the color of his sweatshirt and almost seemed to reflect the color of the sky. There was something about those eyes that freaked Iruka out. They were too blue and seemed to hold tremendous power, which scared him. Iruka didn't let this fear make him hate Naruto. He had subdued the hate in his heart for Naruto a while back. Now and then he did feel anger towards the boy. The attack of the nine-tailed demon fox, the Kyuubi, a beast that had ravaged the village on the day of Naruto's birth, had caused so much pain and destruction to the village. The beast had killed many shinobi and civilians that day. Amongst them were Iruka's parents, causing him to be orphaned at the age of 10. It was only natural for him to hate Naruto, but he just couldn't. How can he blame a boy who was born on the same day for the destruction inflicted by the Nine Tails? Ever since that day when he and Kakashi saved Naruto from Takigakure, village hidden in the waterfall, spies, Iruka had made a promise to himself to not let the hate consume him and to be the best teacher he could be to Naruto. That's not the point, Naruto. Having a large arsenal of jutsu doesn't make you the strongest. Having the wisdom, knowledge, and intelligence to know when and where to display your jutsu is key. A ninja's greatest tool is his ability to keep his cards hidden until the perfect time. Do you understand? Iruka said with sincerity in his eyes. Naruto looked up Iruka with a wide smile. Hi, sensei. You three can leave now. All I ask from you is to apply yourselves and become great shinobi, Iruka said. The three boys got up and ran outside the classroom door. Iruka sighed as he went to meet with the other academy teachers. Hopefully, my words will reach them one day, he thought as he walked to the teacher's lounge. Hey, Naruto, are you okay? Choji asked as they walked down the halls. That punch from Iruka's sensei looked like it hurt. He must be mad at you. Naruto rubbed the top of his head, still feeling the pain inflicted from Iruka's sensei. I'm Fine. He's always getting on my case. I'm just trying to have some fun and lighten up the mood. It's just so boring having to sit and listen to him all day. We never do anything cool. It would be nice if we learned some jutsu or did some sparring. Yeah, I know what you mean, Kiba replied. I want to learn how to fight with Akamaru. I'm probably going to ask my mom to show me and Akamaru some cool techniques. Shikamaru sighed. You guys are so troublesome. Why can't you just follow the rules and listen to him? It wouldn't make sense for students 1 year into the academy to learn the flashy stuff. Besides, ninjutsu and taijutsu are not as easy as you think. They require a lot of chakra control, stamina, and intelligence. You have to learn the basics first, before the more advanced stuff. I suppose you're right, Naruto responded. It's just that he makes class so dull. It would help if Iruka cracked a joke once in a while. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into Naruto's head. He dashed ahead of them and exclaimed, You know what? One day, I'll become a teacher in the academy and make learning fun again. I'll make sure my students laugh and have fun and make prank pulling mandatory. You'll see. Naruto grinned, his blue eyes sparkling. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. Keep on dreaming, Naruto. He put his hands behind his head. Also, what made you want to be a teacher? And much less believe that you have the traits to be a good one, he asked. Naruto winked at him. I feel the desire burning in my soul. It's my destiny. Secondly, who wouldn't want to be my student? Naruto said, as put his arm over his friend. My charismatic nature and unwavering good looks would win any student over. Right, Choji? he said as he glanced at Choji, who was dying of laughter from his charades. Shikamaru shook his head. You're hopeless, Naruto. You don't have a clue about what being a teacher means. It's about being responsible, patient, and wise. It's about guiding the next generation and passing on your knowledge and skills. Shikamaru stated in a serious tone. Geez, Shikamaru, you're such a buzzkill. Naruto pouted, sticking his tongue. The boys continued to talk among themselves until they reached the gate of the academy, where they parted ways. See you tomorrow, losers, Naruto said, sticking out his tongue. I'm going to go to train so I can become an actual ninja. Whatever, Naruto. Don't get yourself killed, Shikamaru said, yawning. I'm going home to take a nap. I'm too tired to deal with you. Me too. I am hungry. I need some chips, Choji said, rubbing his stomach. Bye, Shikamaru. Bye, Naruto. Bye, Kiba. Come on, Akamaru. Let's go for a walk. We need some fresh air, Kiba said, petting his dog. The boys waved goodbye to each other, and Naruto started to make his way to the training grounds. He could hear the laughter and joy of the other children as they embraced their parents with warm hugs. As he walked from the academy gates, Naruto noticed parents staring at him, putting their children behind them and whispering amongst themselves. He could catch fragments of their hushed conversations, calling him a monster and dangerous, a familiar phrase they said to him every day. What are you staring at? Got something you want to say? Naruto said to them. The parents were taken aback, surprised that Naruto could hear them. Flustered and uncomfortable, they quickly exited his vicinity, leaving him standing alone. Naruto's eyes flickered with a mixture of frustration, anger, and sadness. He put his hands into his pockets and headed towards Training Ground 11. Konoha Training Ground 11. When Naruto arrived, he dropped his bag with weights, books, and rope. Naruto started to stretch and loosen up his muscles, preparing himself for the intense workout he was about to do. He stretched his calves, hamstrings, hips, chest, arms, and back, feeling the burn and the sweat. He knew that pain was the power price, and he was willing to pay for it to become the strongest. He started with a warm-up of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by a series of calisthenics, such as jumping jacks, lunges, and burpees. He then ran around the training ground, dodging the obstacles and traps he had set up. He jumped over logs, ducked under wires, and avoided kunai and shuriken that flew from hidden contraptions. He moved with speed and agility, honing his reflexes and awareness. Normally, a child wouldn't be doing this at this hour, as they probably needed to get home before their parents would start to worry about them. But this wasn't the case for Naruto, as he had been alone for as long as he could remember. He used to live in an orphanage, but was kicked out when he turned 4 years old. That was also when the villagers started to look at him differently. He didn't know why, and stopped caring a long time ago. From what he could piece together, it mostly had something to do with the attack of the Kyuubi on his birth date. He had overheard villagers calling him a demon whenever he would walk through the village. In addition, anytime he tried buying food, clothing, books, or even just few items in a shop, the store owner would deny him entry or charge an exorbitant amount. The villagers would spit in his direction and look at him with pure disgust, fear, and hatred. They told their children to avoid the demon, so Naruto would often be alone. Naruto thought it was completely stupid. How could he be responsible for the destruction when he was born that same day? Anyone with a brain should be able to piece that together. Besides, from what Naruto had learned about the nine-tailed fox from the Konoha library, it was known that the beast was made from chakra and could not be killed. It was illogical for Naruto to be the reincarnation of the beast. All this did was make him hate the villagers even more for their ignorance. He had learned from the Konoha library that a human vessel, a Jinchuriki, was made to restrain the power of beasts such as the Kyuubi. These beasts were called Biju. Jinchuriki had massive chakra reserves compared to the average shinobi, and in some cases, they could even use the chakra of the Biju sealed inside them. However, it was also stated that Jinchuriki have unique chakra signatures due to the mixing of the Jinchuriki's chakra and Biju's chakra within them. The odd thing that confused Naruto was that he could sense any chakra signature that described the nine tails in the village. Even though his sensory abilities were weak and still developing, he had gone around the entire village searching for a unique chakra signature, but he didn't find anything, not even a faint trace. It was after this that he gave up searching for answers. He thought about asking the old man, but that would lead to a bunch of questions from the Hokage that Naruto did not want to answer. He preferred to keep his secrets, just like everyone else. Naruto sat down on a nearby rock, panting and sweating from his training. He took out a bottle of water from his bag and drank it, feeling the cool liquid soothe his throat. The sun hadn't set yet, so he had enough time to sit and rest before he headed back to his apartment. He needed to work on other skills, such as chakra control, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, but he couldn't now. He felt a presence watching him from inside the forest. He had felt this presence before, ever since his sensory abilities awakened. He noticed two distinct chakra signatures following him throughout the village, observing his every move. He could tell there were two different people, but he didn't know who they were or why they were watching him. The only thing he could discern from their chakra signatures was that one radiated warmth while the other radiated coldness. He had assumed the warm one was the old man, the Hokage, spying on him. He didn't mind this as much since the Hokage was one of the few people who treated him kindly. But the other chakra, he didn't know who it belonged to. He assumed it was shinobi assigned by the Konoha Council to monitor him. He couldn't feel anything from this person, just coldness and emptiness. Ever since he could remember, the Konoha Council had been a constant source of annoyance for Naruto. He first met them after he was kicked out of the orphanage when he was 4 years old. Rumors had circulated about him being the QB reincarnate. In addition, staff from the orphanage reported to the Hokage that the other children were afraid of his abnormal blue eyes. The Hokage had ordered an investigation of Naruto's eyes, suspecting that he had awakened a dojutsu, a rare and powerful ocular ability. But they had found no signs or indications of chakra abnormality in his eyes. His chakra flow looked normal. This led to many accusations being thrown at Naruto and the Hokage, that the boy created this for attention, that Hiruzen was too soft with the boy, that this was a trick by the demon, and so on. Naruto had seen the pain in Hokage's eyes as he defended him from the council's disdainful remarks, labeling him a monster and a mistake. Naruto formed a belief that they were all cowards, hiding behind their titles and positions of power. These baseless accusations and heartless judgments had fueled his distrust and distaste for the council. The Konoha Council was comprised of 3 sub-councils, the civilian, shinobi, and elder councils. They each had their roles and responsibilities in the intricate political landscape of Konoha. The civilian council was made up of the civilian business owners in Konoha who produced clothing, food, labor, and other services. They could bring up complaints or requests to the Hokage to get funding, protection, or help for their desired projects. They also worked with the other councils in providing amenities to help the village and shinobi. Though they lacked political sway, they harbored resentment toward Naruto, blaming him for the 4th Hokage's death. They saw him as a burden and a threat, and they wanted him gone. The Shinobi Council, composed of clan heads and high-ranking ninja, wielded influence through their collective strength. They were responsible for bringing missions to the Hokage, working with him on planning the academy curriculum, maintaining order in the village, and producing strong shinobi. They were the backbone of Konoha's military and economic power. Yet, Naruto remained, in their eyes, a mere afterthought, a loud, childish, and arrogant brat. They ignored him and his potential and focused on their interests and agendas. The Elder Council, consisting of Hamura Mitokado, Kohori Udatain, and Danzo Shimura, played a crucial role in governing Konoha. They were the advisors to the Hokage and worked with him to ensure that all decisions made were with the best interest of Konoha and its inhabitants in mind. The members of this council can give the Hokage their opinions and advice, taking into account all possibilities and perspectives, though the Hokage has the final say on any decision. They were the guardians of Konoha's traditions and secrets, and they had the power to shape its future. For now, Naruto lingered in their peripheral vision, unnoticed and dismissed as insignificant. But they had plans for him, plans that he was not aware of. Naruto wondered what they wanted from him. He couldn't fathom their intentions. Did they view him as a weapon or a pawn for their political games? The truth eluded him, buried beneath layers of lies. But he would find out the truth one way or another. He shook his head. He needed to get stronger before he could confront them. Naruto got up from the rock. His next steps were to find a way to hide from these prying eyes. It would help him achieve his goal and make him stronger, faster, smarter, and better if he could find a way to train in peace. He stood up and stretched his arms. He decided to go back to his apartment and take a shower, as he couldn't work on anything serious if he was still being watched. He picked up his bag and slung it over his shoulder. He turned around and started to walk home. He stopped when he sensed a new chakra signature behind him. He frowned and looked over his shoulder. He was getting tired of this. Naruto decided to confront whoever was watching him. He saw a boy standing on a tree branch hidden in the forest, looking at him with curiosity and interest. The boy had black hair, pale skin, and dark eyes. He wore a black long-sleeved shirt with a funnel collar, white shorts, and black sandals. He had a red and white fan symbol on his back, indicating that he was a member of the Uchiha clan, one of the most prestigious and powerful clans in the village. Naruto felt a surge of annoyance and suspicion. Who was this boy, and what was he doing here? How long had he been spying on him, and what had he witnessed? He had seen him in class before, but they never exchanged a word. He shouted at the boy, "Hey, come out, you creep. Who are you, and what do you want, huh?" The boy blinked and jumped down from the tree, surprised that he had been spotted from such a distance. He walked towards Naruto with a calm and cool expression, as if nothing had happened. He said, "I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I was just passing by and happened to stumble across your training, that's all." Naruto was now intrigued. He had heard many good things about Sasuke and his skills. He could see the hidden potential Sasuke possessed. It made him excited, thinking Sasuke could be a great sparring partner and ally in the future. "Well then, Sasuke Uchiha, I am the great Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto replied, making a pose. "Were you awestruck by my greatness, or what?" "No, I've seen better," Sasuke stated nonchalantly. "You're not that impressive, you know." Naruto frowned at his comments. "So what are you doing here, huh? Training, I assume." But I heard some noises in the distance and thought I'd check out." "And how did you see me, anyway?" "I was about 10 meters away," Sasuke asked, confused, as he thought he was well hidden. Naruto grinned. "Well, that, my friend, is a secret that you'll have to find out," he said, winking. "A shinobi never reveals his tricks." Sasuke deadpanned at Naruto. This guy's annoying, he thought. And by annoying, he meant infuriating. "I bet you were just thinking this guy is annoying," Naruto exclaimed, dying of laughter. "You were. I can see it on your face. You look like a grumpy cat." A massive tick mark formed on Sasuke's head. His blood started to boil, and his veins began popping out of his head. He was getting sick and tired of Naruto. He was ready to explode. Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the shirt collar. "Will you ever shut up?" he yelled, shaking him. Naruto smirked. "No, I won't. You'll just have to get used to it, besto friendo," he said, mocking him. "We are not friends," Sasuke said, letting go of Naruto. "It was a mistake coming over here," he added before walking away. "Hey, wait. How about this?" Naruto said, catching up with him. "Let's race to that tree over there. If I win, you have to be my besto friendo. But if you win, I'll never bother you again. Deal?" Sasuke turned around and looked Naruto in the eye. "Are you being serious? So, if I win, you'll leave me alone for as long as you live?" Yes, now stop being a baby," Naruto said. "We'll shake on it," he said, outstretching his hand for Sasuke to shake it. Sasuke reluctantly shook Naruto's hand and went to the starting position. He didn't trust Naruto, but was willing to take the risk to never be bothered by this idiot again. This shouldn't be too difficult, Sasuke thought as he got into a ready stance. He was faster and smarter than Naruto, after all. Okay, I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Naruto started running. 3. He shouted, already ahead. Hey, that's cheating, Sasuke exclaimed, frantically trying to catch up with him and escape this horrible fate. He couldn't believe he fell for such a simple trick. It was already too late as Naruto reached the tree, touching it with his hand and raising it in triumph. He had won the race. Ha ha ha. Looks like you're my besto friendo now, Naruto yelled, sticking his tongue out at him. Sasuke looked terrified as he realized his new predicament. He had lost the race and his freedom. He was now stuck with Naruto. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. Sasuke, what are you doing out here so late? It spoke. They turned and saw a tall young man there. He had long black hair, pale skin, and onyx eyes. He wore a black shirt with a funnel collar and gray shorts, and wore a metal forehead protector brandishing the Konoha symbol. He had the Uchiha crest on his back, meaning that he was Sasuke's clanmate. Oh, Itachi, I didn't expect you to be back so soon, Sasuke replied. I had gone out to train after the academy. I guess I lost track of time, he said, looking around and realizing the sun had begun to set. It's fine, Sasuke. Let's head back before it gets dark, Itachi replied gently. Naruto watched them with curiosity and awe. He assumes this was a relative of Sasuke's, probably an older brother, but he looked young. No more than 5 years older, and yet had an aura that radiated power. Naruto could see it, and he noticed that his maturity surpassed his age. Wow, a 2-for-1, Naruto thought. He was glad he came out here today, as he got to meet these extraordinary brothers who have incredible latent power. Naruto cleared his throat and said, Itachi Uchiha, older brother of Sasuke Uchiha, I presume. Your chakra and stature are quite refined for someone so young. You must be a remarkable shinobi. Thank you for your kind words. You are very observant and perceptive. You have the tools to make a fine shinobi one day. What's your name? Itachi asked. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied. Well, Naruto, it was a pleasure meeting you. Unfortunately, Sasuke and I need to get back before it gets dark, Itachi said. Yeah, okay. It was nice meeting you, Itachi. And see you later, my besto friendo, Naruto said before running off. Besto friendo? Itachi said, with a raised eyebrow, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you later, he said before heading off with Itachi. Konoha Ichiraku Ramen. It had been a long day for Naruto. He had met some extraordinary people who piqued his interest. I wonder if there are more interesting people, he thought as he walked through the village. His stomach rumbled, indicating his exhaustion and hunger from his training. Naruto decided to walk into a ramen stand. There was no one in here at this time of day, which was good for him. He needed to replenish his energy, relax, and forget about the prying eyes. He took a seat at the counter and waited. After a short while, the owner emerged from behind the counter, a welcoming smile on his face. Hello, how are you do? Tucci, the shop owner, began, only to stop short when he saw the young white-haired boy sitting down at the counter. Naruto, bracing himself for the usual suspicion, shot back with an irritated tone, What do you want, old man? Tucci, taken aback by the boy's defensive stance, quickly recovered. Oh, nothing. I apologize for staring. I just rarely get customers this young, especially at this hour. You seem on edge. Is there anything I can get you? He asked, genuinely concerned. Surprised by the warmth in Tucci's demeanor, Naruto relaxed slightly. Oh, sorry, you're fine. I'm just tired and hungry, he admitted, his stomach rumbling. I'll take a large bowl of miso chashu pork ramen with extra pork and eggs, please. Tucci jotted down the order. All right, what's the name of the order? Naruto. Okay, Naruto. Your ramen will be ready in a few minutes. Sit tight, and I'll bring it out to you, Tucci said as he headed back to the kitchen. Alone with his thoughts, Naruto was pondering his training and how to become stronger when a voice interrupted his musings. Hey, a voice spoke. Naruto looked up to see a young girl with fair skin, dark brown hair, and black eyes. She was about his age, dressed in a white robe with folded sleeves, a dark blue apron, and a white bandana tied atop her hair. Her presence was both unexpected and intriguing. The girl approached with a friendly smile. "Hi there, I am Mayama. My dad said you order the miso chashu pork ramen. That's my favorite too." Naruto, caught off guard by her genuine friendliness, managed a small smile in return. "Hey, Ayame, I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you." They began to engage in a conversation. As Tucci prepared Naruto's order in the background, the ramen stand transformed from just a place to eat into an unexpected haven where Naruto felt a glimmer of acceptance and warmth. They continued their conversation as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink that mirrored the warmth of their budding friendship. The aroma of simmering ramen filled the air, blending with the melodies of their laughter and conversation. As the day turned to night, their discussions ranged from dreams and goals to favorite foods and hobbies, exchanging stories and jokes. "It's getting late, I am. It's time to close up shop," Tucci said. "Please, Dad, can we stay out here a little longer?" "Pretty please," I am begged. "Sorry, sweetie, we gotta get rest for the busy day tomorrow. Naruto also has to get some shut-eye," Tucci said, looking at Naruto. "I'll stop by tomorrow, I am," Naruto replied. "Okay," I am said. "Bye, Naruto, it was nice meeting you," she said, waving at him. He waved back, as I am went to her father as he closed up shop. Naruto headed on his way home. Maybe they're all not so bad, he thought as he walked toward the village. As Naruto got closer to his apartment, he noticed a group of villagers following him from behind. They crept behind him as he left Ichiraka Ramen, growing with every step. Wow, they just had to go and ruin a good day, he thought. He called out to them with his back turned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Isn't it a little weird to follow a child late at night? I thought this was a village of love and peace," he said with contempt. Naruto turned to face the large crowd of villagers. They were holding pitchforks, broken bottles, and bats, looking to cause pain. Naruto smirked and decided to have some fun with them. "Are you here to bow before the mighty demon, or are you here to beg for mercy?" Naruto taunted. The crowd grew enraged by Naruto's words, causing some to surge forward at him, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Naruto was too fast for them. Even going against a child, the villagers had no chance. He avoided their clumsy attacks and disappeared. A chubby villager who had rushed forward to impale Naruto with his pitchfork was left stabbing the air, wondering where he'd gone. "Where did he go? Did you get him?" Some murmured in the crowd. "You shouldn't be so reckless," Naruto said from atop a lamppost. He was standing up with his hands in his pockets. "I'm not the one who attacked your precious village," he said. "Shut up, you demon," one of them shouted. "You're the reason why we lost so many people." Another said, "You're the reason why we live in fear. You're responsible for the destruction of the Leaf Village. You're the fox reincarnated." They cried out. "Ah, don't make me laugh," Naruto retorted. "I don't know what's stupider, believing that I am the fox or thinking that I'm the reason why your loved ones died. The only ones to blame for their deaths are you." The crowd got silent. "If you were stronger, you could have protected them." Naruto tilted his head slightly. Assigning reasons and responsibilities for death are what those who are weak do, and Naruto said. "You're weak," Naruto stated. That was the breaking point for the mob. They flew into a frenzy. They rushed at Naruto with a roar. They wanted to make him pay for their suffering with his suffering. Naruto dodged and evaded their attacks with ease, using his enhanced perception to perceive their attacks. These were villagers, not shinobi, so most of them lacked any real training. He laughed and mocked them. He was having fun toying with them. However, his fun was soon interrupted by the arrival of two Chunin ninjas, who had heard the commotion and came to investigate. They saw Naruto surrounded by angry villagers who were trying to harm him. "What's going on here?" one of the Chunin asked. "Wait, that's him," the other said, recognizing Naruto. "The demon," he said, his eyes filled with hatred. "You're as good as dead, kid." They charged at Naruto, eager to get their revenge on the demon responsible for the death of their parents. Dang it, Naruto thought. The villagers were nothing, but these were trained ninjas who were much faster and stronger. He was outclassed in every regard. He quickly decided to use his only advantage, his eyes. He focused them on the two charging Chunin and analyzed their every movement. He could see the attacks as if they were moving in slow motion, but he wasn't fast enough to avoid their blows. He tried to keep his distance, but the two Chunin were relentless. He took a punch to the gut and coughed up blood. Naruto attempted to throw a punch with his left, but it was easily blocked. Then his arm was grabbed, swung, and he was thrown into a wall. This was followed by several kicks to his crest, breaking his ribs and causing internal bleeding. They were determined to put an end to the demon once and for all. Naruto couldn't compete with them. Ha ha ha! Who's the weak now, Brad? A villager taunted as the mob cheered at the sight of Naruto's pain. Naruto, bloodied, bruised, and barely breathing, tried to get up and fight back, but he couldn't do anything. He was far too young and weak. He could perceive their attacks, but couldn't capitalize on any openings due to the difference in speed and strength. He felt hopeless and angry at himself. One of them took a kunai out of his pouch and screamed, "Die!" as he hurled it towards Naruto's head. The sharp metal blade glistened off the moonlight as it flew through the air, heading straight to end his life. Can't believe this is the end. Humph, things are just starting to get interesting, Naruto thought. He braced himself for the end. However, something strange happened. Everything began to slow down around him. He had normally possessed enhanced perception, but this was different. Everything was frozen and he could see, hear, and feel everything around him. This was the first time this had happened to him. Just as this was happening, a voice echoed in his head. "Is this how you want your story to end?" It spoke. Naruto looked behind him and saw an older man with long white hair, with his fringes just reaching his eyes. He had a scar on the right side of his lip and wore a dark-colored haori. The old man had a stature that radiated confidence, dominance, and power. The old man looked at Naruto, revealing that he had the same eyes as him. "Show them your power," the old man commanded, his eyes glowing. At that moment, Naruto felt a surge of information flood into his mind. He instinctively formed a hand sign, being the half-tiger/ram seal. A wall was generated from Naruto, slowing down the kunai as it approached him. The speed of the kunai was infinitely decreasing the closer it got to Naruto, to the point in which the kunai looked as if it was suspended in the air. He was extremely shocked. Is this the power he was talking about? Naruto wondered. "Good," the old man said. "Use this power in your eyes to become the strongest," he said before fading away. Before Naruto could think about what happened, he felt a wave of exhaustion and dizziness. He had overexerted himself and drained his chakra from using this ability. He collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The villagers and the Chunin were shocked and terrified by what they had witnessed. They had never seen such a power before, such a power that defied logic and reality. They were frozen in fear and awe. Before anyone could do anything else, an Umbu squad arrived on the scene in a flash of smoke. They wore black cloaks and animal masks to conceal their identities. The Hokage had sent them as he felt a sudden spike in Naruto's chakra, indicating that the boy was possibly in danger. He ordered his Umbu to see what was happening and protect Naruto if necessary. The squad arrived to find Naruto lying on the ground, bloodied, beaten, and unconscious. They saw the two Chunin and the mob of villagers with their weapons in hand. The leader of the squad dog stepped forward and said, "Tiger, grab the boy and take him to a private ward in the hospital. I'll report to the Hokage and meet you there." He looked at the remaining squad members and said, "Arrest the villagers and take the Chunin to the intelligence division to be interrogated." "Hi, Captain," they replied before carrying out his orders. Tiger picked up the unconscious Naruto and held him in his arms. Not before using Shunsen no Jutsu, body flicker technique, and disappearing in a swirl of leaves before reappearing in Konoha Hospital, where Naruto would receive medical attention. Dog questioned some witnesses to get their testimony disappearing in a swirl of leaves, headed to the Hokage's office and inform him about what had transpired. Chapter 2. Konoha Hospital. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. He had been unconscious for an hour after his encounter with the villagers and his awakening of a new power. He was now in a hospital bed. Upon fully opening his eyes, he found himself bombarded with information. He could now see, feel, and hear everything around him, but it was unfocused and overwhelming. He could see the light rays from the lamp above him, hear the Hokage talking with the doctors in his room, and even feel the individual fabrics in his bed sheets. It was too much for him. All this information pumped into his brain caused immense weariness and fatigue. He tried to sit up in his bed, but felt dizzy and weak. "Ah, my head," Naruto groaned. "Naruto, my boy, how are you feeling?" the Hokage asked, with a face full of concern and regret. He had failed to protect Naruto from the villagers' hatred once again. "I'm glad the Umbu got there in time. They found you in a terrible condition," he said. "Physically, I feel fine, but my head is killing me. My brain feels like it's melting and will drip from my ears," Naruto said, rubbing the bridge between his eyes. Hiruzen looked into Naruto's eyes, noticing the change in them. They were still blue, but they now had a peculiar glow. It felt as if they were staring into his soul, reading his thoughts and feelings. He wondered what happened to them, what potential power, if any, they possessed, and what it meant for the boy's future. "You said your brain feels as if it's going to fry?" Hiruzen asked. "Could you elaborate?" Naruto looked at Hiruzen. "I've always had good eyesight, hearing, and perception, but this is completely different. It's like everything has been cranked up to 11. I can even see chakra flow now. It's too much. It feels like everything is flooding my brain, GG." He looked sheepishly at Hiruzen. "Does that make sense? I wonder if this is a new dojutsu. This isn't like anything I've ever seen. Is it similar to the Sharingan or even the Byakugan? We'll have to wait and see." Hiruzen thought for a moment before turning to the doctor. "Is there anything that can help limit the amount of information he's receiving through his eyes?" Hiruzen asked. "Maybe," one of the doctors answered. "I think I have something that can help. Excuse me as I go retrieve it," he said before leaving the room. "What happened to those who attacked me?" Naruto asked. "The civilians were arrested and jailed for attacking a minor and talking about classified information. As for the shinobi who attacked you, you will not see them again," Hiruzen said. "Good," Naruto said. "I hate those cowards. Don't even have the guts to take me head on." Hiruzen sighed and made a mental note to address Naruto's hate later. The doctor returned a few minutes later with round, blacked-out glasses. "Here, try these on," he said, handing the glasses to Naruto. Naruto inspected the glasses before putting them on, surprised he could still see through them. "How do you feel, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, curious and hopeful. "Great. I feel not as tired as I did without them," Naruto replied, smiling in relief. "But can you see?" Hiruzen asked. "They are completely pitch dark after all." Naruto looked at the old man. He could see the chakra flowing throughout his body. It was large in quantity, and he could see his tenketsu points as well. Naruto could also vaguely make out 5 different types of chakras flowing through the old man. "I can't really see you, but I can see your chakra flow. I can also make out 5 different chakras flowing through your body. You got a lot of chakra too." Naruto smiled. "You really are strong, Gigi." "I see," Hiruzen said. "So, even though his eyes are covered, he can still see chakra similar to the Byakugan and also see the amount of chakra someone possesses. He could also make out my elemental affinities. These eyes of his are truly fascinating." "Thank you," Hiruzen said to the doctor before signaling them to leave. "Get some rest, Naruto. We'll talk in the morning," he said before leaving. Naruto removed his glasses, placing them on the nearby counter before surrendering to sleep. Naruto awoke to the sound of birds chirping outside his window. He changed into his clean clothes and grabbed his glasses before heading out. He walked to the hospital entrance to see Hiruzen waiting for him. He wondered what this talk would be about. "Good morning, Naruto." Let's go on a little walk, shall we? Hiruzen said before leading the way. Where are we going, Gigi? Naruto asked as they walked out of the hospital. If it's to the report to the council, then you can forget it, he said, getting slightly agitated. Hiruzen laughed. I know how much you enjoy those meetings, but no. I was going to walk with you back to your apartment. I don't plan on telling the council of your recent developments. I wanted to talk with you on a more serious matter, he said sternly. That piqued Naruto's interest. A serious conversation with the old man. That was something new. Okay, but if we're going to have this talk, we should probably do something about the guy who's been following me, Naruto said. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he continued walking, avoiding any actions that might raise suspicions of the stalker. How long has this been going on? He asked. Since I was 4. I started to sense this weird chakra trailing me. It was cold and empty, but I never knew who it was. Naruto replied nonchalantly. I assumed it was someone assigned by the council to spy on me. Do you know where he is? Hiruzen. Naruto lowered his glasses below his eyes. He scanned the area, looking for the familiar chakra signature. He's about 10 to 15 meters away, wearing one of those umbu masks with a black cloak. I can't tell, but this feels like the same person. Understood, Hiruzen said. He signaled for 2 of his umbu, watching in the shadows, to take care of it. They received the signal and disappeared. After a few moments, the threat was neutralized. They reported to the Hokage that the man had been taken in for interrogation. Now that's taken care of, what did you want to tell me? Naruto asked as they continued walking. I'm sure you are aware of the attack of the nine-tailed fox 6 years ago on your birthday, Hiruzen said. Yes, how could I not? The villagers remind me every day, Naruto said bitterly. Yes, regrettably. But regardless of that, you know that the fox is made of pure chakra and cannot die. If killed, it would eventually reform after some time. So, the only other option is to seal the beast inside someone, making them eye, Hiruzen stated. A Jinchurik, yes, I know the fox is sealed inside of me if you were getting to that. Naruto interrupted. Hiruzen's eyes widened, showing a shocked and curious expression. How did you? I've been trying to find a fox's chakra signature since I was 4. I gave up after a year of searching, but last night I met him in his cage. Naruto said carelessly. Are you sure that it was him? Hiruzen asked skeptically. A giant fox with 9 tails is pretty rare. So yeah, I'm sure it was him, Naruto replied sarcastically. Did he say or want anything? Hiruzen asked anxiously. No, he said I was strong and looked forward to seeing my progress. And that was it, Naruto replied causally. Hiruzen nodded his head, still processing the information. He wondered if there was something more to the fox than what they knew. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Naruto asked. Hiruzen nodded his head, feeling a mix of emotions. He hoped Naruto would take what he said next well. Yes, Hiruzen said. Now, Naruto, you must promise me to keep this a secret until the appropriate time. The knowledge I am about to tell you must remain between us. This is an S-rank secret, he said. Okay, Gigi, what is it? Naruto asked eagerly. Hiruzen took a deep breath before saying, You are the son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto. Naruto's grin widened even more. He couldn't believe what he heard. The 4th Hokage, considered one of the strongest shinobi ever, was now his father. What about my mother? He asked. She was an excellent and strong kunoichi. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She was from the Uzumaki clan. They were known for their large chakra reserves, healing ability, and specialty in Fuinjutsu, Hiruzen stated. Sadly, there aren't a lot of them out there anymore. But she was also the previous Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox before you. She must have been really strong, Naruto said with pride. Yes, she was, Hiruzen said sadly. On the day of your birth, the 9-tailed fox was taken out of your mother, causing massive destruction to the village. Your father, left with no other option, decided to seal the beast inside you to protect the village. I hope you don't hate your parents, Naruto. They truly loved you and died for you. They wanted you to be a hero, not seen as a demon, he stated. Why would I hate them? Naruto replied. They were strong. Thanks to them, I have the power to be better. He turned his gaze towards Hiruzen, expressing gratitude and respect. The only people I hate are the villagers. They're pathetic insects clinging to life. Why should we protect them? He said, losing his composure. Naruto took a deep breath before saying, I can't wait to see their faces when they find out that the child they've hated is the son of their beloved fourth Hokage. Hiruzen sighed, understanding Naruto's anger and resentment toward the villagers. He pondered what his late sensei would think of the village's current state. The will of fire was dimming by the encroaching darkness. However, his concerns extended beyond the village's condition to Naruto's safety, both from internal and external threats. No, Naruto, this revelation must remain a secret until the time is right. Disclosing this information would only make you a bigger target, especially now with the recent development of your eyes. You'd face endless pursuit if your true heritage were to be exposed, he cautioned. You need to be careful. You know, Gigi, Naruto pouted. So what's the plan then? He asked. As you continue to grow and develop, hide your abilities from the public eye, fellow shinobi and superiors, even me. From what I can see, there's a breach in security, so anything you tell me may be at risk. So do so at your discretion until I resolve these matters, Hiruzen said. So what become the dead last? Naruto said. That may be a good idea, but you do not have to do so. Hiruzen chuckled. Keep your true power secret until you are strong enough to protect yourself from these potential threats. Naruto took one hand out of his pocket before looking at it. He felt a surge of excitement. Things have gotten a lot more interesting. He looked at Hiruzen. Thanks, Gigi. I appreciate you telling me all this, even though you didn't have to. I mean it, he said sincerely. Of course, I want you to feel comfortable to come and talk to me. Even though we are not blood related, I view you as my grandson. Hiruzen said softly. Thanks, Naruto responded. Also, Naruto, don't let the hate in your heart consume you. I've seen too many talented shinobi fail to conquer the darkness in their hearts. I would ask that you reconsider your deposition towards the villagers. Not all of them are bad, Hiruzen said. Yeah, sure, Naruto said, brushing off the old Kage's comments. Hiruzen simply sighed. When they finally arrived, the sun had risen over the horizon, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange. The rays of light pierced through the clouds, signifying the start of a new day. You've got a little while before the academy starts, Hiruzen said as they arrived at Naruto's front door. Let me know if you need anything, Naruto. Yep, see ya, Gigi, Naruto said. Goodbye, Naruto, he responded before Puffing in a cloud of smoke. Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto jolted awake, realizing that he had overslept. Exhausted from his conversation with Hiruzen, he had opted for a nap before the academy, but forgot to set his alarm. He quickly put on a black long-sleeved shirt and gray shorts, grabbed his glasses, and left his apartment. He was about to start running, then realized that it would be a waste to do so. Naruto chose to take the scenic route to the academy and did so at his own pace. He walked through the academy gates whistling, indifferent to his tardiness, strolling through the corridors, occasionally stopping to chat with kids in the hall. Upon reaching his classroom, he slid the door open. As soon as he entered, he felt all eyes on him. He looked around and saw the shocked and curious expressions of his classmates. He wondered what was wrong until he remembered that he was wearing his new glasses. They completely hid his eyes, giving him a mysterious and cool look. He also looked more mature and handsome as the glasses heightened his facial features and snow-white hair. The girls in the class were especially stunned by his new look. They felt their hearts skip a beat and their cheeks flushed. They couldn't believe this was the same Naruto they had ignored and mocked since entering the academy. They suddenly felt a new attraction and interest in him, wondering if he had a girlfriend. Naruto decided to have some fun with this. He slightly lowered his glasses, revealing his stunning blue eyes. Naruto-kun. The girls squealed in delight, captivated by his stunning looks. Sit next to me, Naruto-kun. No, sit next to me, they chorused. Naruto. Irika's voice thundered across the room. What the hell are you doing? And why are you an hour late? Naruto casually lifted his glasses, meeting his sensei's stern gaze. Take it easy, sensei. I'm just catching up on some beauty sleep. No big deal, he replied, waving his hands in a carefree manner. Irika sighed. This kid, he thought as his eyelids twitched. Just take an open seat, Naruto. As Naruto scanned the classroom, he couldn't help but notice the boys sharing surprised glances, their envy visible as he basked in the attention. Amused by their reactions, Naruto burst into laughter, finding the situation utterly hilarious. He got even more looks with some of the students thinking he'd lost his mind. His eyes darted across the room, searching for an available seat until they landed on someone in particular. "Oh, Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed, striding purposefully toward the Uchiha. Inwardly, Sasuke groaned a silent plea for relief echoing in his thoughts. Naruto reached Sasuke and slapped him on the shoulder. Fate has conspired to bring us together once more. It is destined for us to be best friends, Naruto declared with a grin. Sasuke shot him a glare, rubbing his shoulder where Naruto's hand had made contact. He chose to ignore him and focus on the board, hoping that Naruto would find another seat if left unbothered. He had hoped for this to be a peaceful day, but much to his dismay, Naruto sat beside him. "Come on, Sasuke. Is this how you treat your besto friendo?" Naruto teased, playfully poking Sasuke's cheek with a mischievous grin. Sasuke's eye twitched, his patience wearing thin. He swatted Naruto's hand away. "Stop it, dope. You're not my friend. You're a nuisance." A feminine voice chimed in. "Who's your new friend, Sasuke-san?" Naruto turned around and saw a girl sitting behind Sasuke. She looked like Sasuke, with the same features as him. Her hair was long and silky, reaching her waist. She wore a black short-sleeved dress with brown shorts underneath. She had a confident and graceful posture, her eyes beaming with curiosity. She had a friendly and cheerful smile on her face. She waved at Naruto. Naruto slightly lowered his glasses and looked at her. "You're Kiyomi Uchiha, twin sister of Sasuke Uchiha and younger sister of Itachi Uchiha," he said. How does he know this? Sasuke thought, first with Itachi and now with her. "You're strong, just like your brothers." "I can see it," Naruto said, getting excited. Kiyomi laughed. "Itachi was right when he described you. It's nice to meet you. I heard that you tricked my brother the other day. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm the only one who can mess with him," she said, pulling on her brother's cheek. "No, he's mine," Naruto said, playful as he pulled Sasuke's arm. Sasuke was caught in a tug-of-war between his sister and Naruto as they laughed at him, having the time of their lives. Things were not looking good. He already had to deal with Kiyomi's antics, but now adding on Naruto, it was going to get a lot worse. After the class ended, Naruto turned towards Kiyomi. "How about the three of us get some ramen?" he said. "Ramen? That would be awesome. I love ramen," she replied enthusiastically. "Have you ever had Ichiraku's miso ramen with pork? It's amazing," Naruto said. Kiyomi and Naruto continued to go back and forth about the different kinds of ramen until Sasuke interrupted. "No, we can't go. Kazan said to be home early," he said. "Please, Sasuke, pretty please. Can you do it for your One-chan?" Kiyomi said with puppy dog eyes. "No," he shouted, irritated. "Also, you're barely older than me." "Come on, Sasuke. Let's get some ramen." "Pretty please," Naruto chimed in with the same puppy dog eyes. Kiyomi and Naruto sat on their knees, begging Sasuke. They were there for 5 minutes before Sasuke finally caved in. He sighed. "TCH, we can get ramen. Just make it quick. If we get in trouble, I'm blaming you," he said, annoyed that they succeeded. "Yes. Ramen, ramen, ramen." Naruto and Kiyomi shouted while walking in a circle around Sasuke. "Let's go," they said as they grabbed Sasuke by his shirt collar and dragged him to Ichiraku Ramen. From a distant rooftop, Itachi watched them, happy to see his siblings and Naruto getting along. He knew they would need his cheerfulness in the coming time. Sooner rather than later, Itachi thought sadly. Tears formed in his eyes as he thought about the future. 1 year later, October 9th, Uchiha Compound. Sasuke was in utter darkness. Everywhere he turned and stepped was pitch black. He walked for an eternity until he heard a growl in the distance. Turning his head towards a growl, he found two wolves staring at him, one with black fur and the other with white fur. They had these strange seals on their foreheads. They growled at him, baring their fangs, ready to attack him at any moment. Sasuke tried to run away from them, but they followed after. He ran in the darkness until he stumbled across an enormous cocoon. The cocoon was suspended in the air by string and contained some massive creature within it. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine as pure horror and dread filled his heart at this sight. What is this? He thought as he turned around to see the two wolves and other creatures staring at him. He saw a giant snake, a monstrous toad, and an owl with a white mask, to name a few. They surrounded him. As they approached, the cocoon started to burst open, revealing an ungodly sight. A creature with no eyes, instead having 4 wings protruding from its eye sockets and a tail-like appendage extending from the back of its head. It had an 8-handled wheel, a dharma chakra above it. The creature grabbed Sasuke by the throat, squeezing hard. Sasuke's consciousness was fading. He tried to fight, trying to cry out for someone to save him, but no one came. Sasuke! 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 A voice cried out, echoing through the darkness as he sank into unconsciousness as everything went black. Sasuke awoke to see his sister shaking him. Sasuke, she shouted, it's time to get ready for school. I've been trying to wake you for the past 5 minutes. Are you fine? She asked with concern in her eyes. Sasuke sat up in bed, putting a hand on his head. It's nothing, just a bad dream, he said. We're leaving in a few minutes. Just letting you know that Oka-san made breakfast, she said. Sasuke nodded. He got dressed, still processing the nightmare, wondering what it meant. He headed downstairs, running into Itachi, who was about to head out. Ni-san, I thought you'd be gone by now, Sasuke said. Itachi turned to face his younger brother. I was about to leave. I have a busy day ahead. Itachi responded coldly. Can you help me with shuriken training after school today? Sasuke asked. Itachi got up and walked towards Sasuke. He poked his brother's forehead, a gesture he commonly did. Sorry, Sasuke. Maybe another time, he said before leaving their home. Sasuke, a little irritated at Itachi, walked into the kitchen where he saw his sister and father eating breakfast while his mother was washing the dishes. He sat down at the table and grabbed a plate of food. He ate as he listened to his sister talk with their father. Hey, Tusan, when do you think Sasuke and I will unlock the Sharingan? Nisan unlocked his at 8, but we haven't done so yet, Kiyomi asked. Fugaku sipped his tea before responding. If you train hard enough, you can unlock it faster than your brother. But remember, Itachi is extraordinary, a prodigy among prodigies. He paused. He became a Genin at 6, a Chunin at 10, a Jonin at 12, and recently got promoted to Umbu captain. Wow, Nii-san is amazing, Kiyomi said. Sasuke just nodded his head. Tusan, can you help me with shuriken training after school? He asked. Fugaku closed his eyes. No, Sasuke. I have important matters to attend to. As clan head, there is a heavy burden on my shoulders, especially regarding our current relationship with the Leaf, he said as he got up and left the room. Why don't you ask Naruto to help you? He's been helping me a bunch, Kiyomi said. Naruto, Uzumaki, their mother, Mikoto, asked curiously. Yeah, Naruto Uzumaki, snow-white hair, black glasses. You know him, Oka-san? Sasuke asked. No, I never personally met him, but I knew his mother, Mikoto said with a smile. She was kind-hearted and loyal to those who called her friend. Can we meet her? Kiyomi asked innocently. Mikoto saddened. No, it wouldn't be possible. There was a long silence in the room. But it's nice that you all seem to be getting along, Mikoto said, breaking the silence. I think it's time for you to head out so you're not late. She grabbed 2 bags and handed them to her children. Here's your lunch, she said, kissing them on their foreheads. And Sasuke-kun, I can help you with your training after school. Kyo-chan, make sure to watch over him. I love you both, she said. Love you too, Oka-san, Kiyomi replied, hugging her mother. Sasuke said nothing as he held his lunch. So, you don't love me, Sasuke-kun, she said, teasing her son before going up to him and tickling him. Say you love your Oka-san, she said playfully. Sasuke eventually gave in. I love you, Oka-san, he said tenderly. Oh, look at Sasuke-chan holding his sweet Oka-san, Kiyomi said, teasing her brother. Sasuke ignored her as he hugged his mother, still thinking of the nightmare he had. The two headed out the door, waving to their mother as they journeyed to the academy. Konoha Ninja Academy. All right, everyone, it's time to settle down, Irika shouted from the front of the classroom. Today, we have a math test. You'll have an hour to complete it. You may start once you receive a test from instructor Mizuki. Mizuki handed out the exams to the students. Where's Naruto? Kiyomi asked as she looked around for her friend. Probably slept in again. He's always late to class, Sasuke replied. They received their exams and got started. With 10 minutes left of the exam, Naruto finally showed up. Irika promptly yelled at him as Naruto ignored his words. He then grabbed a test and went to take a seat. This idiot, Sasuke thought as he watched Naruto sit down. This exam was difficult. It took him the entire time to finish 13/15 questions. He had to hurry if he wanted to finish. However, what Sasuke did not prepare for, or anyone else in the class, was for Naruto to fill out his test in 2 minutes, get up, hand the test back to Irika, and leave the room. Was the collective thought of everyone in the class as they watched Naruto walk out. He didn't look stressed at all. It was as if the test was a joke to him. There's no way he got any of them right. These problems are too long. He must have given up, Sasuke thought. He pushed these thoughts away and continued with his remaining time. All right, pencils down. The exam is over, Irika said as Mizuki collected the exams. You'll have a short break as we grade these exams. We'll resume class after we finish grading. Everyone proceeded to head outside to decompress after the exam. Kiyomi ran up to her brother to talk with him about it. How do you think you did? She asked. It was tough and pretty long. I don't remember learning about the stuff on the exam. I'm lucky if I got a 70 on it. It was rough, but I think I did fine, Sasuke replied. You thought that was hard? A voice called out from above. The twins looked up to see Naruto lying on a tree branch with his hands behind his head. That was easy, Naruto said as he got up and jumped down to face the siblings. I honestly should have showed up later, he yawned. Sasuke glared at Naruto as he stood before them. He wondered how someone so lazy and irresponsible could be so arrogant and bashful. He had spent the whole hour struggling while Naruto had breezed through it in minutes. How was that possible? There's no way you passed that test, Naruto, Sasuke snapped. You probably did terrible. You couldn't have finished that quickly. We didn't even learn most of the stuff on there. Naruto laughed a loud and annoying sound that echoed in Sasuke's ears. We'll see, Sasuke. I'm the smartest in the class after all, he responded, mockingly. Sasuke deadpanned at Naruto's statements. He was delusional as always. Naruto rarely showed up to class. The only times he did was if homework was due, an exam, or a class trip. Before their conversation could continue, Mizuki called the students back to class as they had finished grading the exams. He followed Naruto and Kiyomi back to the class. He was sure that he had done well despite the difficulty of the test. He was confident in his intelligence and skills. He was certain that he had got the highest score in the class. All right, everyone, settle down, Irika said, holding a stack of papers. We've graded your tests. The purpose was to see how you would do when confronted with challenging topics. We haven't addressed more than half of the concepts on this exam, but by the time you've graduated from the academy, these questions should be easy. Most of you did poorly, but a few did good, he said. Mizuki passed the graded exams back to the students. Students of note who did well were Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno, and Ino Yamanaka. Sasuke looked down at his test as he got 75%, not bad, as the closest score to his was 65%. Kiyomi looked at her test, seeing a 60%. Ah, I thought I did better, she said, saddened by her score. Cheer up, Kiyomi, Sasuke responded. We hadn't learned most of this, and you got a score in the top 10, he said encouragingly. Kiyomi brightened up a bit from her brother's words. She turned to Naruto and asked, What did you get? Naruto said with a grin, I got a 100, loud enough for the entire class to hear. I told you, I alone am the smartest one. Everyone in the class started to murmur. Naruto, a 100? There's no way, he's dead last and never shows up on time, they said. He must have cheated. No, he didn't, Irika said, dispelling the murmurs. Congratulations, Naruto. You got a perfect score. You did an amazing job. Sasuke couldn't believe it. He looked at Naruto, who was grinning from ear to ear, waving his test in the air, celebrating his victory. He looked at Kiyomi, who was clapping and cheering for her friend, proud of his achievement. The whole class was confused. How could this be? All right, that's enough, everyone. We still have work to get done today, Irika said. Who is he? Sasuke thought as he watched Naruto continue to boast about his achievement. After the academy ended, Kiyomi, Naruto, and Sasuke headed outside. Hey Sasuke, do you want to train with us? Kiyomi asked her brother. No, I'm going to go practice by myself, he responded. You sure you don't want instruction from the greatest student? Naruto chimed in. I don't want your help, Dobe, Sasuke responded. See ya, Sasuke-san, Kiyomi said as she waved goodbye to her brother before heading off with Naruto. Sasuke observed the two engaged in conversation with irritation etched across his face. He disliked how close the two were getting. He couldn't stand Naruto's antics, and the sight of him with his sister made his blood boil. Suppressing these thoughts, he headed off in the opposite direction to practice his shuriken jutsu. Sasuke aimed and threw another shuriken at the wooden target, this time hitting the bullseye. A proud smile crept onto his lips, relishing this small achievement. As he reached for another shuriken from the ground, the silver glow of the moon captured his attention, signaling that night had arrived. Wondering why no one had come to get him, he swiftly packed his shuriken into his bag and dashed toward the Uchiha district. I hope Kiyomi made it safely, he pondered as he sprinted through the village. As Sasuke neared the entrance of the Uchiha district, an abrupt chill sent shivers down his spine. He glanced upward and caught sight of a mysterious figure perched on a nearby utility pole, staring intently at him. Sasuke blinked, and in an instant, the enigmatic presence vanished into thin air. What? I thought I saw someone, he thought. That is when he noticed the corpses of his clan members lying on the streets. He smelled blood and fire, feeling a sudden surge of fear and confusion. What was going on? Was there an attack? Who was attacking his clan? He ran faster, hoping to find his family safe and sound. He kept coming across bodies that had been burned, stabbed, and even mutilated. He saw familiar faces twisted in pain and terror, but he also saw unfamiliar bodies. There were bodies with animal-like masks and black cloaks scattered around. He didn't know who these people were. Sasuke kept running. He saw blood splattered on the walls and the ground. He saw flames engulfing the houses and the shops. He saw destruction and death everywhere. He felt his heart sink and his stomach churn. He wanted to vomit. He wanted to cry. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't understand who would do such a thing and why. He ran faster towards his home, hoping his parents and siblings were still alive. He reached his house and saw the door was open. He rushed inside and called out for his family. Ka-san, Tu-san, Ni-san, Ne-san. Where are you? Are you okay? He shouted, his voice echoing with a mix of worry and desperation. He heard no answer. He felt a pang of despair. He ran to the living room and opened the door. However, he found a sight that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He saw his father on one knee, badly beaten, bloodied, and bruised. Sasuke heard footsteps and looked up. A figure was standing in the shadows, a red eye glowing at him through the darkness. The figure moved closer revealing more features. He was tall with long black hair, wore an orange mask with black swirls covering the face except for a circular opening on the right side, and had a sheathed katana hanging from his belt. In his left hand, he was holding Sasuke's mother by the throat, choking her to death. "Sasuke, stay back," Fugaku croaked. He tried to move to protect his son, but couldn't from his injuries inflicted by the masked man. "Ka-san," Sasuke screamed in terror. His legs turned to jelly, but he wanted to do something to save his mother. But he was frozen in place, watching helplessly as the intruder held his mother. "Foolish child," the masked man snarled as he twisted his mother's neck with a swift motion. Sasuke heard a sickening crack, followed by a dull thud, as his mother's lifeless body hit the floor. Blood dripped from her mouth and nose as he watched her body on the ground. Sasuke gasped and felt tears sting his eyes. He grabbed his head, screaming in agony as he collapsed onto the ground. "No, no, no. Ka-san, why would you do this?" he said through sobs. The masked man chuckled and stepped over his mother's corpse. He looked down at Sasuke with contempt and pity. "You're a naive child. Wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes to plan in this accursed world." He spoke, his voice cold and cruel. "The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are pain, suffering, and futility." He stared at Sasuke, his red eye burning with rage. The Uchiha clan was once the most feared and respected in the village, but now they have been relegated to bottom feeders. They have fallen prey to the false peace of Konoha and lost their pride and power. How can you call yourself an Uchiha when you are nothing but a weak and foolish woman's son? They bring nothing but shame to the Uchiha name, and I will wipe them out. "Weak? You monster. You'll pay for this, I swear." Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, rising to his feet with a defiant glare. Sasuke felt a surge of chakra in his eyes, and his vision became sharper and clearer. His eyes burned with a crimson light, revealing a 2-tomo Sharingan in his right eye and a 1-tomo in his left eye. He could feel his chakra coursing through his body. He also felt a strange connection to the shadows around him. "So, you want to dance, no?" the masked man said, mocking him. "Well then, let's dance." Without thinking, he brought his hands together, forming a dog-shaped hand seal. "Gyokukin, divine dogs," he cried out. He heard a low growl, followed by a howl, as two large shapes emerged from the shadows behind him. They were twin wolves, one with white fur and the other with black fur. They had red eyes and 3 dots forming a triangle on their forehead of opposite orientations. Now this is getting interesting," the masked man said as he sidestepped the incoming claw swipe from the white one. Sasuke rushed forward, throwing a punch at the assailant, but nothing happened. It was as if his fist phased right through him. "You have fire, child, but still don't have what it takes to dance," the masked man said as he kicked Sasuke in the stomach, sending him flying through the wall and crashing onto the pavement outside. Sasuke rolled on the ground before hitting the compound wall, creating a crater from the impact. He coughed up blood and was severely injured from the attack. The wolves rushed to protect their master, rushing the masked man. But like before, their attacks seemed to phase right through him. "I've had enough of this," the masked man said as he kicked the black wolf away and jumped to his left, avoiding another attack from the white wolf. He unsheathed his katana, and with one swift vertical slash, he decapitated it. Its head rolled on the ground, leaving a pool of blood. He turned his attention towards Sasuke as he walked towards the boy who lay against the compound walls. Blood trickled down from Sasuke's head, blurring his vision. He felt his chakra fading away, along with his Sharingan. The black wolf whimpered and dissolved into a shadow, leaving him alone and defenseless. "You're weak, child. You still have much to learn," the man said as raised his katana, the blade glistening in the moonlight, preparing to end Sasuke's life. Before he could attack, he was surrounded by a squad of umbu wearing animal-style masks, black clothing covered with a light gray flak jacket over their back and torso, gloves with metal guards, sandals with reinforced toes, and a tanto on their backs. The captain of the squad, Dog, stood atop the compound wall over Sasuke as he stared down at the masked intruder. Through the left eye hole, a lone Sharingan shined. "You're under arrest for the destruction of the Uchiha clan. If you resist, you will be killed," Dog spoke. "You're late as always. I'm finished here. It is not yet time I reveal myself." The man spoke before a swirling vortex appeared in his eye, sucking him into the hole. He vanished into thin air, leaving behind a faint ripple. They watched as the assailant disappeared. "Search for survivors. I'll take the kid back to Hokage-sama." "Move out," Dog spoke. "Hi, Captain," they responded before dispersing. Dog grabbed the now unconscious Sasuke and headed towards the village. Konoha, Training Ground 11. Naruto trudged through the dark forest, the moonlight barely piercing through the thick canopy. He carried Kiyomi on his back, her chest rising and falling softly. She had fallen asleep after their training, too tired to walk. Naruto felt her breath on his neck as he continued to walk. This was new to him. He didn't know what to think or feel about this. However, Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts as he sensed someone approaching at a rapid pace. It was a similar chakra to the man who followed him before. It was cold and radiated emptiness. Just before the unknown figure reached Naruto's position, he slowed down. It was as if he was toying with him, trying to scare Naruto and induce fear. Naruto had enough and called out to him, "Hey, you coward! Come out and face me. Or are you too scared?" A man in a black cloak with an animal-style mask stepped into the moonlight, a kunai in his left hand. "I'm here for the girl. Give her to me and I won't hurt you," he said emotionlessly. Naruto laughed. "Hurt me? You?" he said before glaring at the man. "How can you hurt me when you're already dead?" The cloaked man barely had time to register Naruto's words before he felt a sharp pain around his neck. He gasped, dropping his kunai and clutching his throat. As he fell to the ground, he saw a tall figure with black hair and blood-stained clothes standing over him. The figure's eyes glowed red. It's you," he said before choking on his blood. The figure, without turning his head, spoke to Naruto, "Protect my sister," before vanishing into the night. "I will." Itachi, Naruto said. Chapter 3. Konoha Hokage Office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair, overlooking the tranquil village. From this view, everything seemed so calm and peaceful. However, Hiruzen knew that this was far from the truth. The last couple of days had been pure hell for the old Hokage. It had been a week since the devastation of the Uchiha clan. An attack from a masked intruder and an unknown secondary force had eliminated 95% of the clan. He sighed. Just when the relations between the Uchiha and the village had turned a new leaf and things were looking bright, tragedy had to strike. Not only was the Uchiha nearly ended, but the village also lost a big part of its military police force and strong shinobi available. As for the Uchiha that did survive, most of them were heavily injured. Women and children were strategically targeted. The only Uchiha children that remained were Sasuke and his sister, Kiyomi. The clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, had survived his injuries, so there was still leadership in what remained of the clan. However, Fugaku's chakra network had been completely disrupted, meaning that his days as a combatant were over. He was supposed to meet with him today, as he had been informed that Fugaku was now in a stable condition and could leave the confinement of his bed. They would have much to discuss. Hiruzen also had another issue to resolve, the issue of Danzo Shimura's death. He had a feeling his former friend was involved with the Uchiha massacre. Reports indicated that the bodies belonging to the unknown secondary force found near the Uchiha district had animal masks similar to Umbu masks and black cloaks. Through examination, it was found the unknown Shinboi were missing Konoha nin, orphans that had gone missing when they were 4 years old. The bodies also possessed a cursed seal on their tongues. Danzo was anti-Uchiha, a trait he had gained from their sensei, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He was responsible for the tension between the Leaf and Uchiha after the attack of the Kyuubi. putting blame on the Uchiha and spreading rumors to the villagers. Hiruzen knew of Danzo's root shinobi, but hadn't thought it was this big, nor capable of launching such an attack on the Uchiha. There was also Itachi Uchiha. Reports indicated the only person in the vicinity was Itachi, as the time and location of his sighting matched the possible time of Danzo's death. No one has heard of or seen Itachi since the tragic event. Due to these factors, Itachi has been labeled an S-rank rogue ninja in the bingo book and labeled as an accomplice to the Uchiha massacre and in league with the masked intruder. Hiruzen did not believe Itachi would slaughter his clan. Itachi did value the village over his clan and was prepared to take action if a civil war were to break out, but Hiruzen believed he could solve the issue without death. Hiruzen wanted to wait until Itachi returned for a trial and explanation for his actions. However, the Konoha Council had already voted to brandish him a traitor. It was the quick and easy option as opposed to launching a lengthy investigation into the matter. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. He needed to find a successor, so he didn't have to deal with these problems or politics. However, Hiruzen was taken out of his thoughts as he heard a knock on his door. "Come in," Hiruzen responded curiously. He wasn't expecting any visitors at this time. An older man, the same age as Hiruzen, walked through the doors. The man had mid-length, gray that was slicked back, reaching to just behind his neck. He had onyx eyes with thick, long eyebrows with thick edges. The older man also had a long and thin mustache that extended to both sides of his cheeks. He wore a light gray haori over a dark blue yukata with a black hakama, white tabi, and brown scandals. "Nabito, it's been a while, my old friend," Hiruzen said. "A lot has happened since I last saw you." "Save it for later, Hiruzen. You can catch me up over a drink," Nabito chuckled. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the drinking habits of his old friend and knew it would end badly for his wallet. "I'm assuming you're not simply dropping by to chat with an old friend," he said. "No, the news of the Uchiha massacre has traveled fast and far. I wouldn't be surprised if it has reached the other great shinobi nations," Nabito responded. "I also heard about Danzo." Nabito took a seat, putting his arms across his chest. That bastard finally got what he deserved. "But the main reason I'm here is regarding the Uchiha clan. How many are left?" "As of now, 10 remain," Hiruzen responded. "What about my daughter?" Nabito asked. "She sadly perished on that night," Hiruzen said, lowering his eyes. "I see," Nabito replied somberly. "Is Fugaku still alive?" "Yes. I received news from the hospital that he has recovered, but has sustained permanent damage to his chakra network. He may never be able to use ninjutsu again," Hiruzen said. "I was planning to head over there before you arrived. We can go now, and I'll explain the situation on our way there." Nabito nodded, and the two left Hiruzen's office. When they arrived at Konoha Hospital, they were greeted by the receptionist who led the way to the isolated ward of the hospital where all the Uchiha were. Hiruzen placed a large number of umbu to guard the entrance and the corridors. Outside of Fugaku's room were 2 umbu. Hiruzen greeted them and asked them to open the door. They complied, and Hiruzen and Nabito entered the room. Fugaku sat upright on his bed as nurses were moving around him. He looked at Hiruzen and Nabito as they entered the room with a neutral expression. "Hokage-sama," he said with a monotone voice. "Fugaku, how are feeling?" Hiruzen asked sincerely. Nabito said nothing and simply leaned against a wall with his arms crossed. He gave a big yawn and looked uninterested. "I'm fine, Hokage-sama," he said as he got up. "We have more important matters to discuss." Hiruzen felt a pang of guilt and regret. He believed that if he had been more vigilant as the Hokage, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. He cleared his throat. "Yes, we do." Silence filled the room until Nabito spoke. "If you two are done, here is our proposal. The remaining Uchiha will be moved to a compound closer to the village and the police force building, preferably near the Hyuga clan compound. This way, The Uchiha clan can be seen by the villagers rather than being this mysterious group of people who arrest them. Additionally, due to the proximity between the two clans, we can establish a relationship between the two-inch Hiruzen chimed in. What about the political power of the Uchiha? Our image and strength have taken a massive hit, Fugaku inquired. Yes, boy, we know. That is why I will be replacing Danzo on the Elder Council. This will balance out the political power and build back good favor in the village, Nabito said. He'll sit on the Elder Council until the Uchiha population increases to a healthy amount, Hiruzen added. So do you agree to this proposal? Fugaku thought for a moment. Yes, I agree, he said. Splendid. We can discuss more if you would like. I know you're going to grab your children from the academy, and I'll come with, Hiruzen said. Before we go, I need to talk with them alone, Nabito said. Give us a few minutes. Certainly, Hiruzen said before exiting the room with the nurses. Nabito waited for the door to close before speaking. So, are you certain that he possesses it? Fugaku nodded. Yes, he formed a dog-shaped hand seal, which summoned 2 wolves. Nabito rubbed his chin. After 100 years, the Takusa no Kagevijutsu, 10 Shadows technique, has returned to the Uchiha clan. Who else knows? Outside the two of us, the man who killed Mikoto has seen it. He may come after Sasuke, Fugaku replied. Nabito's stern face morphed into a smile. Things are sure getting interesting, he said. Fugaku simply nodded, thinking about all that had transpired. Konoha Ninja Academy. Okay, class, today we'll be doing combat exercises and evaluations. Meet me outside, Iruka said. As everyone was getting up, Naruto walked in. He grinned and waved at his classmates, but no one smiled back. They all looked tense and nervous, as if they were walking on eggshells. Joe, Iruka-sensei, I heard we were doing some training today, he said excitedly. Iruka's eyelid twitched. Yes, Naruto. Now head outside, he said. The students headed outside, but stayed silent, whispering among themselves. Naruto noticed the change in atmosphere. He had no idea why the mood was so dreadful. He knew of the tragedy and hated to see such a strong clan get reduced to a small amount. But it had nothing to do with him or anyone not Uchiha. There was no point in being this gloomy. He thought everyone would have moved on by now, but apparently not. Naruto looked around the room for this source. He spotted a gloomy chakra radiating from the Uchiha twins. He could see it permeating off Sasuke. It had affected everyone in the class. It also plagued his sister. Naruto frowned. He did not understand why Sasuke was acting like a baby. He decided to head towards the Uchiha twins and get a better read of what was happening between them. Hey Kiyomi-chan, Sasuke, how are you doing? He said. Hey Naruto, we're doing all right, she said. Sasuke said nothing and walked past Naruto. Naruto watched Sasuke as he walked away from them. I guess he's still sulking around, he said as he turned towards Kiyomi. Yeah, he doesn't speak to anyone anymore. Not even me, Kiyomi hung her head. He shut me off. I can't even talk to him. I want to help. He's not the only one in pain, she said with tears forming. Naruto felt a pang of sympathy for her. He reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. I'll knock some sense in him. Don't you worry, he said with a grin, giving her a thumbs up. He put his hands in his pockets as he walked towards Choji and Shikamaru. A smile appeared on Kiyomi's face. Thanks, Naruto-kun, she said. When everyone made it outside, Iruka and the other instructors went around to ensure they had the correct number of students. All right, out here is where we'll be doing combat exercises. These exercises will be on the graduation exam. We will track your performance and improvement as you progress through the years, Iruka said. There will be ninjutsu training, ninja tool training, taijutsu training, and individual battles against your classmates. Hokage-sama will also be watching your performances. Be sure to do your best today. Got it, Iruka added. Hi, sensei, the students replied. All right, that's the spirit. Now get into 4 equal rows in single file order, he said. The test began, and the students showed their skills and abilities. Naruto, however, had other plans. He saw an opportunity to sneak away when the teachers were busy with the other students. He wanted to have some fun and take a nap since he was feeling sleepy. He quickly ran toward the nearby tree and sat down on a tree branch hidden. He watched the students go through the various tests. He took mental notes of who did well. As expected, the Uchiha twins were exceptional in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. Sasuke did well on the shuriken throw, while Kiyomi struggled to hit a single target. Hinata Hyuga looked promising so far, but looked timid and not assertive. Shikamaru half-assed his way through the exams, barely giving effort. Shino Aburame looked impressive across the board as well. We got some talent in this class, Naruto thought. Meanwhile, Iruka was calling Naruto's name for the shuriken throw. Naruto Uzumaki, come forth, Iruka said. Nothing. Naruto Uzumaki, come forth. Iruka repeated, no response again. Everyone looked around. They had just seen him a few minutes ago. Where could he have gone? Iruka called Naruto's name one more time, but nothing. He sighed and wrote a 0 for the remaining tests and training. Naruto chuckled to himself from the tree as he continued to watch. After completing the exercises, the students took a lunch break. Kiyomi went to Sasuke and tried to eat with him, but he shrugged her off and went to sit by himself. She watched him walk off with a pained expression and took an open seat near her best friend, Hinata Hyuga. Is Sasuke all right? Hinata asked shyly. Kiyomi followed her gaze and felt a knot in her stomach. She hated talking about Sasuke, even though she knew Hinata meant well. He had ignored her ever since the massacre, leaving her alone and broken. She forced a smile and met Hinata's eyes. He'll be fine, she lied, hoping her voice didn't betray her. Hinata nodded, but a pang of doubt stabbed her heart. She noticed the dark circles under Kiyomi's eyes and the way she hunched her shoulders. She wanted to say something more, but her words got stuck in her throat. She wished she had more courage and confidence. She bit her lip and averted her gaze. Oh, okay, she stuttered, feeling something was off. Kiyomi caught Hinata's uncertain glance, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She didn't want to make her friend feel bad. She just had a lot going on. She didn't know how to let her in and open up. She coughed and shifted the topic. So, how are you doing? She inquired, faking nonchalance. Hinata gave Kiyomi a faint smile. She nodded and lied. I'm fine, hoping her voice didn't tremble. She cared for her friend and didn't want to overstep. They ate in awkward silence, avoiding each other's eyes. Kiyomi felt a lump in her throat, wishing she could say something to break the tension. Hinata felt a flutter in her chest, wondering if she should say something to ease the pain. They both wanted to reach out, but held back, afraid of making it worse. Suddenly a voice spoke. Hey ladies, what's cooking? They both jumped, startled by the intrusion. They turned to see Naruto, with his signature glasses, sitting at the table, munching on dango. And Naruto? Hinata gasped, her face turning red. Naruto, Kiyomi said, getting a little flustered. Where have you been? Where did he come from? I could have sworn no one else was sitting here, she thought. Around. I got bored and decided to take a quick nap, Naruto yawned. So what are you two doing? Having fun, he asked, taking another bite of his dango. He acted like he was oblivious to the atmosphere, but he was aware of it. He sensed the sadness between them, but also saw an opportunity. He wanted to shake things up and make them talk. He had a plan, and he was ready to execute it. So, Hinata, I saw you at Ichiraka the other day. You've got good taste, he said. Hinata blushed. TT Hanks and Naruto, she said. Wait, you like Ichiraka ramen, Hinata? Kiyomi asked, getting excited. Why, yes, it's my favorite place to eat, Hinata responded. Oh my gosh, I love Ichiraka ramen, Kiyomi said with stars in her eyes. They proceeded to get into a conversation about their favorite ramen. Naruto quietly slipped away, whistling to himself. Onto the other, he thought. Naruto walked over to where Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba were sitting. Hey Naruto, where have you been? I tried to find you when Iruka called your name. Sadly, he gave you all zeros, Choji said, shaking his head. Naruto brushed him off with a dismissive gesture. Don't sweat it. I'm fine, he retorted. He got closer to Shikamaru, who had his back facing him. Oi, Shikamaru, Naruto shouted as he slapped Shikamaru's back hard. Shikamaru choked on his food and sprayed it all over Ino, who was sitting next to him. Choji and Kiba burst into laughter, while Ino glared at them. Shikamaru wiped his mouth and sighed. Naruto, you're troublesome as always, he said, rolling his eyes. So, you finally decided to return? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I got bored after my nap. Thought I'd come back and see how you did, Naruto said, grinning. Well, maybe you wouldn't be so bored if you paid attention in class, Shikamaru said. Why would I do that, huh? Naruto said, raising his voice. Everyone's so dead and dull here, walking around like zombies. Who cares if a bunch of people died? It's not my problem, he said loudly. The room went silent as everyone stared at Naruto in shock and disbelief. Naruto turned his head and looked toward Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flashed with anger and his fists tightened. Hey Naruto, I think you should stop talking so loud, Choji said nervously, tugging at his sleeve. Naruto ignored him, all this moaning and groaning over the dead. How pathetic, he said, sneering. Sasuke had enough and headed straight towards Naruto. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling anger and frustration. He couldn't stand Naruto's arrogance and disrespect. On the other side of the yard, under a cherry blossom tree, Hiruzen, Nobito, and Fugaku stood. They had just arrived and were observing the scene with interest. Irika came over to greet them. Waving respectfully. Irika, how are the students performing? Hiruzen asked with a smile. He felt a sense of pride and curiosity watching the young ninjas in training. He wanted to see their potential and talent. He hoped they would grow up to be strong and loyal shinobi. They're performing quite well. We truly have an exceptional next generation. However, Naruto skipped class again, Irika replied, frowning slightly. Isn't he over there? Hiruzen pointed at Naruto and Sasuke, standing a few feet from each other, glaring intensely. Irika turned to see Naruto and Sasuke, and his eyes widened. He felt a wave of shock and panic, realizing that this wasn't going to end well. Apologies, Hokage-sama, for their behavior, Irika said, bowing again. He felt a flush of embarrassment and guilt. Hiruzen waved at him. It's fine, my boy. No need to apologize. He's just being himself, he said, chuckling. I should be the one apologizing to you. I'll break this up immediately, Irika said, moving to intervene. A hand stopped him. Wait, let's see what happens, Nobito said, his eyes sparkling. This is getting interesting, he said. Meanwhile, Sasuke reached Naruto's position and stared at him intensely. He could feel the anger and pain boiling inside him from Naruto's words. What did you say, Do? Sasuke said angrily as he got it in Naruto's face. He spat the word like venom, trying to provoke him. I said you're pathetic, Naruto replied, smiling wickedly. He put his hands in his pockets, which infuriated Sasuke even more. You're moping around like a big baby who wet his diaper, he said, taunting him. Get your act together. Sasuke had enough. He hated how Naruto was diminishing his pain and suffering like it was insignificant. How dare you? Sasuke screamed as he threw a punch at Naruto, who easily dodged it. Wow, come at me, then, Sasuke, Naruto shouted. Sasuke threw a barrage of punches and kicks at Naruto, trying to nail him, but he couldn't land a single attack. Naruto evaded effortlessly. Sasuke went for a sweep kick, but Naruto jumped back looking at the tired Uchiha. If you fought this hard, maybe you could have saved your clan, Naruto said, egging Sasuke on. Sasuke gritted his teeth, frustrated that he didn't land a single punch. I wonder who you lost? Your brother, maybe? Naruto put his hand over his mouth. Oh, wait. He killed your clan, so it can't be him? I know. You lost your mother, right? Sasuke went silent and fell to his knees. Judging from that reaction, you must have seen her die, Here I thought you were strong. I guess I was wrong. You're just weak, Naruto said. You're weak, child. You still have much to learn, Sasuke heard in his head. He picked up a nearby rock and rushed at Naruto. I'll kill you, he shouted. Naruto smiled. We need to stop this, it's gone too far, Iruka said, preparing to rush in. Naobito stopped him again. No, that kid with glasses has something up his sleeve. I want to see what happens. Sasuke hurled the rock towards Naruto to create an opening. Naruto tilted his head to the left and was surprised to see Sasuke in front of him with a fist raised. You've got spirit, but you're still too slow, Naruto as he causally moved out of the way. He put his foot out, tripping Sasuke. Sasuke stumbled over Naruto's foot, losing his balance. He was now falling and was going to crack the back of his head on the rock he had thrown. Sasuke closed his eyes, bracing for the incoming pain, but it never came. He opened his eyes to see Naruto holding him by his shirt collar. This mopey mood you have. You need to let it go, Naruto said seriously. What? Sasuke said. Believe me, feeling sorry for yourself and meandering around isn't going to change anything. Naruto continued. I used to be like you, feeling sorry for myself and wallowing in self-pity. Shut up, what do you know? What makes you think you know anything about me? Sasuke said, slapping his hand away. This caused him to hit the ground due to the transfer of energy. He fell on his butt, staining his shorts. I know that you blame yourself for your mother's death. I know that you feel like you failed her. I know that you feel weak, Naruto said. Sasuke sat there in silence, replaying her death in his mind. He hated himself for not being stronger. Naruto bent down to his level. He slightly lowered his glasses, revealing his blue eyes. You know, I've been orphaned my entire life, he said, shocking Sasuke. I never knew my parents, and I've been on my own for as long as I can remember. I've had to fight for everything I own. Nothing was given to me. To rise above my troubles, I had to become strong, just like you need to become strong. Naruto smiled as he watched Sasuke's face. He knew his words were getting through to him. He got up satisfied and turned away from him. It's not good to stay like this. If you do, you'll never get stronger, Naruto said, walking away. So do your best, Sasuke. You may need to push yourself, though. Get stronger to avenge your clan and your mother. And get stronger to keep up with me, Naruto thought. He walked back into the academy building, whistling as if nothing happened. Sasuke remained on the ground, looking at his hand, deep in thought. The weight of Naruto's words lingered in his mind. From under the cherry blossom tree, Naobito grinned maliciously. This boy is special. Who is he? He thought. You never cease to surprise me, Hiruzen thought. He turned towards Iruka. It seems the situation has resolved itself, he said. Ashashi, Okash-sama, Iruka replied. The students returned to class, buzzing with curiosity about what happened. They exchanged glances and whispers, trying to piece together what they had seen and heard. After that incident, Sasuke sat in the back of the class, keeping his silence. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He just wanted to be left alone to think. He felt a storm of emotions raging inside him. Anger, sadness, confusion, shame, guilt, fear, and something else. Something that he couldn't name, but that burned like fire. He couldn't fathom why Naruto had confronted him. It baffled him that someone as arrogant and self-absorbed as Naruto would concern himself with his behavior. The bell rang, signaling the end of the day and taking Sasuke out of his thoughts. He packed up and slung his book bag over his shoulder. Kiyomi came over to him. Sasuke, are you ready to go? She asked, her voice gentle and concerned. Sasuke gave a curt nod and followed her outside the academy building, keeping his distance from her. Outside, they were greeted by their father, the Hokage, and an older man they had never seen before. Toussaint, Kiyomi shouted, running to hug her father. She buried her face in his thighs, trying to hide the tears that threatened to spill. Fugaku gently rubbed the top of her head. Sasuke just glanced at his father and looked away, feeling a surge of resentment and indifference. You two did well today. I'm excited to see your development into fine shinobi, Hiruzen said before departing with his Umbu guard. Let's head back, Fugaka said. They walked in silence, an undeniable tension hanging in the air. Sasuke sensed his sister's gaze fixed on him, but he refused to meet them. He knew she was concerned, but the last thing he wanted was her pity. He did not want her to see how weak he was. He hated himself for what had happened that day. He hated how Naruto had mocked him, how he had failed to land a single hit, how he had fallen to his knees. He hated how Naruto made him feel things he did not want to feel. His resolve to avenge his clan and exact vengeance for his mother's death had driven him to this point. Thoughts of Itachi had been buried deep since that fateful night, leaving Sasuke grappling with conflicting emotions. Sasuke found no issue with his mood. He thought strength was only about power, abilities, and prowess. But Naruto had challenged him on this. It wasn't just about physical strength. It was about overcoming pain. This revelation left him perplexed, unsure of how to navigate his emotions. He did not know what to make of these feelings or what to do with them. He glanced at his sister, walking beside him with a cheerful smile. She seemed to have accepted their loss and moved on with her life. She had stayed kind, happy, and hopeful after their tragedy. He wondered if her composure was genuine or a facade, performing an act of forgiveness as some form of a noble gesture. Anger and resentment surged within him, feeling as though his sister betrayed their clan, their mother, and him. He believed she was abandoning their pain, suffering, and sacrifices. It felt like she was disregarding everything he was feeling. He did not want to hurt his sister. His love for her surpassed everything. She was not just his sister, but also his twin, his other half. He just wanted her to be angry, just like him, and eager to get back at those who hurt them, the ones responsible for their pain and suffering. However, she diverged from this and discouraged his harshness, advocating for kindness. Her actions disgusted him, but he would never outright say it. They reached their new home, a two-story modest home in a quiet part of the village. The house had a large window with a blue awning on the left side. The entrance door is on the right side with two small Uchiha crests on each side. This is our new home, Fugaka said. They walked inside the house. There was a large living room with a kitchen. There was one bedroom on the first floor and no bathrooms. Upstairs there were 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Two-san, Kiyomi asked. Yes, Fugaka replied. Who is that? She said, pointing to Naobito, unaware of who this was. Fugaka smiled. That's your Ojaizen, he said. Oh, Ojaizen, she said, turning to face Naobito. She looked him up and down before running to him and hugging him. Ojaizen, she said, her voice full of enthusiasm. Naobito picked her up. You're beautiful. You look so much like your mother, he said, placing her back down. He'll be living with us for the time being, Fugaka said. Kiyomi, go to your room upstairs. It's the first one on the right. Sasuke, I need to talk to you. Kiyomi nodded and went upstairs, leaving Sasuke with the 2 older Uchiha. When you fought that man, you summoned something. Show us, Fugaka said. Sasuke formed a dog-shaped hand seal. Gyokukin Kan Divine Dog, he said. Sasuke's shadow started to extend. However, instead of 2 wolves, a large bipedal, werewolf-like creature arose from his shadow. The werewolf had black fur besides a white undercoat, feet, and forearms. It had a strange symbol on its forehead, similar to the 2 wolves, but this symbol seemed like a combination of the 2 ones before. The werewolf was also massive, almost standing the same height as Fugaku. However, the werewolf did not stay for long as it dematerialized as Sasuke collapsed to the floor, extremely exhausted. Fugaku caught him before he hit the ground and set him on the nearby couch gently. You said there were 2 before and 1 died, right? Naobito asked. Yes, Fugaku replied. There was one with black fur and the other with white. The white one was decapitated and died. If I remember correctly, that is an innate trait within the ability. If one of his Shikigami persists, its traits would be fused into a remaining one. Naobito said. Gyokukin Kan Divine Dog. Totality, I? The 2 waited until Sasuke regained consciousness. He woke up half an hour later. He opened his eyes to see his father and Nobito deep in a conversation. He sat upright on the couch, rubbing his head. "Here's some water, Sasuke," Fugaka said, giving his son a cup of water. Sasuke drank it in quick succession. Nobito spoke up. "You have a powerful technique, boy. A Kekiai Jinkai not seen in the Uchiha clan for over 100 years." Sasuke said nothing. "You've something on your mind, boy. Speak," Nobito said. He looked up at Nobito. "Will it help me kill that man?" he said. Nobito closed his eyes. "Possibly, but you're still too weak to use it to its fullest capabilities. That brat from earlier was right. You are too dreary." Sasuke clenched his fists, getting angry again. He was about to lash out, to unleash his fury and pain, but he felt a gentle touch on his shoulder. He looked up and saw his father's face, calm and sincere. "But you can be strong, Sasuke. I believe in you," Fugaka said softly. Sasuke blinked, stunned. Was this the same man who had always been cold and distant? Who never praised or comforted him? Who always compared him to Itachi? He felt something wet on his cheeks. Tears. He tried to wipe them away, to hide his vulnerability, but they kept falling. "I know you must hate me for letting your mother die. I hate myself too for not being strong enough. But she wouldn't want you to be like this. She'd want you to be strong, strong enough to look over your sister. You two may not get along, have fights, and have disagreements, but at the end of the day, she is your twin. As her brother, you must protect her," Fugaku continued. Sasuke's tears turned into sobs. He couldn't hold them back anymore. He couldn't hold anything back. He felt a wave of emotions crashing over him. Grief, guilt, anger, fear, love, longing. He felt them all, and he let them out. "I know I haven't been the best father, but I promise you from this point on, I will do everything in my power to protect you and your sister and make you two the strongest Uchiha. Even stronger than your brother," Fugaka said. "Do you understand me?" Sasuke nodded, unable to speak. He buried his face in his father's chest, feeling his warmth and his heartbeat. He hugged him tightly as if he was afraid to let him go. Fugaka smiled and wrapped his arms around his son. "I promise you, Ka-san, I will avenge you, and I'll protect Kiyomi," Sasuke thought. 7 years later, Uchiha compound. 7 years had passed since the Uchiha massacre, and the morning sun cast a warm glow upon the Uchiha residence. Sasuke stirred in his bed as the light pierced through the window curtains. Today marked the academy graduation, where he would become a genin and take one step closer to accomplishing his goals. He sat upright on his bed, pulling his covers back and slipping into his house shoes. He went outside his room and walked down the hall to his sister's room. "Kiyomi, wake up," he said, knocking on her door. He heard mumblings indicating she got up, so he carried on downstairs. He found Nobito on the couch, snoring loudly and drooling on the cushion. He reeked of sake and sweat. Sasuke ignored his grandfather and proceeded to the kitchen where his father, Fugaku, was engrossed in clan documents. Even with the compound rebuilt, there was a lot he needed to handle and plan for the future. Sasuke exchanged a nod with his father, a silent acknowledgement of the day's significance, and went to prepare a light breakfast. Sasuke had 3 eggs, a sausage, and toast with no jam. After his meal, he took a quick visit upstairs for his oral hygiene and skincare rituals. Returning to his room, Sasuke donned his new attire, examining his physical changes reflecting his growth and the passage of time. Examining himself in the mirror, he observed his sharper angles, facial features, and spiky, shortened hair. He wore a dark blue top with a high collar, buttons, and the red and white Uchiha crest. He also wore loose gray pants with black shinobi sandals. He stood an impressive height of 5 feet 9 inches, taller than most boys his age. Satisfied with his appearance, Sasuke grabbed his bag and headed to see if his sister was ready to leave. Before he could knock, the door creaked open, revealing a room transformed over the years. Posters adorned the walls, each showcasing Kiyomi's eclectic taste. There were Ichikaru ramen vouchers, homework, and empty boxes littered around. The room had an air of organized chaos, reflecting her vibrant personality. "Kiyomi, we're leaving," Sasuke called. The door opened wider, revealing an older Kiyomi. Her once childish features had given way to a graceful maturity, emphasized by the confident glint in her eyes. Her long black hair cascaded beyond her waist, framing her face and drawing attention to the Uchiha crest earrings. She wore a stylish ensemble, a black top paired with a dark blue skirt featuring straps over her shoulders. Two bands adorned each of her arms, and thigh-high black socks seamlessly connected to her black sandals. She stood at 5 feet 8 inches, quite tall for a girl her age. "Ototo-chan," Kiyomi exclaimed, embracing Sasuke in a tight hug. "Are you excited? Today is the day we become genin." "Yes, I know. Can you let go of me?" he asked, irritated. Kiyomi frowned as she released her brother. "Do you always have to be such a buzzkill? Can you try being a little more positive?" she said. Sasuke said nothing and headed downstairs with Kiyomi following him. They came across Naruto, still passed out and blissfully unaware of the world. "Looks like someone had a good time last night," Kiyomi remarked. Naruto snorted in his sleep, muttering something unintelligible. "Should we wake him?" she said, mischief in her eyes. Sasuke shook his head. "No, he'll be in a poor mood, and we don't have time to deal with his antics." As they were about to head out, their father came out from the kitchen. "Good morning, Tusan," Kiyomi said. "Do you know who our sensei is going?" she asked. Fugaku shook his head. "You will know who your sensei is after the exam. That is if you two are on the same team." Kiyomi got a little nervous. She had been expecting to be on the same team as Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as he also expected them to be on the same team. "Wait, so there's a chance Sasuke and I won't be on the same team?" she asked. "Yes, it is possible. Genin squads are typically constructed with to be well-rounded and versatile for any mission," he said. "Depending on your skill set, you may be a team with a sensor, medic, or even sealing-type shinobi. With the Sharingan, we are naturally better at taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Your teammates will be able to counter your deficiencies," Fugaku added. Kiyomi's head dropped. "Well, that's a bummer," she pouted. Fugaku smiled. "Don't worry. I believe whatever team you two are placed on, you'll do well and represent the Uchiha with pride." Kiyomi brightens up at her father's comments. "Hi, Tusan. We'll do our best," she said with a smile. The two departed their house, waving goodbye to their father, and journeyed to the academy. As they walked through the new compound, they spotted some Uchiha hanging around. There was Tekka, Yakumi, and Naka Uchiha, who were the other remaining Uchiha males outside of Fugaku, Naruto, and Sasuke. Naka married a female Uchiha survivor, Naori, and they had a son on the way. They were headed to the hospital. Tekka was getting ready to go on patrol. He was young and single, but he primarily worked in the Konoha military police force as a lieutenant. Yakumi, on the other hand, had married a village girl and moved away from the clan compound. This was due to an incident involving him and Sasuke, where Sasuke nearly beat him to death for trying to make a move on his sister when she was 13. As they headed towards the compound gate, they heard a familiar voice cry out to them. "Hey, Sasuke-chan, Kiyomi-chan." The twins turned around to see Izumi Uchiha, a 20-year-old with long brown hair going past her shoulder. She wore a long-sleeved, high-collared purple shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back, baggy blue pants, a shuriken hostler on her right leg, a red armband on her left arm, and a long purple fingerless glove that ran nearly the length of her arm. She also had on a Jonin flak jacket. "Izumi-chan," Kiyomi cried out, hugging her. "Off to the graduation exam, I assume," she said. "Yes," Sasuke replied. "Are you going to be our teacher, Izumi-senpai?" Izumi was one of the few remaining Uchiha who liked the twins. However, she was also avoided by the remaining clan members due to her close connection with Itachi. Luckily, not many villagers knew of her connection, so she avoided hate and glances from them. "Who knows?" she said playfully. "It was nice seeing you too, but I have a meeting to attend to. Good luck," Izumi said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. After they reached the gate of the clan compound, they spotted Hinata heading out as well. The Uchiha and Hyuga clan compound gates met at an intersection. Hinata was being escorted by branch members of the Hyuga clan. "Hey, Hinata-chan," Kiyomi called out, waving to her best friend. Hinata smiled and waved back to her friend. She also saw Sasuke give a brief wave towards her, causing her to blush and turn red. Sasuke was confused by this action, while Kiyomi just sighed. In a short while, they reached the academy gates and saw their classmates and parents crowding the entrance. Everyone was excited to finally become a real shinobi and take on missions. Sasuke stood still, looking at the entrance, bracing himself for the next steps in his journey. Kiyomi turned to her brother. "Are you ready, Sasuke?" she asked. Sasuke looked at her. "Yeah, let's become shinobi," he said, walking towards the entrance. Chapter 4. Konoha Ninja Academy. Okay, everyone, settle down. I know you're all excited to become genin, but I want to take some time for a few words of encouragement, Irika said. Regardless of how you do on the written and practical examinations, I want to say that I am proud to have been your teacher for these past years. Seeing your growth and development has been an amazing experience. Regardless, if you did not pass, don't worry. There will be more opportunities for you to become a genin in the future. With that out of the way, let's begin, Irika said before being interpreted by the opening of the classroom door. "I'm Hurt Iruka-sensei. How could you start without me?" a voice said. Irika turned to see a tall figure, standing at 5 feet 10 inches, wearing a pair of black glasses that hid his eyes. He wore a sleek, all-black outfit that accentuated his slender frame. His jacket had a high collar that fastened with a gold button and had a red swirl on the back. He wore loose black pants and black sandals. He kept his hands in his pockets, projecting a casual confidence. His white hair was spiky and unruly, contrasting with his dark attire. Irika sighed. "Naruto, I'm glad you decided to show up on time for once in your life. You're lucky. With the number of days you've missed, I should disqualify you from the exam. But since you've never missed an assignment, I'll let your previous transgressions slide. Now take a seat so we can begin," he said. The students snickered at Irika's comments and made fun of Naruto. "There is no way Naruto will pass the graduation exam. He's the dead last," they said. Naruto, upon hearing their comments, smiled and ignored them. "This will be fun." Naruto took an open seat next to Kiyomi. "Hey, Naruto, are you ready?" she asked. "I hope we get put on the same team. It would suck if I was with some randoms. I don't really know anyone else in the class." "Yeah, I'm ready," he said confidently. "But there's no need to worry. The teams have already been made." He put his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair. "Wait, what do you mean they've already been made?" Kiyomi asked. "Won't they make them after we take the exams?" Naruto chuckled. "Most of the students in here are clan heirs. I doubt any of the higher-ups or clan heads would allow them to fail. Even if they did fail, Irika-sensei would be pressured to overturn his decision." He leaned back in his seat. "It would bring shame to a clan's image if their heirs failed a measly academy graduation exam," he added. Kiyomi nodded at the logic, unsure of how to feel about this new revelation. Sasuke listened closely as well. He wasn't surprised by this, he just underestimated the power clans held in the village. "Quiet down, everyone. We will begin the written exam now. You'll have 1 hour to finish. You may start once you receive an exam," Irika said. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiyomi received a test and began. After 1 hour, Mizuki came around and collected the students' exams, placing them on a desk. "Okay, everyone, that concludes the written portion of the exam. Now we'll move on to the practical examination. We'll head outside for this portion," Irika said. Once the students made it outside, Irika told them what they would be doing. "We'll be doing a shuriken test and ninjutsu test. For the shuriken test, your goal is to hit as many wooden targets as you can. There will be 8 targets in total. For the ninjutsu test, you need to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, and the Hinge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu," Irika said. I believe you all, so make sure to do your best. Hi, Sensei, the student shouted. Naruto rolled his eyes. These were low-class, E-rank jutsus. These should be the bare minimum, not the bar. He couldn't do anything flashy with these, but maybe he could do something with the Henge no Jutsu. Naruto smiled. He had an idea. The students passed the shuriken test with ease. Sasuke got 8 out of 8, while Kiyomi got 7 out of 8. Next up was Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki stepped forth, Mizuki said. Irika held up a clipboard to write down his results. Naruto walked to the line with his hands in his pockets, cool and unfazed. You sure look smug for the dead last, Kiba called out. Naruto smiled, not turning towards him. You sure love to run your mouth for someone so weak, he said. Now be a good dog and sit. Kiba flinched at his comments, taken aback by his retort. He mumbled something unintelligible under his breath. Naruto, you may begin when ready, Irika said. Naruto picked up 2 shuriken and looked at the targets. There were 2 wooden posts with 4 targets on each. Time to show off a little, he thought. He put 1 in each hand and threw them at the targets. Oh, what are you doing? Kiba barked. You missed. I thought I'd told you to be a good dog and sit, Naruto responded. As the shuriken approached the targets, they suddenly shattered mid-air, separating into 8 individual blades and hitting all the targets. Everyone was stunned. How did he do that? What caused the shuriken to break? Sasuke's gaze lingered on Naruto, a contemplative expression crossing his face. There's more to him than meets the eye, he thought. Kiyomi watched Naruto's shuriken technique, a subtle gasp escaping her lips. Is he that skilled? Why hasn't he shown this off before? The conflicting thoughts swirled in her mind. With his back still turned, Naruto spoke. I'll say this once. I'm the strongest, and don't you forget that, he said. Naruto put his hands into his pockets and got back in line. Next was the ninjutsu test. Similar to the previous tests, the students passed with ease. A couple of students could only do 2, but 2 was the minimum. Naruto made 3 clones quite easily. Now on to the Henge no Jutsu, Naruto was up. As Naruto confidently stepped forward to perform the Henge no Jutsu, the air was filled with anticipation. His chakra flared up, and with a dramatic shout of Henge, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. When the smoke cleared, an older, more sophisticated Naruto stood before them, complete with a stylish button-up shirt and lowered glasses. Naruto, with a mischievous grin, playfully pointed at Irika. Irika-sensei, he teased, sending a ripple of amusement through the crowd. The girls in the class were struck dumb by his transformed appearance, unleashing a chorus of admiration and fangirl exclamations. Naruto-kun, you're so hot. Marry me. I want your babies, they enthusiastically shouted, their voices echoing through the air. Oh my, don't worry, ladies, I'm all yours, he responded. The fangirls shrieked even louder. Kiyomi's eyes fixated on Naruto's transformed figure, causing a pink tinge to appear on her cheeks. She felt her heart pounding with a mix of irritation and something she couldn't quite put her finger on. She averted her gaze, pretending not to care, but her fists betrayed her, clenching involuntarily. Meanwhile, Sasuke and the other male students exchanged incredulous glances, completely bewildered by Naruto's theatrics. Sasuke, sensing something amiss, turned to his sister Kiyomi, who was clenching her fists with an intensity he had never seen before. Kiyomi, are you all right? Sasuke inquired, concerned by the ominous aura emanating from his sister. Naruto, Kiyomi roared, her hair defying gravity as a massive tick mark formed on her forehead. She marched towards Naruto, looking like a goddess of death with her eyes set ablaze with fury. The atmosphere shifted as everyone turned to witness Kiyomi's wrath. Naruto, feeling a chill down his spine, quickly returned to his normal state. "Oh, relax. I'm just having some fun," he stammered, confused by her anger. Kiyomi, however, was having none of it. She stomped towards him. her rage reaching unprecedented levels. "What the hell are you doing?" she said. Naruto, for the first time in his life, felt genuine fear. Attempting to escape. Fae pleaded. Vuvuit Kiyomi-chan. It's just a joke, but it was too late. With lightning speed, Kiyomi grabbed him by the collar, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows that pounded him into the ground. The male classmates, witnessing the spectacle, felt a mix of sympathy and awe. The onslaught continued for what felt like an eternity, until Kiyomi finally relinquished her hold, leaving behind a bloodied and beaten Naruto in a crater. As the dust settled, Irika awkwardly announced, and that concludes the graduation exam. We'll take a short 30-minute break. When we come back, we'll hand out forehead protectors and team assignments to those who passed." Irika and Mizuki exchanged glances before picking up the broken Naruto and carrying him off to Konoha Hospital amid the stunned silence of the onlookers. Konoha Hokage's office. The Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sat behind his desk, gazing thoughtfully at the assembly of Jonin senseis standing before him. In this elite group lay the responsibility of sculpting and guiding the next generation of shinobi. Through the lens of Hiruzen's crystal ball, they observed the graduation exams unfold. The teams were already decided, a result of the Shinobi Council's heavy influence, manipulating connections and relationships. An attempt to halt Naruto from taking the exam had been swiftly quelled by Hiruzen himself. It annoyed Hiruzen how much involvement the Shinobi Council had when constructing the teams, using leverage to put certain students together. Hiruzen's eyes followed Naruto return to the class with an ice pack on his head. Naruto made the wise decision to sit away from Kiyomi after pulling his provocative stunt, and chose the open seat next to Shikamaru Nara. "Naruto, you always have to be the center of attention," as usual, Hiruzen thought. He cleared his throat. "Does anyone have questions or concerns regarding the team assignments?" "Hi, Hokage-sama," a young black-haired kunoichi with red eyes said. "Why pair the Uzumaki with the Uchiha? I understand tradition dictates he joins the team with the best male and female students due to him being dead last. But won't his presence stagnate their development?" Understanding her doubt, Hiruzen responded with a reassuring smile. "I appreciate your concerns, Kurenai, but rest assured, there's more to Naruto than meets the eye. With Kakashi as his teacher, he will be able to match their pace. Hopefully, they can keep up with him," he thought. Kakashi nodded in agreement. His assignment wasn't a surprise. The Uchiha twins were now under his watchful eye. Consideration for Izumi Uchiha had been dismissed due to her complex history with Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi, due to his possession of their formidable bloodline and superior skill, was deemed a better fit. The file on the Uchiha twins was pretty extensive. Naruto, however, remained an enigma. Perfect scores, yet an academy life marked by absence, naps, and a reluctance to showcase his abilities. Kakashi would have to figure out his sensei's son. "But Hokage-sama," a Jonin sensei with glasses began, their voice trailing off as they noticed Naruto staring at them through the crystal ball, offering a nonchalant wave. Hiruzen chuckled at the boy's actions. Naruto would surely him more pain and amusement as he continued as a ninja. "Well then, any more questions?" he inquired. Silence prevailed. Kakashi took a mental note of Naruto's detection skills. "Is he a sensor? I'll have to wait and see," he contemplated. Konoha Ninja Academy. Shikamaru stared at Naruto with confusion as he saw him wave at the ceiling corner. "Are you good? I think you got hit too hard in the head," he said. It's nothing. Don't worry about it," Naruto said, getting comfortable in his seat. "Man, what a drag," Shikamaru thought to himself. Irika and Mizuki returned with a box full of forehead protectors. "If you hear your name called, come to the front and retrieve a Hittai-8. For those who did not receive one, make sure to come to class tomorrow to learn about future opportunities," Irika said. Once all the forehead protectors were distributed, Irika began to listen out to the teams. He finally reached Naruto's team. "Next is Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Kiyomi Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha. Your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hitaki, he said. The new team had varied reactions. Naruto smiled. He was glad to have strong teammates. Kiyomi fidgeted in her seat, feeling awkward after pummeling Naruto. Sasuke had a neutral face. Part of him was glad Kiyomi was on the team, but he knew how annoying she and Naruto could be when they were together. No, were the simultaneous shouts from both Naruto and Sasuke fangirls. Hinata looked at where Sasuke was sitting. So, I'll be in a different team from Sasuke-kun, she thought. Next is Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Your Jonin sensei is Kurinai Yuhi, he continued. Team 9 is already in commission. Next is Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Your Jonin sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Irika finished. This is going to be troublesome, Shikamaru said. Naruto slapped Shikamaru's shoulder. Oh, lighten up, Shikamaru. Your sensei is cool, he said. And how would you know? Shikamaru retorted. Smo, triste-moi. Why have I ever let you down? Naruto said with a grin. Shikamaru sighed. I want to reiterate how proud I am of you all and your resilience to make it to this next step, Irika said with a smile. Do your best, trust your teammates, and never give up. Your Jonin senseis should be arriving at any moment. I wish you the best of luck, he finished. Irika, Mizuki, and the students who failed the graduation exam left the classroom. After a few minutes, two Jonin entered the classroom together. There was a black-haired Kunoichi, Kurinai Yuhi, with red eyes that had a ring in them. She had fair skin and a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. On top of this was a white material that resembled bandages with a rose thorn pattern on it. Her hands and upper thighs were wrapped in bandages as well, and she wore a Konoha forehead protector with black shinobi sandals. The second Jonin was a man Naruto knew well. He was a tall man with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. He wore a standard Konoha ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled halfway up, a Jonin flak jacket, forehead protector, and black sandals. He had a sash tied around his waist with the kanji for fire, a pair of black bangles, and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. This was Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Team 8, come with me, Kurinai said before leaving with her team. Shino said nothing and followed his sensei. Hinata waved goodbye to Kiyomi, and Kiba, along with Akamaru, started down Naruto as they exited the room. Team 10, I'm your sensei. Let's head out and grab some barbecue, Asuma said. Choji got excited, Shikamaru groaned, and Ino was still struggling with the fact that she didn't get on a team with a cute boy. Yo, Naruto, Asuma called out to the white-haired boy. Jo Asuma. Naruto turned toward Shikamaru. See, Shikamaru, I told you. Shikamaru just rolled his eyes. How does he know Naruto? Sasuke thought. So, you're friends with two of my genin? Guess I'll have to take them seriously, Asuma said with a grin. Naruto grinned. Yeah, don't hold back on them, he said, putting his arm around Shikamaru. Especially on this guy. This is going to be even more troublesome than I thought, Shikamaru contemplated. Good luck waiting on your sensei. He's notorious for being late, Asuma said. Sweat tickled down Naruto's face. You're joking, right? He said. Asuma just laughed before leaving with Team 10. It had been an hour since Asuma had left, and their sensei still hadn't shown up. All the other Jonin senseis had picked up their new teams. Team 7 was the only one left in the room. Arg, what's taking him so long? We've been sitting here for over an hour, Kiyomi said, pacing back and forth. Sasuke was reading a book, preoccupying himself until their new sensei arrived. From the corner of his eye, he observed his sister, but he also noticed Naruto fake sleeping on the desk. This was odd, as typically, Kiyomi and Naruto would be talking Sasuke's ear off. But they hadn't said a word to each other since earlier. The way they were acting was childish and started to annoy Sasuke. He generally stays out of others' conflicts, but this was distracting him from reading. He put his book down and looked at them. We should spend this time getting to know each other better. It'll help when we start taking missions. What about waiting for our sensei? What if he shows up when we're gone? Kiyomi asked. That's his fault for showing up late, Sasuke replied. He turned towards Naruto. Naruto, are you coming with us? Naruto lifted his head from the desk and looked at the Uchiha. Sure, this was getting boring anyway, he said as he stood up. They headed outside into the village, looking for something to do. Konoha Marketplace. As they strolled through the streets of Konoha, passing various shops and stalls, Sasuke couldn't help but observe his teammates. The trio chatted occasionally, but Sasuke noticed a lack of interaction between Naruto and Kiyomi, their unspoken tension still lingering in the air. The trio eventually passed by Amiguruma, a popular sweet shop in the village. Amiguruma, Kiyomi said, reading the entrance sign. I've heard about this place. Supposedly, they've got the best dango in the land of fire. Oh, is that true? Naruto said, getting intrigued. He had never been here before. Yep, it's pretty popular, she replied. It doesn't seem too busy right now, Naruto said. You want to go? Their line doesn't seem too long. Yeah, it's not long, but sadly I don't have any money with me, she said, pouting. I can pay for you, Naruto offered. Are you sure? Kiyomi asked hesitantly. I can pay you back. Naruto waved his hand. No need, I'll pay. It'll be my treat, he said with a smile. Sasuke decided to head to a bookstore a few blocks down. Come find me once you're done, he said, leaving Naruto and Kiyomi at the shop entrance. The two entered the shop, becoming next in line. As they waited in line, Kiyomi sensed eyes on her, watching and whispering. It wasn't the usual glances she received as the daughter of the Uchiha clan head. She was accustomed to prying eyes, both friendly and hostile. But this was different. The hate, fear, and disgust radiating from these eyes was massive. The weight of this negativity was becoming unbearable. She was about to ask Naruto if he felt it too when a villager approached him. Look, it's the demon brat, the older man sneered. I don't want you here. You need to leave now. I don't remember asking for your opinion. Trash. Get out of my way, or I'll move you, Naruto retorted coldly. Confused by the sudden hostility, Kiyomi attempted to intervene. Naruto, I think we should… Did you hear me, demon? I said get out, the villager interrupted, noticing Kiyomi beside Naruto. Oh, it seems the demon has a bit… Suddenly, the man's nose started bleeding profusely. Blood flew out, and Kiyomi, perplexed, saw Naruto seemingly unaffected. The blood was suspended in the air and clumped together as it hit a wall. It did not touch Naruto. I thought I told you to move, Naruto said, grabbing the man by the face and slamming him into the ground. He then put his hands in his pockets and placed his foot on the man's face. A crowd had formed from the commotion, met with the daunting sight of Naruto standing over the man. Everyone was both applauded and frightened. Naruto's showcase of power, strength, and speed left them in awe and terror. You don't look too great, Naruto said, stepping down harder. Apologize, he demanded. PPLE's I am accessory, the man sobbed. Come on, I didn't hear you, Naruto said manically, applying even more force. The villager screamed out in pain as his face was being flattened. A young girl emerged from the crowd. "To-san," she cried out. Kiyomi, noticing the distressed girl, tugged at Naruto's sleeves, causing him to turn towards her. As he looked into her eyes, worry and concern were visible. Naruto removed his foot from the man. The young girl raced to her father, crying and calling for medical aid. Naruto walked out of the shop with Kiyomi following, but her eyes were focused on the sight of the bloodied man and the crying girl. As they were leaving, the shop owner emerged from the back of the counter and approached them. "Wait," she cried out, causing them to turn around. "I want to apologize for this customer's actions. Please accept this as a token of forgiveness," she said, bowing frantically. With sincerity in her voice, she handed 2 boxes of dango to them. Naruto said nothing, his expression unreadable as he took a box. Kiyomi bowed back, a mix of gratitude and unease in her eyes as she accepted the other box. The young girl continued to weep by her father's side, and Kiyomi couldn't shake the heaviness in her chest as they left the scene. Outside the shop, the two ate their dango in silence. Kiyomi looked over at Naruto, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, but she could sense shame and guilt emanating from his face. She decided to break the silence. Hey, and Naruto, she said. Naruto looked up from his dango box. Kiyomi fidgeted with her hands. I want to apologize for hitting you earlier. I don't know what possessed me, she said. Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You don't have to apologize. I was trying to have some fun, but I might have overdone it, he said. They briefly locked eyes before returning to their dango. Kiyomi spoke up again. Naruto, why did that man call you a demon? Because he hates me, Naruto replied. Yes, but why? Did you do anything to him? She asked. Naruto put his dango down and turned towards her. Do you know what happened to the village 14 years ago? Kiyomi pondered before answering. I believe the village was attacked by something. Yes, it was attacked by the Kyuubi, he said. The giant fox with 9 tails, she said. Yes, that's the one. The Kyuubi attacked the village, destroying many homes and buildings. Many people, shinobi and civilians, died that night. Even the 4th Hokage. However, before the Kyuubi killed him, the 4th sealed the beast inside a newborn infant to save the village, he said, taking a pause. I was that newborn infant. Kiyomi's eyes widened at this revelation. So, that's why everyone was staring at you, calling you a demon and monster, she said. But why did you attack him? He didn't hurt you. Naruto took a long pause before he spoke. When I turned 4 years old, I was kicked out of the orphanage and had to defend myself for a long time, he said. Someone must have leaked my status to the people, because before then, no one treated me poorly, without any reason. But after I got kicked out, everyone seemed to hate me. Everywhere I went, the villagers would call me names, throw garbage at me, and beat me. They would raise the prices in their shops and block me from entering their stores altogether. I had to fend for myself, getting what I could and barely making it by. They hated me, and I learned to hate them back. These weak and pathetic people would blame a child for so much death and destruction. To be such a coward that you would take your pain out on someone who couldn't defend themselves. Naruto laughed. This village loves to preach about the will of fire and all that other crap. It's a bunch of nonsense. Why should the strong risk their lives for the weak who care nothing for them? He finished. Kiyomi thought on his words for a moment. I can see why you acted like you did, but I still don't understand why. Naruto, you don't need to be like them, full of hate and anger. She paused, looking at Naruto with a smile. You've always been there for me, supporting and caring. That's what makes you the coolest person I know. Naruto's eyes widened at her comments. Her words stirred lingering thoughts that had been long forgotten. If I have the time to hate someone, I'd rather spend it thinking about those precious to me, she said. Forgiving people isn't necessarily a bad thing. Naruto remained silent, his mind processing her words. A brief pause hung in the air, filled with the weight of his thoughts. It felt like an eternity for Naruto, but only a couple of seconds had passed in the outside world. After a brief moment, he looked at her. Maybe, he said, his tone thoughtful. Let's find Sasuke. Hopefully, our sensei has arrived. He stood up, putting his hands back in his pockets. Let's go, Kiyomi. Hi, she said, smiling. What's funny? He asked. You, she said, flicking his forehead. Ow, what was that for? He said, rubbing his forehead. Oh, nothing, she said. Just making sure you're still you. The two walked away from the shop, the atmosphere lighter, as they teased each other and had a carefree conversation. Unbeknownst to them, behind a curtain, sitting down in the shop was their Jonin sensei, Kakashi Hitaki. The joys of being young and in love. How sweet, he thought. He flipped to the next page of his favorite book, giggling like a child every so often. They eventually found Sasuke. He was paying for his book after he handed the cashier the money, and he walked up to them. It seems you two settled your differences. You were starting to get more annoying than usual, he said. Kiyomi blushed slightly at his comments, a tinge of pink spreading across her cheeks. Let's head back. Hopefully, our sensei is there, Sasuke said, walking in the direction of the academy. We're too far away. I don't want to walk back, Kiyomi said. How else are we supposed to get back? Sasuke said. You two are in luck as I am on your team, Naruto said, striking a pose. Sasuke looked at Naruto. What are you talking about? He asked. I can get us back to the academy in a few short seconds, Naruto replied. I just need you two to touch me. Kiyomi placed her hand on Naruto's right shoulder. Come on, Sasuke, she said. I don't buy it. Also, why are you just going to believe what he says? Sasuke said. I don't want to walk back, and if he says he's got a way to get there in seconds, I'm all in, she replied. I'm hurt. Sasuke, I'm your best friend, Naruto said, fake crying. I would never trick you. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Yeah, sure. He did not trust Naruto. Come on, Sasuke. I won't bite, Naruto pleaded. TCH, Sasuke said. He had a feeling he was going to regret this. He put his hand on Naruto's right shoulder. See, that wasn't so bad, Naruto said. Sasuke closed his eyes. Just hurry up. You may experience a slight discomfort or your body may get ripped apart and you'll die slowly. This is my first time doing it with other people, Naruto admitted. What? The twins yelled. Here goes, he said. Wait, Naru, Sasuke said, but it was too late. Naruto clasped his hands together and the three vanished from their position. A short few moments later, they appeared in their classroom. See, that wasn't so bad, Naruto said until he saw Sasuke throwing up in a trash can while Kiyomi rushed to find another bin. She frantically rushed to the door, trying to find a place to empty her guts. Just as she reached the door, it slid open, revealing a tall man with gravity-defying, silverly white hair, a mask covering most of his face, and a Konoha forehead protector covering his left eye. Joe, I'm your new Jonin sensei. Sorry about the wait. A black cat crossed my path. Before he could finish a sentence, throw up shot out towards Kakashi, getting all over his body and hair. Kiyomi wanted to apologize, but moved past the still Kakashi, confused about what was happening as she continued on her journey to find a trash bin. Kakashi scanned the room through his visible eyes, slapping off chunks of dango from his clothes. He saw Sasuke in the corner, hurling his lunch in the corner, and Naruto laughing at him, hunched over and holding his stomach. This group was going to be interesting, he thought as he picked up some dango in his hair. Konoha Ninja Academy roof. After everyone got cleaned up, the team met on the roof for proper introductions. Kakashi had his hand on his chin, standing before the three genin who were seated on the steps. How should I put this? He closed his eyes. As for my first impressions of you guys, well, I hate you. Hey, don't blame us. You should have moved out of the way, Naruto said. Man, I wish I could have got a picture of that. It was glorious, he said. Sasuke and Kiyomi said nothing as they sat trembling, holding their stomachs, still feeling the effects of Naruto's teleportation. Kakashi observed his new team. He had heard a lot about the Uchiha twins. Kiyomi was vibrant and cheerful while her twin was more stoic, calm, and rational. However, he observed that Sasuke could be rather aloof and distant from people. It was hard to get a good read on him. He'd have to spend more time with the two of them for proper analysis. And lastly, there was Naruto Uzumaki. He looked at the white-haired boy with dark glasses. For those who knew Minato, it was easy to see that Naruto was his son. They had the same facial and body structure. The only difference was hair color. Not much was known about Naruto besides the typical. His profile was that of a loudmouth, arrogant, and bashful kid who made fun of everyone. However, information regarding his abilities and skills was limited. Heck, Kakashi couldn't even find out why Naruto wore those glasses. Kakashi never saw his eyes, and this piqued his interest. What was Naruto hiding underneath them? Anyway, why don't you introduce yourselves? He asked. Say your likes, dislikes, dreams, and hobbies. Why don't you go first, Sensei? Kiyomi said. Well, I'm Kakashi Hitaki. My likes are my likes. My dislikes are my dislikes. My dreams for the future. Kakashi trailed off. As hobbies, I have a few. Weird old man, Sasuke thought. He didn't say anything besides his name, Kiyomi thought. Naruto just smiled. Now you guys are up, Kakashi said. We'll start with you, he said, pointing to Kiyomi. My name is Kiyomi Uchiha. My likes are my family and close friends. I don't dislike anything really, but my dream is to support my family and represent my clan to the best of my abilities. As for hobbies, I like to eat ramen, watch sunsets, and hang out with friend, Kiyomi said. That's nice, Kakashi said, giving her a nice smile. Okay, for eyes, you're next. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like candy, cakes, dangos, and anything sweet. It helps stimulate my brain. As for dislikes, I hate cowards and the weak, he said. As for hobbies, don't have any. I'm too good at anything I pick up. But my dreams. Naruto paused for a moment, his gaze drifting to the horizon. I don't have any dreams. Who needs them? He said, regaining his normal attitude. The only thing that matters is strength. Kakashi observed Naruto closely, sensing there was more beneath the surface. He could see a flicker of something in Naruto's eyes, a hidden pain that contradicted the cheerful exterior. This boy, he's seen more than he lets on. Kakashi thought. He knew Naruto was an orphan, similar to him, and experienced hardships. At least Kakashi had his father for the beginning of his life. He couldn't imagine the loneliness Naruto dealt with. Kakashi decided to share a piece of his own experience. You know, Naruto, even in a world filled with pain and suffering, connections with others can be a source of strength, Kakashi said, his tone carrying a hint of understanding. Sometimes, it's the bonds we form that give us the strength to face the darkness. Naruto looked at Kakashi, his eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and yearning. Kakashi continued, you don't have to navigate this world alone. As you grow, you'll meet people who will care about you and who will be there for you. These people can be invaluable and lift you your lowest moments, so don't underestimate the power of having close ones. Naruto's facade wavered for a moment, and then, with a determined smile, he shrugged off the sentiment. Yeah, I get it. Friends and loved ones are important, yada, yada. Kakashi gave him a nice smile at him. I guess he isn't all jokes after all, Sasuke thought. Naruto, she thought. Well, Kakashi said, clasping his hands together, breaking the tension. You're next, Emo. Kiyomi let a laugh escape her lips. Hi, Emo. Naruto joined in on her laughter as well. Sasuke ignored them. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like rice, chicken, and ginger. I dislike red bell peppers, he said. That was random, Naruto thought. Kiyomi facepalmed. He couldn't have thought of anything better to say. Noted, Kakashi thought. For my hobbies, I like to read. But my dream, he said, taking a more serious tone. No, my goal is to avenge my clan and to kill a certain man. I assumed Kakashi thought. Kiyomi lowered her head. Naruto nodded his head in approval. Okay then, that was nice. It's good that we all know each other. Hopefully, you three will be good friends after getting sent back to the academy, he said, his tone carrying an air of nonchalance. Wait, what do you mean, sensei? Kiyomi asked, her confusion evident. Didn't passing the graduation exam make us genin? Sasuke and Naruto exchanged intrigued glances, equally puzzled. You're technically not genin. The graduation exam is just to sort out those with the potential. Your Jonin sensei has the final say on whether or not you become an official genin. You three will have a survival test to determine if you'll be on my squad. Kakashi explained, a hint of mystery in his tone. If you fail, you'll be sent back to the academy and have to try again to become a genin. There's no way. You have to be joking, Kiyomi said nervously. Kakashi shook his head. So, with that all said, meet me at Training Ground 7 at 5 in the morning. Also, you'd best skip breakfast. Otherwise, you'll throw up. Bye, Kakashi added before vanishing in a poof of smoke, leaving an air of mystery behind him. Well, this will be fun, Naruto said, getting up from the steps. I'd recommend you two to ignore his advice. What makes you sure, Naruto? Kiyomi asked. Sasuke chimed in. He was messing with us. Also, he was 3 hours late today. What makes you think he'll be there at 5 in the morning? Oh, I see, she said. I'm off, Naruto said. Do you want me to drop you two off at home? No, the twins replied, still feeling the effects of his teleportation. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Suit yourself, it's your loss, he said. He clasped his hands and vanished, leaving behind a small ripple. It was almost as if he was being sucked away by some invisible force. Let's go, Kiyomi, Sasuke said to his sister. Kiyomi nodded and followed him home, worried about if she could pass the test. Chapter 5. Konoha Training Ground 7, 8 a.m. in the morning. Kakashi was crouched down in some bushes overlooking the field. He had been waiting since 5 a.m. for his team to arrive, but no one had shown up. His statement of starting that earlier was a ruse. He wanted to see if these genin possessed the ability to see underneath the underneath. It was a good plan, however. He probably should have shown up on time yesterday, so it wasn't so obvious that he was messing with them. He heard voices approaching from the distance. He peeked through some foliage and saw the Uchiha twins walking to the open field. Kiyomi was messing with her brother, while Sasuke paid her no mind and was locked into his book. Kakashi did not see or sense the white-haired boy. Kakashi sighed. What a shame. He had heard Naruto had so much potential but never applied himself. Little did Kakashi know, Naruto sat half a kilometer away, watching his sensei and the Uchiha. Kakashi decided that it was time to reveal himself and begin the exam. He walked over to the two with a casual stride. He tilted his head and raised an eyebrow as he asked, I see you two finally showed up. Now, where's Naruto? Kiyomi glanced around nervously, looking for a friend. She shrugged and said, I don't know, sensei. We haven't seen him since yesterday. We'll have to begin without him, Kakashi said, pulling out 2 bells from his back pocket. He held them up and jingled them slightly, making them shine in the morning sun. Your objective is to take these bells from me before noon. When you hear that alarm go off, he pointed to an alarm clock on top of a wooden post. Come back here. Any questions? Sensei, why are there only 2 bells? Kiyomi asked. Kakashi, I smiled at her. For those who fail to get a bell before noon, you will be sent back to the academy. If you two can get these bells, you'll have passed, but since Naruto isn't here, he'll be sent back to the academy, he said. However, that doesn't mean you automatically pass. He clipped the bells on his left hip and crossed his arms. Whoever gets a bell before noon passes, but if only one you do, the other will be sent back along with Naruto. Kiyomi looked nervous. She wanted to become a genin, but she didn't want to be sent back to the academy, nor did she want Naruto or her brother. She looked over at Sasuke, studying his reaction. Sasuke had a neutral expression. He didn't like Naruto, but he also didn't want him to be sent back to the academy. It was Naruto's fault as he did not show up, but Sasuke had this unnerving feeling in his gut. As much as he hated to admit it, he didn't want Kiyomi to be sent back either. He met his sister's gaze and nodded slightly, indicating that they would work together. Kakashi, satisfied with their reactions, continued. Come at me with the intent to kill. You may use traps, shuriken, kunai, or whatever you may like. We'll begin on my mark. Sasuke put his book away and assumed a ready position. He felt a rush of adrenaline and determination. He was determined to acquire those bells. Kiyomi gulped, then positioned herself as well. She felt both nervous and scared, but she was ready at the same time. She was going to get a bell. Ready, go, he spoke. The twins vanished from their previous spot and took refuge in the forest. Good. It is essentially for a shinobi to conceal their presence and hide effectively, Kakashi thought. They're hidden pretty well. Now, what's your next move? While he waited for them to attack, Kakashi pulled out his favorite book, Aika Paradise, and began to read it. He giggled like a schoolgirl as he flipped through the pages. Oh, so you're a pervert, eh? Naruto thought, laughing out loud to himself. He focused his attention back on the Uchiha twins. I wonder what they'll do. He hoped they would put up a good fight. From a tree overlooking the field, there perched Sasuke and Kiyomi, looking at their sensei, giggling to himself. "What's he doing?" Kiyomi whispered. She felt confused, irritated, and insulted. Was he mocking them? "He's reading and has his guard down," Sasuke said, looking at his sister. "Let's make a plan of attack before we jump down. We can't beat him one-on-one without a strategy." Kiyomi nodded as they devised a plan to take the bells from their sensei. Kakashi stood in the middle of the field, still reading with a hand in his pocket. That was until a storm of shuriken was flung towards him from within the forest. He dodged the shuriken with ease, grabbing two with his free hand and spinning them on his fingers as he continued to read. Behind him, he heard a poof and saw from the corner of his eye Kiyomi standing by the river weaving the dragon, tiger, and hair-hand seal. A C-rank water release technique? Naruto mused. Water release? That's odd, especially for a Uchiha, Kakashi thought, intrigued by her unusual elemental affinity. As he watched Kiyomi, he heard feet touch the ground behind him. He turned to see Sasuke finishing the hand seals for a fire release technique. Attacking me at the same time, smart. He was impressed by their strategy and coordination. Suetun, Mizurappa, water release. Wild water wave, Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Fireball Jutsu, they shouted. A wave of water spewed out of Kiyomi's mouth, headed towards Kakashi, and on the other side, a giant stream of fire was headed towards him as well. He jumped out of the way as the two attacks collided with one another, causing a cloud of steam to envelope the field. A diversion? Kakashi thought. He sensed a presence behind him and turned around, catching a punch headed for his face. Upon impact, the steam dispersed oddly. Sasuke was confused. He wasn't that strong, and the steam should have stayed for longer. That was good, using the steam as a cover. I wouldn't have expected anything less from the Uchiha clan, he said, praising Sasuke. He smiled and looked down at Sasuke, making contact with the boy's two-tomo Sharingan. Two-tomo, Kakashi said. He was impressed that Sasuke had been able to awaken the clan's dojutsu and reach this stage at a young age. As he was preoccupied with Sasuke, he felt a presence running behind him, trying to grab the bells. "Good try, but you're too slow," he said. Using his other arm, he blocked Kiyomi's advancing hand. Kakashi attempted to jump away and reposition himself. However, he realized he couldn't move. He looked down to see a purple tongue holding his leg. "What is this?" Kakashi looked to his left, and his surprise saw a green, human-sized toad with marks around its eyes and a strange symbol on its stomach, outstretching its tongue. "Oh, this is interesting," Naruto thought. "A toad shikigami that allows him to restrain opponents." He smiled. "You keep getting more and more interesting." Sasuke. Kiyomi grabbed the bells. Sasuke shouted using his free hand to grab Kakashi's arm. Kiyomi reached out her hand, grasping her fingers on the bells and taking them. She felt a surge of joy and relief. "I got them," she said. However, before she could celebrate, the bells disappeared with a poof. She felt a shock and confusion. "What? So close, but not bad," Kakashi said sarcastically before disappearing with a poof and turning into a log. Naruto put his hand on his chin. "Our sensei is crafty. He used Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, to replace himself and bells with a clone and log." The twins looked around for him, but they couldn't find him. They felt a mix of frustration and fear. "Where did he go?" Kiyomi said. "Down here," a voice cried out from under the earth. A hand popped out and grabbed Kiyomi by the leg. She felt panic and tried to kick the leg away, but the grip was too strong. "Wa! Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu," Kakashi said, pulling her down into the ground, leaving only her head visible. "An assassination type, Jutsu," Naruto commented. "It traps the opponent and leaves an opening for interrogation or decapitation." "Arg, I can't move," she said, trying to move her submerged body. "So, Sasuke, what will you do now? You should probably just give up." It won't be long before it's noon, Kakashi said, jumping out of the ground. Tsh, Sasuke said. He dissolved the toad back into the shadows. He made a hand seal resembling a bird. New. Sasuke's shadow started to expand and take shape, revealing a large owl-like creature with orange feathers and a white mask-like skull. It had large wings, 2 sets of talons, and human-like teeth. Naruto smiled. So that's how his technique works. He can summon unique Shikigami using his shadow as a medium. They can aid him in battle. It looks like he can summon up to 10, all with unique abilities. I wonder what else he can do with this. Another one of those creatures. I'm assuming it's made out of his chakra. Kakashi thought. He was amazed and curious by Sasuke's shadow technique. Sasuke rushed at Kakashi, throwing a barrage of kicks and punches while Nu flew at Kakashi, trying to snag the bells. Kakashi avoided the creature's swan dives, moving his head and body out of its way. Sasuke went for a sweep kick, but Kakashi jumped back into the river behind him. I got you now, Sasuke said, making a one-handed seal with index and little finger extended and the ring and middle finger held down by his thumb. Nu. Inazumajeki lightning strike. Nu's wings started to conduct purple lightning and it dived towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. Nu divided into the water, discharging its electricity into the river, stunning Kakashi. Kakashi cried out in pain before falling over, face first, onto the surface. Sasuke panted. He was exhausted from using the Sharingan and his Shikigami in tandem. He released Nu, deactivated his Sharingan, and walked over to Kakashi's floating body. He wasn't dead, just unconscious. He felt triumphant. He had done it. He had beaten their sensei. Just as Sasuke was about to pick up the bells, the body disappeared with a poof. Wait, another clone, Sasuke said, looking around frantically as he tried to pinpoint Kakashi. Sasuke, behind you, the head of Kiyomi shouted. That was good, but sadly not good enough, Kakashi said as he appeared behind Sasuke and kicked him into a tree. Sasuke hit the tree hard, getting the wind knocked out of him. He struggled to get back up, and just as he did, the alarm clock went off, signifying the end of the exam and their failure. Sasuke was on his knees and slammed the ground, disappointed in himself. Kiyomi lowered her eyes. You two put on a good show, but unfortunately you didn't get the bells, Kakashi said. He looked at Sasuke and Kiyomi with a serious and stern expression. He wanted to teach them a lesson and make them reflect on their mistakes. But with that, you... Pass right? A voice spoke. Everyone turned toward the voice's direction. They were shocked to see Naruto with the bells in his hand. So we pass right, Naruto said, dangling the bells in front of the shell-shocked Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi. I got the bells. Kakashi looked down at his hip, still seeing the bells. He was amused at Naruto's confidence, but the boy still had much to learn. He picked up and held them, but not for long, as they disappeared with a poof. How did you, eh? Kakashi said, flabbergasted. Snag these? Naruto replied, his grin widening. Caught you off guard in the steam and chaos. Swipe the bells right from under your nose. I replaced them as I wanted to see your fight carry on a little longer. That's why the steam cleared so fast, Sasuke thought. Wow, Naruto, I knew you were smart, but not this smart, Kiyomi thought. But how far away were you? And how did you slip in and out unnoticed? Kakashi inquired, leaning casually against a tree. Ah, Sensei, a true shinobi never spills secrets prematurely. Perhaps I'll let you in on a mystery one day, he said, grinning playfully. And speaking of mysteries, your reputation precedes you, Kakashi Hitaki, the infamous copycat ninja. Kakashi's posture straightened, his visible eye narrowing in response. Kiyomi and Sasuke exchanged curious glances, intrigued by the reference to Kakashi as a copycat ninja. You're quite the enigma, Naruto, Kakashi mused. His interest in him deepened, knowing there was more to uncover about his skills and psyche. He needed to get a good read on the boy. It wasn't going to be good if he didn't know how Naruto reacted to certain situations. Kakashi pushed these thoughts aside. You would have ample time to figure out how the boy clicked. It's going to be interesting as I discover what other tricks you've got up your sleeve. Kiyomi's eyes widened from his last comments. Wait, so are you saying we pass? Kakashi gave her a thumbs up. I wanted the objective of this test to be for you three to work together as a team. The bell was a decoy to make you be at each other's throats, but that didn't happen. Partially due to you being siblings, and also because Naruto did not join you this morning. You two pass because of your teamwork, while Naruto passes because he got a bell. Kiyomi and Sasuke couldn't help but breathe a collective sigh of relief, while Naruto simply tossed the bells back to Kakashi in a carefree manner. Naruto strolled over to where Kiyomi's head protruded from the earth. I'm here to save you, Kiyomi, he announced with a grin. Leaning down, he teasingly asked, Are you crying? Kiyomi's frustration turned into pure indignation. I'm not crying, she snapped, determinedly trying to free herself. Where the hell were you? We were fighting for our lives trying to pass, and you were just watching. Naruto chuckled. Didn't I already tell you? The teams were already made. You weren't going to fail. The only one here who could have failed was me. The higher-ups and clan heads despise me. Will you shut up about that? I was fighting with everything I had, she retorted, irritation etched across her face. I didn't have time to think. They went back and forth until Kakashi intervened with a sigh. Will you stop arguing like an old married couple? As much as I enjoy your camaraderie, I have something to show you three. So, Naruto, help her up and follow me, he said, turning and walking in the opposite direction. They exchanged glances before Naruto pulled Kiyomi from the ground. Sasuke noticed that Naruto didn't grab Kiyomi's shirt, but just put his hand on her head. Strangely, the rocks seemed to levitate around them. He kept this to himself and walked in the direction of Kakashi. After a fair bit of walking, they reached a memorial stone in the middle of the clearing. Look at this. There are many names engraved into this stone, Kakashi said with his back facing them. Many shinobi have died, and many more will. You did get the bells, but the purpose of this exam was to show you the importance of teamwork. In every mission, you put your line on the line. Yes, a ninja must indeed develop their skills individually, but teamwork is much more important, especially for you genin. Kakashi turned towards them. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are called scum. That is true, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Remember this as we begin our journey as Team 7. He gave them a thumbs up. We start missions tomorrow. I'll walk with you back home. The genin nodded and followed Kakashi back to the Leaf Village. As Team 7 made their way back to the village, the high sun painted the sky in warm hues, casting long shadows across the familiar streets of Konoha. They made their way through the streets and could barely see the entrance gates of the Uchiha compound. Kakashi led the way, reading his book as his team conversed amongst themselves. Wait, Sensei, let's stop here, Naruto said, turning toward Sasuke. I've got something to say. Kakashi, lifting an eyebrow in mild confusion, nodded, indicating that Naruto had the floor. Sasuke, why did you hold back? Naruto's voice was direct, filled with curiosity. The sudden question left everyone momentarily stunned. Kiyomi was the first to speak up. What do you mean he held back? Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Sasuke. When I watched you two fight Kakashi-sensei, something felt off. Sasuke has the potential to surpass Itachi, but the way he fought was just average. Tension filled the air as the mention of Itachi and any comparison to him was a sore topic that affected the twins differently. Kakashi, sensing the undercurrents, observed quietly. Naruto brings up an interesting point. Kiyomi's confusion was visible as she turned to Kakashi. Is this true, Sensei? Kakashi nodded, his one visible eye assessing his team's dynamics. I agree with Naruto. I expected more. I did mention to come at me with the intent to kill. Sasuke interjected, but Sensei, trying to kill you would be irresponsible. Our goal was to work as a team. Kakashi acknowledged, yes, teamwork is crucial. However, understanding each other's capabilities is equally important. Just because I stress teamwork doesn't mean you shouldn't bring out your best in every situation. Naruto grinned. Sasuke, I know what your problem is. It's your mindset. You don't know how to bring out your best, do you? Sasuke, visibly irritated, retorted, What? You think I'm not giving it my all? Naruto's tone slightly shifted, but still laced with playfulness. I'm not saying you aren't giving it your all. I'm saying you can't. Take, for example, the bell test. Why let Kiyomi go for a bell instead of chasing one yourself? If she had succeeded, and I did too, you would have failed. Did you want her to pass, even though you'd fail? That's a noble attitude. Kiyomi chimed in, but Kakashi-sensei emphasized the importance of teamwork. Wasn't that the point of the test? True. Teamwork is well suited for the average shinobi, Naruto remarked, his tone becoming serious. But Sasuke, you have the potential to surpass that. Consider the fourth Hokage, Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, or even the legendary Sannin. Do you think their strength was solely dependent on how they worked in a team? Naruto continued, his gaze unwavering. No matter how many allies you have, when you die, you'll die alone. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. You dream of killing a certain man, but at your current level, it's an unattainable goal. You can't fathom a stronger version of yourself, perhaps due to your trump card, right? Sasuke's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and realization. How do you know about that? Naruto lowered his glasses ever so slightly. Let's just say I have good eyes. You believe sacrificing your life will resolve everything when you confront this man. But at that point, winning becomes a distant memory. At this rate, you won't even measure up to a low Chunin. Naruto drew closer to Sasuke, the gravity of his words setting in. Dying to win and risking death to win. He flicked Sasuke's forehead, are entirely different concepts. Sasuke, normally composed, seemed thrown off balance. Naruto's words lingered, a weight settling on him. If you want revenge against that man, give it your best. Be greedier, Naruto advised before returning to his carefree demeanor. Okay, I'm done. We can continue. Kakashi, who had been silently observing, closed his book with a faint smile. For someone carefree, Naruto surprisingly holds valuable wisdom. Let's keep going. He gestured for the team to continue their journey, the air thick with contemplation. Konoha Uchiha compound. Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Nabito sat within the walls of the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters, located just outside of the new Uchiha compound. Hiruzen and Nabito occupied chairs in front of Fugaku's desk, while the subtle presence of Hiruzen's personal Umbu guard lingered in the shadows. In addition, two vigilant police force members stood watch outside the office door. How is the police force? Hiruzen asked, with a pipe in his mouth. What is crime looking like in the village? Ever since the massacre, we've rebuilt our force to 70% of its original strength. The Fuma clan, our distant relatives, have been invaluable in filling vacancies. I've been collaborating with Kotaro Fuma to address our deficiencies, but our security, especially near the barrier, needs reinforcement. Hiruzen nodded attentively. As for crime, we've seen a 25% reduction in crime over the past 7 years. However, we are still facing resistance from villagers, especially those who were drastically affected by Kyuubi's attack so many years ago. Fugaku said. Hiruzen nodded. He looked at Nabito. What about the relationship with Hyuga clan? Have there been any attempts at cooperation? Nabito chuckled, leaning back in his chair. The relationship with the Hyuga is almost non-existent. Those Hyuga bastards are almost as arrogant as the Uchiha. However, Kiyomi is best friends with Hayashi's daughter, creating a window of opportunity. There's a prodigy in the Hyuga, a genin, with extraordinary abilities. We considered an arranged marriage between Kiyomi and him, but declined when learning that he was a branch member. He took a pause. I don't think that would have worked out anyway, especially considering that girl has her eyes set on the Uzumaki. Hiruzen wasn't surprised at this. The two had been close ever since they were young. It was only natural for one to develop feelings for the other. He hoped this didn't end in tragedy like most love stories. As for the Hyuga, he needed to have a serious conversation with Hayashi about the continued mistreatment and use of the Kago no Tori no Juin caged bird curse seal. Speaking of the Uzumaki, why was he placed on their team? Fugaku inquired. His academy file indicated no combat record. Are you not worried he will get killed when they start doing missions? Fugaku was never friends with Minato. Unlike their wives, the two simply had mutual respect. He was curious about his son and wanted to see his abilities, especially after he learned about Kiyomi's infatuation. This means admiration. Sorry for using a big word. With him. Hiruzen understood Fugaku's concerns. I believe he can offer a challenge and push them to great heights. Naruto is extremely gifted, with higher academy scores than even Itachi. Hiruzen smiled. Naobito leaned back in his chair. Oh my, that is impressive. This brat must be something special to have outdone Itachi in test scores. Fugaku nodded. He truly is that man's son. However, he lacks real connections with others and can be very self-centered at times. Your children can help Naruto. Putting him on this team will foster friendship and a sense of family among the team. You'll have a chance to see him if you desire. I told Kakashi to bring them to the compound gates after he finished their test. Hiruzen said. As their discussion seemed to conclude, Hiruzen leaned forward, glancing out of the window. The Uchiha compound lay just beyond the horizon, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He felt an eerily familiar chakra signature in that direction, one he hadn't felt in a long time. What's happening at the Uchiha compound right now? I wonder, Hiruzen thought, contemplating what potential challenges awaited. Oh, we're finally here, Kakashi said, looking up the compound entrance, taking in the somber and quiet atmosphere. There weren't many out, just a few Uchiha here and there. It's still pretty dull, but give 10 years it'll be bustling again, he said. I'll see you 3 tomorrow. Naruto put a hand up. Wait, he said, someone's coming. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi became alert. Kakashi, in particular, focused his senses. After a couple of tense seconds, nothing happened. Just as Kiyomi was about to speak, they felt it. Guess it's showtime. Naruto's voice cut through the tense air. As the colossal chakra enveloped them, a sudden scream echoed from above. Wee! A high-pitched shriek was heard which sent shock waves through the air. Team 7 looked upward, a collective gasp escaping their lips. Kakashi, his one visible eye focused, barked a quick order, move out of the way. The team scattered, leaping to safer ground as the monstrous being landed. The shockwave rippled through the area, creating a crater where the figure touched down. The ground groaned in protest as it began cracking open like a spiderweb. Dust and debris billowed into the air, obscuring their vision. The echoes of the crash were accompanied by distant cries and screams. As the settling dust revealed the creature, Team 7 was beheld to a frightening sight. Towering before them stood a monstrous being, its wild orange hair framed against darkened skin. Feral yellow eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity, and bone protrusions adorned its form, forming menacing horns, spikes, and claws. Muscles strained against a purple shirt and black pants, giving an impression of raw power. The creature roared, a sound that reverberated through the air, sending shivers down their spines. Who are you? Kakashi asked. However, the creature ignored him and charged at Naruto, the closest one. The beast raised his right hand, leaving his index and middle finger extended with the other fingers into the palm. A small flesh pod formed on the compound wall to the left of Naruto. Naruto turned his head as he looked at the flesh pod. Pure chakra started to converge and build up tons of pressure. Look out, Naruto! Kakashi's desperate shout was drowned out by the deafening blast as the flesh pod erupted. The explosion consumed Naruto, leaving nothing but smoke and destruction in its wake. The pavement shattered, and panic spread through the compound. The wailing alarms echoed the distress of the situation. Team 7 stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the devastation before them. Kiyomi sank to her knees, overcome with grief, while Sasuke clenched his fists in silent rage. Kakashi, haunted by guilt and sorrow, felt the weight of his failure to protect his student. "Forgive me, Minato-sensei. I have failed you," he thought. From the office, Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Nabito felt a massive, unknown chakra spike. The three stood up from their seats. They could hear an emergency alarm going off in the distance, signaling an intruder. "What was that?" Fugaku asked. "It seems to have come from the Uchiha compound in trance," Nabito spoke. "I suppose this meeting is over Hokage-sama." Hiruzen ignored Nabito's sarcasm and barked order to the nearby shinobi. "Assemble a squad and head there now. That's an order." "Hi, Hokage-sama," they replied before moving at quick speeds to gather men and find out what was happening. "I hope we're not too late," Hiruzen said, concerned with their safety. That chakra signature was large and would be too much for the average genin. The beast laughed and looked at the remaining members of Team 7. That was easier than expected. Sasuke got angry upon hearing his words and moved forward, but he was stopped by Kakashi's arm blocking his path. "I'm not going to lose any more genin today," Kakashi said, putting his left hand underneath his headband about to lift it. "No more holding back." Before Kakashi engaged with the man-beast, a voice cut through the chaos. "Who are you, calling easy?" The smoke cleared, revealing Naruto standing tall, his right hand forming a half-tiger/ram seal. The beast surprised growl brat. Naruto's thoughts raced. He can talk. That blast was pure chakra. It also had something else in it. Sage chakra, maybe? It wouldn't be unlikely. This guy is pulling in a lot of chakra from the surrounding nature. Kakashi, torn between relief and confusion, spoke up. "Naruto, step aside. I'll handle this. You can't win against him." "Nah, sensei. I'd win," Naruto replied with a confident smile, turning to face the man-beast. "Let this be my makeup since I missed the bell test this morning. Phew, I'm starting to find this fun." He stretched his legs out and then cracked his knuckles, ready for the unexpected battle ahead. Kakashi looked attentively at Naruto. He loosened up and put his hand down. "All right, Naruto, show us what you got. If it looks like you're in danger at any moment, I'm stepping in." "Wait, Naruto, it's not safe," Kiyomi said with dried-up tears. "Don't worry, Kiyomi-chan. I will win," Naruto replied. Kakashi ordered Sasuke and Kiyomi to take a vantage point nearby to observe the battle safely. "Hey, ugly," Naruto cried out. "What's your name?" The man-beast started at him before replying. "Yugo," he said. "But that will be the last name you'll ever hear. Now die," he said, charging at Naruto. Why did he choose to attack here? It's not as if this place isn't guarded. Maybe he's here to collect some Uchiha. But what for and why now? I wonder who sent him. Naruto thought. Yugo's right arm began to transform, gaining jet booster type appendages. Concentrated balls of chakra shot out at astounding speeds towards Naruto. "I'm afraid this is the last thing you'll ever do," Naruto said, forming the same half-tiger/ram seal. The blast made contact with some sort of wall protecting Naruto, stopping the attacks right in front of him. The force of the balls making contact created shockwaves behind Naruto. From their watching position, Sasuke asked Kakashi a question. "Sensei, what technique is that? I don't understand why the attack stopped before hitting Naruto." Kakashi observed Naruto's defensive technique with intrigue. "I couldn't say," he muttered, sharing Sasuke's confusion. "I've never seen anything like it." Kiyomi started at Naruto from the distance, in awe and worry for her friend. With Naruto, he stood there observing the chakra balls that hit his wall. I wonder why there wasn't a detonation. Just then the balls started to oscillate. Sound? Naruto questioned. The chakra balls then exploded, causing Naruto to teleport onto the compound walls to avoid the attack. A two-stage attack of sound and explosions? That's clever, he stated. Yugo jumped up to where Naruto was standing atop the walls. There's more, he yelled. Kasakukin, Ichishiki, Piston Fist, Style 1. Yugo's left arm was transformed into the same jet booster appendages and blasted Naruto again, releasing a massive chakra blast. Debris and smoke filled the air, leaving Team 7 momentarily uncertain about Naruto's fate. Kiyomi, on the edge of panic, turned to Kakashi. Sensei, is Naruto? No, I don't believe so, Kakashi reassured, though he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt at Naruto's resilience. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, studying the battlefield with a focused intensity. The red glow reflected his determination to comprehend the unfolding events and understand Naruto's technique. Yugo looked at the spot where Naruto had been, now covered with smoke. That's all it took, he scoffed. He was just as fragile and weak as the rest of these shinobi. As he turned to leave, confident in his presumed victory, Naruto's voice echoed through the smoke. We just went over this a moment ago, he teased, dispelling the haze with a wave. This smoke is so annoying. What's the meaning of this? I know I hit you. Yugo stated, confused about what was happening. Naruto smiled. Well, to put it simply, you didn't actually hit me. You touched the infinity that exists between you and me, he said, pinching his pointer and thumb together. This is a result of my Mukujin no Jutsu, limitless technique. Mukahen no Jutsu. Sasuke asked. So that's the name of his technique? But what can it do exactly? Kakashi thought. Yugo still looked very confused. Naruto chuckled, raising his right hand. Here, I'll show you, he said, inviting Yugo to extend his. Put your hand out. Yugo stood still. Come on, come on. I won't bite, Naruto said, waving his hand with a mischievous grin. Yugo hesitated, but decided to approach Naruto, curious about the mysterious ability he had just witnessed. He sensed no killing intent from Naruto and assumed it would be fine. What's he doing? Kiyomi asked, confusion etched on her face. She didn't know what Naruto's plan was. Kakashi sighed and put a hand on his head, being himself sadly. Sasuke watched with anticipation, trying to decipher Naruto's intentions. Yugo reached Naruto's position and extended his left hand. As he got closer to Naruto's hand, he felt an invisible barrier preventing him from making contact. The realization struck him. His hand couldn't touch Naruto no matter how hard he pressed forward. It stopped just before making contact. Is this infinity? He wondered. See, Naruto explained, you're not exactly stopped, but the closer you get, the slower you go. So what now? Naruto playfully pressed his hand closer to Yugo's. We could shake hands like this, you know? I refuse, Yugo replied, getting annoyed with Naruto's antics. Come on now, don't be shy. Naruto locked his hand with Yugo's. You're making me embarrassed too, you know. Yugo couldn't tolerate the situation any longer. You damn brat. Let go, he shouted, frustration evident in his voice. Without warning, Naruto delivered a swift and powerful palm strike to Yugo's abdomen. The impact caused Yugo to stagger back and hurl up blood. However, Naruto did not let go of his hand. The sudden attack left everyone, including Kiyomi, Kakashi, and Sasuke, in shock. What was that? Yugo thought as his mind raced, trying to understand this brat's abilities. He's fast, Kakashi thought. That wasn't a regular blow or a blow enhanced by chakra. No, that was something else. I could barely see that, Sasuke stated. Naruto's attack was so quick that his Sharingan was having issues keeping track. Kiyomi looked in awe at Naruto. She couldn't even tell what he just did. There's still more, Naruto said. He hit Yugo 3 more times, with quick succession, in the gut. Then he followed up with a spin kick, knocking Yugo off the wall and leaving him suspended in midair. Naruto put his left hand into his pocket and extended his right index and middle finger out. Infinity exists everywhere. My Kekkei Jinkai just brings it forward into reality. Blue light started to form on his fingertips, the chakra converging to one concentrated point. Convergence, divergence. What do you think happens when one touches this void? He pointed his fingers toward Yugo, making a spirit gun. Mukujin no jutsu. AO, limitless technique, blue. A blue orb sprang forth and launched itself at Yugo, who tried to evade but couldn't. As the orb traveled, it picked up debris and chunks, almost as if it was sucking mass into itself. On impact with Yugo's body, he seemed to vertically stretch and horizontally compress. His body was being pulled into a long, thin shape. This caused immense damage to Yugo, but the blue orb was also causing damage to the Uchiha compound due to its gravitational force. However, before any serious damage was done to the compound, the orb dissipated, leaving Yugo in the air. Naruto felt blood trickle from his nose. I guess I still can't use these two in tandem, he thought. Naruto clasped his hands together and teleported to Yugo's position. He pulled back his left fist and delivered a powerful punch to Yugo's face, sending him flying into the ground. On impact, his body formed a crater, pushing up rock and dust. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi had to brace themselves due to the amount of force generated. After the dust settled, they found Yugo on the ground, badly beaten. They averted their eyes upward to see Naruto levitating in the air, with his hands in his pockets as debris particles were suspended near him. Naruto lowered himself to the ground, releasing his technique as the debris suspended in air came crashing down. He wiped the blood from his nose and took a moment to examine the destruction he caused. A section of the compound wall was destroyed. The road had missing chunks, and some nearby houses had their roofs partially destroyed. Thankfully, no civilians or bystanders have been hurt. After taking in the aftermath, Naruto spoke. "Maybe I overdid it?" he said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Team 7 came down from their viewing area to Naruto and the beaten Yugo. Kakashi was the first to speak. "You're full of surprises, aren't you, Naruto?" Sasuke said nothing. He simply looked at Naruto with awe. "Wow, Naruto, that was amazing," Kiyomi shouted before getting pissed. She slapped Naruto onto his head. "Why didn't you tell anyone about this?" I mean we thought you died." Naruto rubbed his head. "Well, I'm glad you were worrying about me," he said, smiling at Kiyomi. She blushed before mumbling unintelligible words. "Naruto, did you kill him?" Sasuke said, interrupting the two. "Oh yeah, he's not dead yet. Most of his organs have been crushed, and he has a lot of internal bleeding." Naruto turned toward Kakashi. "Sensei, what should we do with him?" Before Kakashi could respond, dozens of shinobi arrived on the scene, prepared for a fight, including Hiruzen, Nobito, and Fugaku. They were shocked to see the destruction. Hiruzen ordered the men to attend to the civilians, apprehend the assailant, and clean up the damage. Kakashi turned around and bowed. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha-sama," he said. "Kakashi, it seems our meeting will have to be pushed back." Hiruzen chuckled before getting a serious expression. "What happened here? What took you so long?" Naruto interjected. "I guess old age is finally catching up to you." Nobito laughed at Naruto's comments. "I like this kid," he said. "Naruto, don't be so rude." Kiyomi spoke. Sasuke said nothing, as he was too invested in his book. "Apologies, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said. He would have to correct Naruto's behavior and attitude. Hiruzen smiled. "No need to apologize." Now, he said seriously, "What happened here?" Kakashi told Hiruzen what had transpired while the rest of the shinobi dealt with the damage and checked up on nearby civilians. "I see," Hiruzen said. "So, you engaged a mid-chunin intruder and successfully defeated him. It seems Team 7 is already up to great things." Kakashi nodded. He had wanted to tell Hiruzen about Naruto's abilities, but the old Kage gave him a look indicating that they would talk later, in private. "I shall put this as a C-rank mission and give out the appropriate amount of Ryo as compensation." "Well done, you three. Let this be a solid foundation for the future," Hiruzen said before leaving with his Umbu guard. Kakashi turned to his team. "Well, that was pretty exciting." "Not really. It was pretty boring," Naruto replied with a yawn. "That guy was weak." He walked away from a group, heading back to the village. Wait, Naruto, where do you think you're going? Kakashi asked. Naruto kept walking. Home. I'm going to take a nap. It's been a long day. He lifted his right hand and gave a slight wave to his team. However, before Naruto could leave, he looked up to see Naruto in his path. Boy, I wish to speak with you, Naruto said. I have an offer for you. I believe I have information that you would find interesting. Information regarding your clan. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's your offer? He wondered what this old man wanted. I propose an alliance between the Uchiha and Uzumaki clan. Naruto crossed his arms. I believe this will help both the clans. Sasuke and Kiyomi were shocked upon hearing this information. Uzumaki clan, eh? I wonder if the technique is common among them, Sasuke thought. Wait, Uzumaki clan? I haven't met anyone with that name besides Naruto. What happened to them? Kiyomi asked, visibly confused. Kakashi spoke up. The Uzumaki clan was a feared clan from Uzushiobikure, the village hidden in whirlpools. They had a close connection with Konoha, but sadly their village and clan were destroyed during the Second Great Ninja War. This caused most of their members to be killed or displaced. Naruto laughed. I'm flattered by the offer and the recognition of my strength, but I'm only one man. Well, I guess since the Uchiha are still considered a clan with only 13 members, it makes sense. Naruto, can you count? There's only 10, Kiyomi said. Naruto looked back at her. What do you mean? There are 12, including Itachi. Some Uchiha girl just gave birth, making it now 13. But who's the extra person? She asked. We already knew she gave birth, but who's number 13? I thought. Naruto's voice trailed off. He looked at Kakashi and realized something. I thought he was Uchiha, but now I see. His chakra signature isn't similar to any of them. His left eye is the only similar chakra. He probably has a Sharingan underneath it. I wonder how he got it. This also explains why his chakra is so low. He probably has to use a ton because he isn't an Uchiha. Never mind. I'm miscounted, Naruto said, pushing this realization aside. Anyway, what's the catch to your offer? Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously. By the way, Naruto was speaking. He concluded that the boy could see chakra. Naruto must have thought Kakashi was a Uchiha due to his Sharingan. I wonder what else those eyes can see. He mused. No catch. That is my offer. I wish to strengthen the Uchiha clan. Combining the clans would help both with their deficiencies. Naruto stated, I can get the Uzumaki clan to be recognized if you have more than 2 members. Where can I find my clanmates? Naruto asked. He didn't know of any Uzumaki survivors. I was getting to that. I've received intel that Uzumaki survivors were spotted in Kusagakure, village hidden in the grass, and Amage-kure, village hidden in the rain. When my spies get back to me and confirm the validity of these reports, I'll let you know. Naruto paused. Now what do you say? Naruto looked at Naruto for a moment, observing his facial features and body language. He put his hand on his chin, contemplating the information he received. After a few moments, Naruto looked up with a smile. Why the hell not? I accept your offer, he stated. Naruto smiled and nodded. After we've located the survivors, I'll inform you of their locations. Once you have successfully retrieved them, the clan will be re-established at Konoha, and you'll be named clan head. Naruto grinned. I can't wait to see the look on those bastards' faces when they hear this news. He knew this would cause much pain to the council members. Well, I'm off then, he said, clasping his hands together and vanishing in a white blur. Kakashi looked at his remaining team members. I'm off as well. We will take a break tomorrow and start missions in 2 days. Get some rest, he said before disappearing in a trail of leaves. Kiyomi, Sasuke. Let's head home, Fugaka said. Hi, tu san kyumizet ponde. She was still processing what she heard. Sasuke said nothing as he simply hoped the Uzumaki members were not full of people like Naruto. They walked home as shinobi around them worked diligently to repair the damage caused by the earlier fight. Yugo's lifeless body lay on the ground, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. Unbeknownst to the nearby shinobi, a malevolent snake slithered away into the shadows, escaping their notice. It vanished into the darkness, burrowing into the ground, carrying with it the secrets of this encounter. Unknown location. From the shadows, a cloaked figure sat in a chair, gazing out of a window. A shinobi, donning a bear-style animal mask and a black cloak, materialized in the room, one knee on the ground. "My lord, Yugo has fallen to the Kyuubi's container," the shinobi reported. The figure leaned back, the dim light unveiling a bandage tightly wound around his forehead and right eye. "The longer that brat lives, the more he festers as a nuisance," he murmured with a tone that dripped with calculated disdain. "You are dismissed," he declared. The shinobi with the bear mask vanished. A chilling voice emanated from the unseen corners, resonating with a sinister curiosity. "That Uzumaki is starting to interest me, especially his Kekiai Genkai. He may be the perfect vessel for me," the shadowy voice stated. "Forget not, the Kyuubi's container is mine. In exchange for my assistance with acquiring the Sharingan, you will assist in the annihilation of Konoha," the figure with bandages responded. "I'm also allowing you to kill Sarutobi." "Don't you think I've forgotten our little deal?" they said menacingly. "I've given your men my curse mark for strength. You should be grateful, Danzo. Without me, you would be a dead man with no assets, infrastructure, or anywhere to hide." Danzo, seated at his desk, clenched his fists. His eyes narrowed with a combination of resentment and determination. He would protect Konoha and safeguard the village's best interests regardless of the sacrifices or death that needed to be made. And best believe many more sacrifices would need to be made to protect the village. "Everything will be ready for our invasion soon. Gather your forces. I'll retrieve you when the hour of attack is nigh," the shadowy voice declared before slithering away into the darkness. Danzo balled his fists as he sat at his desk. He hated being under this bastard. However, he had no other options. He would wait and plan until an opportunity arose. It was his duty and responsibility to save Konoha from these fools, and he would do what was necessary, regardless of how many innocents he needed to kill. Chapter 6. 1 month later, Uchiha Compound. It had been a month since Team 7's surprise encounter with Yugo. Despite facing off against a strong foe and defeating him, Team 7 had been relegated to low-ranking missions. Mostly D ranks and an occasional C rank, but nothing special. They had to capture a cat many times, plant trees, deliver messages, and even help build houses on the outskirts of the village. The young Jinin squad was hungry for better missions, especially Naruto, as he was extremely bored. However, Team 7 would soon receive a mission that would change everything. Now we go to one Kiyomi Uchiha who was sound asleep at her bed, reflecting on the last month, her missions, her sensei, her clan, her brother, and Naruto. She often thought about him, especially recently due to them being on the same team. Kiyomi wanted to know if he thought about her or felt the same way she felt. She had had a crush on him ever since they were kids, but she was on the fence about revealing her feelings as she didn't know how he would respond. Naruto acted like a goofball most of them, but he would have moments of sincerity, tenderness, or seriousness, but those moments were rare. Another reason why she was hesitant to tell him how she felt was a fear of ruining the dynamics of Team 7. Kiyomi didn't want it to be any more awkward. She and Sasuke already had a strained relationship. She didn't see Hinata often, and her father wasn't the best to talk with on these subjects. Her mother was someone who she could confide in, but she wasn't here anymore. Kiyomi had already lost so many loved ones and was barely holding it together. She didn't want to lose anyone else. As Kiyomi wrestled with her thoughts, she was rudely awakened by the sound of footsteps near her bed. Groaning, she rolled over, ready to give Sasuke a piece of her mind about using his Shikigami, or whatever they were, to wake her up. "I thought I told you to stop," Kiyomi began, but her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Naruto crouching beside her bed, peering at her through his glasses. "Oh, you're awake," Naruto, said casually, as if it were perfectly normal to find himself in her bedroom. Get ready. The old man summoned us for a mission. Kiyomi blinked at him for a moment before scrambling out of bed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. What's wrong with you? Naruto cocked his head, puzzled. Huh? What do you mean? What do I mean? You just entered my room without permission, and you're acting as if everything is fine, she said angrily. I don't see what the big deal is, Naruto shrugged, completely oblivious to Kiyomi's mounting frustration. Kiyomi's fists clenched at her sides, her patience wearing thin. What do I see in him? She thought, her mind racing with frustration. Before she could say anything else, a shadow started to emerge from the floor. After a couple of moments, a black dog emerged. Woof! It barked at Naruto. Naruto knelt to take a closer look. I thought you were out of chakra, but it seems you are flesh and bones. He stroked the dog's fur, feeling its warmth and softness. The dog wagged its tail and licked his face, making him laugh. Good boy, he said, scratching the dog's ears. Kiyomi was open to yell for Naruto to leave her room until the down slid open, revealing Sasuke. Kiyomi, it's time to wake up. He stopped upon seeing Naruto petting his divine dog. What are you doing here? Naruto looked up at Sasuke. Getting you too. The old man has summoned us for a mission. The two continued to engage in their conversation while Kiyomi stood with a puzzled but angry look. Don't they realize they're in my room? She thought, her frustration reaching its all-time peak. However, at this moment, she gained true awareness of her surroundings, in particular, what she was wearing. She looked down at her loose pajamas, and her face started to turn bright red. Her embarrassment was now turning into anger. She clenched her fists and yelled, AGRH. Veins started to appear on her forehead, and an ominous glow started to radiate from her. You two enter my room without my permission, interrupt my sleep, and continue to be a pain in my ass. Huh, said both boys, completely taken aback by Kiyomi's sudden outburst. Get the hell out of my room, she shouted, her voice echoing through the house as she slapped Naruto and Sasuke in quick succession, causing the two to fall on the floor with their faces smoking. She glared down at the divine dog with narrow eyes. The dog whimpered before he pulled his master and Naruto out of Kiyomi's room, leaving her seething with anger as she slammed the door shut. Team 7 walked through the bustling streets of the village, Kiyomi leading the way with determined strides while Naruto and Sasuke trailed behind, still feeling the sting of her slap on their faces. Naruto rubbed his cheek sheepishly, shooting a glance at Sasuke, who was doing the same. Man, she packs quite a punch, doesn't she? Sasuke grunted in agreement, his expression a mixture of annoyance and amusement. You could say that again. Kiyomi turned around. What did you say? Even though most of her anger had been subsidized, she was still pissed. Oh, nothing, Naruto quickly said as Sasuke looked at him nervously. I thought so, she replied, turning back around. Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke. She's been in a crappy mood lately. What's her deal? He said with a whisper, hiding his mouth. I couldn't tell you. She's been like this ever since the bell test with Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke responded. Naruto nodded, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. Oh yeah, he stopped whispering. Speaking of Kakashi-sensei, we need to get him before we head to the old man. Where are we supposed to find him? Sasuke asked. I'm surprised you don't know where he lives considering you love to appear at people's houses uninvited, Kiyomi interjected. Yeah, anyway, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. I have an idea where he lives, but haven't pinpointed exactly. Our sensei is crafty and uses a lot of deception to throw me off his trail. Even my eyes can't detect where he is. Kiyomi rolled her eyes. Why don't we just wait for him in the Hokage's office? That would be the boring option. Come on, aren't you a little bit curious about his personal life? He never shares anything, Naruto said. I have always wondered, Kiyomi confessed. Their sensei was laid back, but also extremely secretive. She didn't even know what type of food he liked. Sure, let's go find him. She gave a genuine smile. All right, that's more like it. He looked at Sasuke. So what do you say, Sasuke? Sasuke looked at Naruto and Kiyomi before shrugging his shoulders. Why not? Naruto grinned. All right, he said. Let's split and look for him. Don't bother trying to sense his chakra. He uses Kage Bunshins, shadow clones, to confuse you. Wait how he will signal if we find something. Kiyomi asked. Sasuke made a dog hand seal, summoning his black divine dog. This is how. He can alert me once you've found something. Once he disperses, I'll be alerted and head over to you. What about Naruto? She asked. Naruto put a finger on his glasses. You forget that I'm a censor. When the jutsu is released, I'll track the chakra spike. If there's no more questions, let's do this, he said. Meet back here after an hour. With a nod of agreement, Team 7 split up, each member heading in a different direction. Naruto jumped from rooftop to rooftop, surveying the village, trying to find his sensei. He had come across a few shadow clones, but couldn't find the real Kakashi. As the hour drew near, Naruto was about to give up until he saw something. One of the nearby Kakashi's shadow clones disappeared with a poof, meaning the clone had been dismissed. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what this meant. He drew a wide grin. I've got you now, he said, clasping his hands together and teleporting away. Naruto arrived at the meeting where he saw Sasuke and Kiyomi sitting around. I'm assuming you two didn't find him, he said. The twins nodded. Fear not, Naruto said, making a pose. I know where he is. How? Kiyomi asked, intrigued. When I was going around the village, I came across one of his shadow clones disappearing. How is that helpful? Sasuke asked. I was getting to that before I was rudely interrupted. Now, when a shadow clone disperses, the clone's chakra returns to the caster. Using my eyes, I tracked the clone's chakra and pinpointed the location of the source. Naruto pointed his finger in the direction of Konoha's residential zone. Let us journey onward. Yeah, let's do this, Kiyomi responded. Despite their excitement, Sasuke remained calm. Is it really necessary to hunt him down like this? He questioned. Kiyomi chimed in. Oh, come on, Sasuke. Don't you want to know what Kakashi-sensei does outside of missions? No, I highly doubt he does anything interesting, he replied, unimpressed. It's a waste to do this. I'm going to the Hokage office to wait for him to arrive. Sasuke turned and started walking away. Naruto scratched the back of his head, contemplating how to convince Sasuke to join them. Wait, Sasuke, he called out, his voice laced with mischief. Are you going to pass up this chance to gain some leverage over Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke turned around, intrigued by Naruto's words. Leverage, he said, raising an eyebrow. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, his grin widening. That's right. Imagine Sasuke. Our sensei values his secrets, and if you get a hold of one, the possibilities are endless. Think of it as retribution for all the times he's messed with and embarrassed us. Naruto puts his hands out with his palms facing up. You would have so much power over him. Sasuke contemplated Naruto's proposition. After a moment of silent deliberation, he sighed and turned to rejoin his teammates. Fine, he relented, his tone begrudging. But if Sensei retaliates, you're on your own. Naruto flashed a thumbs up, his grin reaching ear to ear. You won't regret it, Sasuke. All right, let's discover the secrets of Kakashi-sensei. The trio walked until they came across a secluded house nestled amidst the trees. It was an old, rustic house with wooden architecture and a dark, tiled roof, but it looked full of life. The house had two distinct sections, one with a slanted roof and another with a gabled roof. A wooden fence surrounded the property and a small garden outside. Is this it? Sasuke asked. Kiyomi examined the home with fascination. It's so quaint. She tried looking through the windows to see if anyone was home. She couldn't find anyone. It doesn't seem like anyone is at home. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. It looks like we just missed him. The residual chakra in the area indicates he was here. So this was for nothing? Kiyomi said, starting to get annoyed that they had wasted so much time looking for him. Sasuke sensing his sister's frustration, intervened before anything could happen. "Let's just head back so we don't waste any more time," he said, walking away. "Wait," Naruto said. "I can see two chakra signatures in the house. They're similar to Kakashi-sensei." "So, it's none of our business who's in his house," Sasuke responded. "We've already found out where he lives. We don't need to investigate any further." "Come on, Sasuke. What about the leverage?" Naruto teased. "I'm not going to invade someone's privacy for such a silly reason." Sasuke scoffed. "Unlike you, I know how to respect the privacy of people." He turned to face Naruto. "There's only one fundamental rule when interacting with others." Naruto put his hands in his pockets. "Oh, what may that be then?" he asked sarcastically. "It's I won't kill you, so don't kill me either. You can replace kill with anything you like, but the point is that we all must draw a line where you agree not to infringe on the other person." Sasuke responded. Naruto laughed at Sasuke's comments. Sounds like an excuse to not get into confrontations. Were you a scaredy cat?" "Skaradigrikat," Sasuke said, getting annoyed. "How I'm the scared one. You hide behind those glasses of yours, always infringing on others but never letting anyone in. You're the one who's scared of showing the real you because you know everyone only values you because of your strength." Naruto's smile waved for a quick second before returning. He gave a fake laugh. Kiyomi, noticing this, tried to stop Sasuke. "Hey, we should I." However, Sasuke continued, ignoring her. "You are strong, but that's all you have." Sasuke closed his eyes and then opened them, revealing his Sharingan. "My eyes can see everything. So let me ask you this, Naruto. Are you the strongest because you're Naruto Uzumaki, or are you Naruto Uzumaki because you're the strongest?" Naruto's smile wavers for a moment before fading entirely. His posture stiffens, and he averts his gaze, hiding his eyes behind his glasses. It's a subtle gesture, but Sasuke catches the shift in Naruto's demeanor, the tension palpable in the air. Sasuke deactivates his Sharingan, realizing his words. His expression softened as he observed Naruto's reaction, and a pang of guilt settled in his chest. He let his emotions get the best of him. By confronting Naruto, he realized his hypocrisy. He had told Naruto not to infringe on others when he, himself, just did the same thing. Sasuke stood there in silence, thinking about his words, feeling shame and regret. No one spoke. The wind howled through the trees. The leaves blew past them as the two stood staring at each other. "Naruto, Sasuke whispered, however, with sound stopped by the sound of the house door sliding open. "Could you three quiet down? If you're looking for my Otusin, he isn't here." A voice spoke. Team 7 turned their heads in the direction of the voice. What they saw surprised them. They were greeted by a boy with the same spiky, silverly white, gravity-defying hair as Kakashi. He also had onyx eyes and looked to be about 7 years old. The boy stood at 4 feet, had gray shorts, and a long-sleeved black shirt on. The trio was stunned. They never imagined their sensei of all people to have a wife, and no less a son. Kiyomi gasped. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, Kakashi-sensei has a son? She never thought any woman who'd marry a pervert like him. He looks just like him, minus the mask, Sasuke thought. The kid rubbed his eye. He looked like he had just woken up from a nap. "Who are you? Also, what's with that weird face?" he asked, pointing at Naruto. Sasuke and Kiyomi turned their heads to see Naruto's shocked face and wide-open mouth. "Oh, nothing," Naruto said, regaining his composure. "You just look like you're San. What's your name, kid?" "Sakuto Hataki," he responded. "Now who are you?" Naruto readjusted his glasses. "Well, Sakuto, we are Team 7. And I am the great Naruto Uzumaki. Kiyomi Uchiha. It's nice to meet ya," she said, giving Sakuto a wave. "I am Sasuke Uchiha," Sasuke replied. "Do you know where Kakashi-sensei went?" "Oh," Sakuto scratched the back of his head. "I believe he went to the Hokage's office for a mission or something." Kiyomi shot Naruto a glare upon hearing this information. Naruto acted like he didn't see her stare. She crouched down to Sakuto's level. "Are you home alone?" she asked. "Where's your cousin?" "She's on a mission. It's just me and Maki-san," he said. "Maki-san?" Kiyomi asked. "2-san." Just then a 4-year-old girl came from out the door, headed straight towards them. She wore a black dress with red flowers on it. She had onyx eyes similar to her brother's, but her hair was short, silverly white hair that extended slightly past her neck. However, there were streaks of violet scattered across her head. She ran to Naruto and hugged him. "2-san," she said, smushing her face into his leg. "Aw, that's so cute," Kiyomi said. "She thinks you're Kakashi-sensei." "You two do look alike," Sasuke chimed in. Naruto was confused by the child's gesture, but after a quick moment, he softened up. He smiled at her and ruffled her hair tenderly. Sorry about," Sakuto said. "Maki-san, that isn't 2-san." "Huh," she said, taking her head off his head. She looked up to see Naruto, smiling down at her. Naruto bent down and picked her up, bringing her to eye level. "So, you're Kakashi-sensei's kid? Huh?" He gave a small laugh. "You do look just like him, the eyes at least." Maki was fascinated with Naruto's glasses. "Hey, mister, can I see your glasses?" Her small arms reaching forward. "Sure," he responded. She reached forward and took Naruto's glasses off his face, revealing his blue eyes. "Wow," Naruto said, squinting his eyes. "It's been a while since I last had these off." Sasuke, Kiyomi, and Sakuto were amazed at Naruto's eyes, especially Sasuke and Kiyomi, who had never seen him without his glasses off. "Whoa, his eyes are beautiful," Kiyomi marveled, gazing into them. "They've got this peculiar glow to them. I wonder why he wears the glasses," Sasuke thought. Maki climbed on Naruto's shoulders and tried on his glasses. "Hey, mister, your glasses are weird. I can't see anything through them." Naruto chuckled. "Well, there's special glasses for people with special eyes." "Ah," she replied. "I wish I had special eyes." Naruto's smile softened, touched by her innocence. "You don't need special eyes to be amazing, Maki-chan. You're already amazing." Maki's eyes lit up at his words, and she threw her arms around Naruto's neck in a spontaneous hug. "Thanks, Mr. Naruto. You're the best." Naruto just laughed at her gesture. Kiyomi looked back at Sakuto. "So how is Kakashi-sensei at home? What's he like?" He doesn't say much and isn't super strict. The only thing he is serious about is his stash of books. He's always protective over them and told me to make sure I don't touch them or let Maki near them." Sakuto put a hand on his chin. "Now that I think about it, he and Kazan are always giggling every time they read this orange book. I don't understand what's so funny." Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiyomi deadpanned over his statements. So his wife's a pervert too, Kiyomi thought. Sasuke facepalmed his head while Naruto just laughed. Maki returned Naruto's glasses, and he gently set her down, shooting Sakuto a mischievous grin. "Hey, Sakuto," Naruto began, his tone mischievous. "You know that orange book your parents always seem to enjoy reading? Well, it's actually poor." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kiyomi swiftly elbowed him in the side, causing him to wince and halt mid-sentence. "Oof, what was that for?" Naruto exclaimed, rubbing his side and shooting Kiyomi a bewildered look. Kiyomi responded with a forced smile, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic. "Oh, nothing," she said, her voice strained with urgency as she glanced nervously at the children. "Just a little, friendly reminder to watch our language around the little ones." Sakuto looked at Team 7 with a puzzled expression. "These three are weirder than 2-san. Anyway, do you need anything else?" he asked, oblivious to the exchange between Naruto and Kiyomi. "No," Naruto responded quickly, his smile strained as he tried to recover from Kiyomi's interruption. "It's time we head off." He patted the top of Maki's head. "Bye, Maki-chan." As Team 7 began their departure towards the Hitaki residence, Maki's sudden cry stopped them in their tracks. With her small figure racing towards them, her plea echoed in the quiet surroundings. "Wait," she cried out, her voice filled with urgency. You three need to promise to protect my two-san. Sakuto's sigh resonated with a sense of resignation, acknowledging the routine interruption. However, Naruto's response was swift and reassuring, his demeanor untroubled as he crouched down to Maki's eye level. Don't worry, Maki-chan, he assured her with a genuine smile. We'll protect your two-san. Maki's smile in response was radiant, a reflection of her innocent trust before she returned to her brother's side, waving goodbye as Team 7 resumed their journey toward the Hokage's office. Naruto's soft voice broke the silence, his words carrying a hint of sadness tinged with admiration. They're a nice group of kids, he remarked, his gaze lingering on the fading figures of his siblings. They haven't been exposed to the pain of this world. Kiyomi's agreement was accompanied by a wistful sigh, her thoughts drifting to a longing for simpler times. I wish I could go back to when I was younger, she admitted softly, and not know anything about reality or suffering. I honestly wish we could create a world without pain, without suffering. Sasuke's addition was measured and somber, his voice tinged with bitterness as he reflected on the harsh realities of their world. The difficulty in creating such a world is that suffering is a part of life, he acknowledged. We all suffer. So many innocents have been robbed of fairness by the actions of evil people. Yet these evil people run amok, and the innocents forgive them. It makes me want to vomit with how they go around forgiving them. Naruto and Kiyomi absorbed Sasuke's words, each lost in their thoughts as they contemplated the complexities of their existence. I don't believe that forgiveness is weakness, she responded, her voice full of hope and determination. She turned to face Naruto and Sasuke. It's an act of strength and compassion. When we forgive, we release ourselves from the shackles of hatred and resentment. We choose love over hate, and in doing so, we heal ourselves and others. Naruto's agreement was accompanied by a small smile, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Yeah, he murmured, his voice soft and contemplative. I can understand what you're saying. Sasuke remained silent, his expression unreadable as he pondered Kiyomi's words, his thoughts shrouded in contemplation. The journey back was shrouded in silence. Each member of Team 7 lost in their reflections as they grappled with the weight of their conversation. After a couple of minutes of walking, Naruto spoke up. Wait a minute. Why are we walking back? Kiyomi and Sasuke's eyes widened as they realized what he meant. Oh no, we are teleporting with you again. I still get chills thinking about what happened last time. Kiyomi said, her spine shivering. I'll have you that I've fixed that issue. Naruto refuted. Come on, trust me. Pretty please. He begged. Don't do it, Kiyomi, Sasuke said. He had trusted Naruto too many times and suffered the consequences. Naruto got on his knees and grabbed her hand. Pretty please. Kiyomi's face turned slightly pink before quickly slapping her hand back. FFINE. However, if the same thing happens as last time, you'll surely regret it, she said ominously. Okay. Naruto quickly got up and began drawing kanji in a circle. Naruto's hands moved swiftly as he sketched the intricate symbols into the ground, his brow furrowed in concentration. Kiyomi and Sasuke watched with both curiosity and apprehension as the patterns took shape. Is this the Hiraition no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique? Sasuke asked, recognizing the kanji from his studies. From what he could remember, it was a S-rank space-time ninjutsu heavily used by the 4th Hokage. Not exactly, Naruto said as he continued to draw the kanji. It appears the same on the surface level, but at a closer examination, it's different. Kiyomi's eyes widened with intrigue. What's the difference? She inquired. Naruto paused, considering his words. Well, you see, he began, his tone getting animated. Unlike the traditional Hiraition, which creates a wormhole, a shortcut that pops you out on the other side. My technique warps space-time by bringing negative numbers into reality. In this case, a negative distance. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, impressed at Naruto's ability. That sounds complicated, he remarked. Naruto laughed. It is very complicated. I still don't get it, Kiyomi said. Basically, my technique creates negative space which the universe doesn't like, so it tries to fix this irregularity by pulling matter and space towards the gap, Naruto responded. For teleporting, this means creating a negative distance on myself, which corresponds with the distance I need to travel. With this created negative space, the universe pulls space together, violently eliminating the space, effectively warping the space together. Kiyomi looked at him even more blankly. Come on, this isn't that hard. Did you even pay attention at the academy? Naruto responded. A tick mark formed on her head. Not everyone was gifted in math like you. Kiyomi responded, getting pissed at Naruto. Good grief. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Are you finished? He asked Naruto. Yeah, we're good to go, Naruto said. Sasuke and Kiyomi stood in the circle and braced themselves. Here goes. Naruto clasped his hands together as the three vanished, destroying some of the pavement beneath them. Konoha, Hokage's office. Kakashi ascended the steps of the Hokage Tower with a nonchalant demeanor. However, his attention was divided between the pages of his cherished volume and the familiar faces of the guards who stood outside the Hokage's office. As he reached the door to the Hokage's office, he paused, gently closing his book before knocking his knuckles against the wood. Enter came the deep, authoritative voice from within. Pushing open the door, Kakashi stepped into the room, his single visible eye taking in the sight of the third Hokage, seated behind his desk, signing forms and completing tasks befitting a Hokage. Hiruzen's gaze lifted from the documents before him, settling on Kakashi with a warm smile. Ah, Kakashi, Hiruzen greeted him, the lines of his face softening briefly with a hint of paternal affection. I've been expecting you. Kakashi inclined his head respectfully. Hokage-sama, I'm assuming you have a mission for us. Yes, I do, but where is your team? Hiruzen looked around for the other members of Team 7. I had sent Naruto out to bring you all back here. With showing up here, I thought it meant he had informed everyone. That's strange. I haven't seen them all. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, his team appeared from thin air, almost as if something had pulled them there. See? What did I say? Naruto said. Oh, look, it's Kakashi-sensei. Kiyomi stumbled, feeling a bit disorientated, while Sasuke stretched out his shoulders. Kakashi turned around to his team. Where have you three been? Naruto and Kiyomi glanced at each other before a wide and mischievous grin formed on their faces. Oh, nowhere special, sensei, they said. Sasuke remained silent, as he wished to take no part in the retribution that would happen once their sensei realized what had happened. Kakashi simply shrugged his shoulders and turned back towards the Hokage. Well, Hokage-sama, it seems Team 7 has now assembled. The reason I have summoned you all here is to debrief you on your next mission. The Hokage's expression shifted, his demeanor growing solemn as he motioned for Kakashi to take a seat opposite him. I must warn you, this mission will test your capabilities as shinobi. I had wanted to give this mission to higher-ranking Nin, but this team are the only ones currently available. Kakashi's posture stiffened imperceptibly, his eyes sharpening with a keen awareness of the gravity of his sensei's words. What is the mission, Hokage-sama? He replied evenly, though a flicker of concern passed through his gaze. Your mission is to rescue Karen Uzumaki from Kusagakure, Hiruzen stated. A smile formed across Naruto's lips. That old man works fast, he mused. Uzumaki, Kiyomi questioned. She must be from Naruto's clan. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. From the intel that has been gathered, she is an extraordinary kunoichi with proficiency in Fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but why are rescuing her? I'm assuming she was born in Kusagakure, so why would she come here? Sasuke asked. Spies in Kusagakure were contacted by her. She also possesses remarkable sensory abilities. Hiruzen leaned forward. From what she has told us, the village has mistreated and abused her medical abilities. She does not wish to die the same way her mother did. Team 7 nodded, understanding her current living conditions. That is why this mission was created. Having her in Konoha would add to a great kunoichi to our forces, especially one with high skill in medical ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Hiruzen added, "This will be an A-rank mission." "A rank, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked, concern in his voice. "I beg your pardon, but don't you think this mission is too high-ranking for such fresh genin?" "I understand your concerns, Kakashi, and believe me, I felt the same way." Hiruzen's gaze held Kakashi steadily, his voice carrying a weight born of both wisdom and responsibility. "This mission is not to be taken lightly. It carries a level of danger that demands the utmost caution and skill. That is why you and Naruto will be the ones taking on this mission." Kakashi slightly lowered his head, understanding the Hokage's logic. This mission would be dangerous, and at Sasuke's and Kiyomi's current level, there would be too much risk to bring them along. Sasuke was ahead of his sister, and actually quite strong, but Kakashi didn't believe he had the conviction and drive for a mission of this caliber. Naruto, now he could understand, as even though he was just a genin, his skills in ninjutsu and sensory made him extremely valuable for missions such as these. Sasuke and Kiyomi's eyes widened. They were being left behind. Were they really that weak? Kiyomi lowered her eyes while Sasuke clenched his fists. Naruto, upon his teammates' frustration, spoke up. "Nah, Gigi, Sasuke and Kiyomi will be fine. Let them come on the mission." "Are you sure, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked. "I'm confident. They may not look ready, but they are. Out of the available teams you have, we're the strongest." Naruto responded confidently. The twins were surprised by Naruto's words. So Hiruzen looked at the twins. "Do you two accept this mission?" Sasuke and Kiyomi glanced at each other before looking back at Hiruzen. "Hi Hokage-sama." "Well then, Team 7, you have your mission. You are dismissed." Hiruzen spoke. "Hi." Team 7 responded before leaving out of the Hokage's office. As the sun pierced through the clouds in the late morning, the rays of light coating the village, and the birds chirped, Team 7 emerged from within the Hokage Tower. Naruto stretched his arms out as he walked out the doors into the sunlight. Sasuke covered his eyes to block out some of the light. Kakashi turned to his team, bringing his hands together. "So, my little genin, it seems we have our first mission. Pretty exciting, huh?" The genin looked at him with blank expressions. Okay," he said, rubbing his hands together to ease the tension. "Gather your items and pack for the journey. It'll take us about 4 days to reach the village on foot. Any questions?" It was silent for a moment until Kiyomi spoke up. "And Naruto, did you mean what you said back there? That you consider us the strongest?" she asked. Naruto put his hands in his pockets. "I didn't mean what I said," he smiled. "You're easily stronger than the average genin. You two may not be the strongest yet, but I believe in you and your potential." Kakashi smiled from underneath his mask as well. "I second that. This mission will be challenging, but it will help you two grow, especially you, Kiyomi. Sasuke is already quite adept, but you still have a way to go to reach his level," he said, placing his hand on Kiyomi's shoulder. "If there are no more questions, As Kakashi was about to finish his sentence, a feminine voice interrupted him, calling out to them. "Oh, there you are," the voice exclaimed. Team 7 turned around to see a young woman in her mid-20s who was 5 feet 5 inches and had a slender frame with light brown eyes and violet hair in a short, spiky, fanned-out ponytail. She wore a shirt/fishnet with crisscrosses on it that were crafted out of a thin metal mesh that covered her neck to her thighs. She also had on a tan overcoat with a purple seam and pockets on each side, a dark orange miniskirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards. Kakashi's visible eye widened in surprise, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks beneath his mask. "Ah, uncle, what a pleasant surprise," he greeted, his voice slightly flustered. Naruto nudged Sasuke and whispered, "Who's she?" Sasuke shrugged, equally puzzled, but his attention was soon diverted back to the interaction between Kakashi and the newcomer. Anko grinned, her gaze on Kakashi. "I heard you were heading off on a mission." Thought I'd come and wish you luck, and maybe steal you for a good time before you left. She licked her lips before leaning in closer with a playful smirk. Kakashi chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Ah, well, you know me, Anko. Always ready for a good time, he replied, his tone containing a hint of embarrassment. Kiyomi rubbed her chin. I can't put my finger on it, but she seems familiar. Yeah, I thought so too, Naruto said, making the same gesture. Also, what's with that weird chakra near her neck? He thought. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the two, but also couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity from the woman before them. After a couple of moments, Sasuke spoke up. She looks like Maki-chan. A light bulb appeared over Kiyomi's and Naruto's head. Kiyomi snapped her fingers. I knew it. That's why she looks so familiar. Naruto smiled. I can't believe Kakashi-sensei was able to bag such a hot. He caught a death glare from Kiyomi. I mean, such a respectable and graceful woman. Naruto corrected himself with sweat dripping down his face. Let's have some fun then. Oh, sensei, Naruto called out with a wide smile, interrupting their conversation. You mind introducing us to your friend? Kakashi cleared his throat, shooting Anko a warning glance before turning to his team. Right, of course. Team 7. This is Anko Mitarashi, a close friend of mine, he said, the last word coming out with a mixture of pride and embarrassment. Anko flashed a mischievous grin at the genin, her violet eyes twinkling with amusement as she looked at the genin before her. So, you're Kakashi's little genin. Huh, she turned to Kakashi. It seems failing all those genin the years prior was worth it. Yes, these three have some rough edges, but they've been good students. And I'm proud to be their sensei. He turned back to Team 7. You three are dismissed. Meet me at the village gates at noon. You have a couple of hours before we leave, so I would advise you to get some rest. See ya, sensei. Say hi to Maki-chan for me, Naruto said before teleporting away. Anko and Kakashi's eyes widened. Huh, what did he just say? Kakashi asked the nearby Sasuke and Kiyomi. Nothing, Sasuke said as he frantically grabbed his sister's arm and sank into the shadows. The two looked at each other with a puzzled look before heading back home. Kakashi still had an uneasy feeling in his gut. Konoha, Hataki residence. We're home, Anko announced as she swung open the door, revealing their cozy family home. Their daughter, Maki, immediately darted forward, her face lighting up with excitement. Cousin, she shouted, rushing into Anko's waiting arms for a warm embrace. Meanwhile, Sakuto emerged from the kitchen, catching sight of his parents as they entered. Joe, Kakashi greeted his son with a casual wave. I wasn't expecting you two to be back so soon, Sakuto remarked, his tone betraying a hint of surprise. Kakashi kicked off his sandals, sinking into the familiar comfort of their living room. It'll just be for a little bit. I'll be leaving in a couple of hours. New mission, he explained as he settled onto the couch, letting out a tired sigh. Oh, I guess that's why your team came over here, Sakuto deduced. Kakashi's interest peaked instantly. Wait, my team was here. Sakuto nodded, raising an eyebrow. Oh yeah, an annoying white-haired kid with glasses, a loud girl, and an emo stopped by, saying they were looking for you. A sense of dread washed over Kakashi as he realized that Naruto and Kiyomi had likely discovered Anko's identity as his wife. He had wondered why they were giggling and gossiping amongst themselves. He had left the carefully guarded secret slip away, and now Naruto knew where he lived. This wasn't going to end well. Tusan, are you all right? Sakuto piped up, concern evident in his voice. Kakashi grumbled a vague affirmative, his mind racing with the implications of his team's visit. Anko entered the room, Maki in tow, her expression curious as she noticed Kakashi's dejected demeanor. What's wrong with him? Anko inquired, her confusion palpable. Sakuto shrugged, equally puzzled by his father's unusual behavior. Kazan, I need to tell Tusan something, Maki interjected, her small voice breaking the tense silence. Anko smiled encouragingly at her daughter. Of course, sweetie, she said, leading Maki over to where Kakashi sat on the floor, lost in thought. Perched on her father's lap, Maki hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Tu-san," she began, her tone earnest. "Yes, Maki-san," Kakashi responded eagerly, his attention finally shifting to his daughter. "I want to marry Naranai," Maki announced innocently, her words hanging in the air. "Nairuni," Kakashi echoed, his mind struggling to process her unexpected declaration. Anko couldn't contain her laughter at their daughter's candid confession, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Finally, the realization dawned on Kakashi, and he bolted upright, a mixture of disbelief and panic flooding his features. "Narruto," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the Ataki household. Meanwhile, Naruto sat at Ichiraku Ramen, enjoying a bowl of his favorite dish, when suddenly he sneezed. "Achoo!" he exclaimed, startling Ayam, who was serving nearby. "Naruto, are you okay?" Ayam asked, her concern evident in her voice. Naruto chuckled, grabbing a napkin to wipe his nose. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just had the weirdest feeling, like someone was shouting my name," he mused, shrugging it off. "Must have been the wind," he concluded before diving back into his meal. Chapter 7, Land of Grass, Part 2, Departure. Konoha South Village Gate. Team 7 gathered at the village gate, prepared for their mission. The sun cast a warm glow as travelers bustled around them. Despite the promising start, their sensei was notably absent. Sasuke leaned casually against the gate, absorbed in a book. Kiyomi paced nervously, her anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, Naruto lounged on the ground, sipping a soda. "Where is Kakashi-sensei?" Kiyomi fretted, her nerves fraying. "He should have been here by now." "Relax, Kiyomi-sen," Sasuke replied, not looking up from his book. "He'll show up soon enough." "You two are too calm," Kiyomi snapped, her frustration mounting. "This is an A-rank mission, not some ordinary task." Naruto, facing away from them, took a leisurely sip. "Chill, Kiyomi-chan," he teased. "You're gonna blow a fuse." "Easy for you to say." Kiyomi shot back, her agitation clear. "This is serious. Now that I think about it, I may have to take this mission seriously." Naruto's grin widened mischievously as he turned around facing her. "We might encounter a Biju," he said, faking seriousness. "A Biju?" Kiyomi's voice quivered. Naruto got up and gestured wildly at her. "Oh yeah, a big, hungry chakra monsters who just love snacking on humans." Kiyomi's eyes widened in horror. "They eat people?" Naruto's grin widened even more. "Of course, and to make it better, their favorite humans happen to be young women." Kiyomi's expression turned to one of pure horror, and she started shaking at this revelation. Sasuke, seeing that Kiyomi had fallen for Naruto's trap, approached the two. He swiftly struck the top of Naruto's head. "You're not helping, Naruto," Sasuke reprimanded, his patience waning. "You're no fun," Naruto pouted, rubbing his head where Sasuke had smacked him. Kiyomi, realizing she'd been pranked, simmered with anger. "Naruto, you jerk!" Before she could retaliate, Kakashi materialized in a puff of smoke, finally arriving. "Sorry for the delay, everyone," Kakashi apologized sheepishly. "Lost track of time." Kiyomi rolled her eyes, skepticism evident. Naruto, however, noticed something amiss. "Sensei, you're fly," Naruto pointed out with a smirk. Kakashi blushed, hastily adjusting himself. "Ahem, family goodbyes. You know how it is," he muttered awkwardly. Naruto and Kiyomi exchanged amused glances, understanding the situation perfectly. "Sure, Sensei," Naruto replied, stifling a laugh. "Right, because family farewells take ages," Kiyomi added sarcastically. Sasuke sighed, closing his book. "Can we focus on the mission now?" "Ah, yes." Kakashi cleared his throat, eager to move past the embarrassment. "Let's get started." And with that, Team 7 departed the village, their mission awaiting. Kusagakure, for days later. The path ahead stretched endlessly, winding its way through dense forests and rolling hills, as Team 7 ventured forth towards Kusagakure. Despite the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant calls of wildlife, their journey remained uneventful, the only interruptions coming from their own conversations and occasional breaks. With each passing day, the landscape gradually transformed, the towering trees giving way to sprawling plains dotted with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. The sun beat down relentlessly upon them, its warmth a constant companion as they pressed onward. Team 7 made good time, their pace steady and determined. For days had passed since they left their village, and as the sun descended toward the horizon once more, Kakashi called for a halt. "All right, team," Kakashi announced, his voice carrying across the vast expanse of the plains. "Let's call it for today. We'll journey to her last known location tomorrow morning." Kakashi looked around for a place to set up camp. He spotted a collection of trees in the clearing. "There, that spot looks good. We'll sleep in the treetops." Team 7 leaped to the trees and sat on their branches. They sat quietly as they consumed their food pills. Michu Naruto spoke up. "These taste like shit." Despite his disgust, that didn't stop him from throwing two more into his mouth. Kakashi smiled from underneath his mask. "My old teammate used to say the same thing, but you'll get used to it eventually." Silence returned to the group as they sat there for a few minutes until Kiyomi spoke up. "Sensei," she began tentatively, her voice soft yet filled with genuine interest, "why do you cover your face?" "To hide it, of course," Kakashi replied, messing with the student. Kiyomi deadpanned at her sensei. Okay. But why do you cover your left eye?" Sasuke and Naruto leaned in to hear better. Sasuke more than Naruto, as he was 95% sure what was underneath their sensei's hatate. He just wanted to hear the story. Kakashi's visible eye softened at the question, and a faint smile appeared on his lips from underneath the mask. He had assumed he would eventually get asked this question by these three, but it still didn't make answering the question any easier. "It's a long story," Kakashi replied, his gaze drifting off into the distance as the memories flooded in. "But when I was about 2 years younger than you three, I was on a 4-man team with my sensei being the 4th Hokage." Kiyomi's eyes widened. "Your sensei was the 4th Hokage. That's amazing. How was he?" she asked. "He was a wise, strong, and loving teacher. He considered his students to be a part of his family," Kakashi said somberly. "He was an amazing man that I looked up to and still look up to this day." Sasuke nodded his head. He thought the 4th Hokage was incredibly strong and powerful as well. He had immense respect for him and was impressed that their sensei had been trained by him. A grin spread across Naruto's face. "Ironic, isn't it?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" he asked, confused. Kiyomi had a puzzled look as well. "Never mind me. Continue your story, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied, waving off their glances. Kakashi looked at Naruto, wondering if he knew of his heritage. They'll have to ask him privately at another time. Our team was quite similar to this one, but regardless, during the Third Great Shinobi War, we were sent out on a mission to destroy Canopy Bridge. During that mission, one of our teammates, Rin Noera, was captured by IWA Shinobi. I elected to abandon her and complete our mission while my other teammate, Obito Uchiha, disagreed and went to save her. The three genin nodded attentively, listening closely to their sensei's story. During the rescue mission, I lost my left eye and Obito got crushed by a falling boulder intended for me. As a final gift, he gave me his Sharingan to watch over Rin and protect the village. Naruto leaned back against the tree, nodding his head in understanding. "So that's why you emphasize teamwork." "What happened to Rin, your other teammate?" Kiyomi asked. "Is she still around?" Kakashi paused for a moment. "No, she died on a mission towards the end of the war." He trailed off with a pained expression. "I'm the only one left." The genin stayed silent, reflecting on their sensei's story, the mood turning somber. Kakashi, sensing this dreariness, tried to lighten up the mood before it got too depressing. So, you got any dark secrets, Kiyomi-chan? Since you're so interested in mine, he said, giving her an eye smile. Or maybe you would like to tell us about the boy you like? Huh, Kiyomi said, her eyes bulging as she turned bright red. Wadash. Kiyomi stuttered. Kakashi got closer to her. So, who is it? He asked again, knowing full well who it was. Ah, Kiyomi-chan's got a crush, Naruto teased. I wonder who it is. Sasuke and Kakashi almost fell off their tree branches. Was Naruto really this dense? Anyway, Kakashi said, regaining his composure. Don't worry, Kiyomi-chan. Your secret is safe with me, he said, giving her a thumbs up. Ah, come on, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto begged. Who is it? Let's say it's someone you know, Kakashi replied, letting out a small laugh. Kiyomi mumbled something unintelligible under her breath as she regained her previous composure. But since you're so interested in her secrets, what's up with the shades for eyes? Kakashi asked. I just assumed you were trying to copy my look, but failed miserably. A tick mark formed on Naruto's face. Kiyomi let out a laugh while a small smirk formed on the corners of Sasuke's lips. As if, Naruto scoffed, I could say the same for you. Mid-laugh, Kiyomi asked, Are you two related? No, they replied in unison. Oh, sorry for asking, she responded, turning her away in embarrassment. Kakashi turned back to Naruto. Now, Naruto, don't try to dodge the question. What's with the glasses? Are you blind or trying to hide your ugly eyes? I'll have you know my eyes are beautiful, Naruto said. And no, I'm not blind. He removed his shades, revealing his blue eyes. As I've said, my eyes are special. Are they a dojutsu? Like the Sharingan or Byakugan? Kiyomi asked. Naruto smiled. My eyes are stronger than both. They are called the Rakugan, 6 eyes. Ervikugan. Kiyomi said, but wait, why do you wear the glasses if your eyes are stronger than the Sharingan and Byakugan? Well, you see, unlike the Sharingan and Byakugan, I cannot deactivate my eyes. They're always on. Naruto responded. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. How come you don't burn through your chakra reserves from having them always on? Naruto touched his temple. My eyes don't require chakra to use, but they can cause fatigue from overstrain. When my eyes are not covered, I can see everything. Think of them as high-definition cameras. While the normal person has 20/20th vision, I have 70/20th vision. Naruto closed his eyes. But this does have a drawback, as due to my extra sensory perception, my brain is constantly fed information. So, to prevent my brain from frying, I wear blacked-out shades to limit the information I take in, he said, opening them. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi nodded in understanding of what he told them. So how do you see with the shades on? Kiyomi asked. You said the shades limit the amount of information you receive, but how can you see through them? Good question. I can see by examining chakra flow. All living things have chakra within them, so that's no problem. The hard part was trying to differentiate the non-living from the living. Naruto smiled. It was a pain, but eventually I got the hang of it. Wait, Kiyomi said, so when you have your glasses on, you can't see people like physically? Yes, glasses on, chakra flow, glasses off, everything. This is actually my first time getting a good look at you three since we became Team 7. Oh, Kiyomi said. Well, if that's the case, then, H, how do you think I look? Naruto rubbed the back of his head before answering. I think you look, quite good. Your physical features are, appealing, he said awkwardly. Kiyomi looked down with a smile on her face, while Kakashi gave a thumbs up to Naruto. Sasuke rolled his eyes and flipped to the next page of his book. What's with the thumbs up? Naruto asked. Oh, nothing, Kakashi replied. He rubbed his hands together. As much as I enjoy seeing this awkwardness, it's time to get some shut-eye. We need to be ready for any threats tomorrow. We will rotate shifts every 2 hours. I'll take the first watch. And with that, the 3 genin got as comfortable as they could on their tree branches and drifted off to sleep. Kusagakure village entrance. After an hour of traveling, they reached what should be just outside the village gates. Instead, they were greeted with a black barrier expanding far and wide. As Team 7 approached the black barrier looming before them, a sense of foreboding settled over the group like a heavy shroud. The barrier, pulsating with an ominous energy, cast a shadowy veil over the landscape, obscuring any hint of what lay beyond. Waves of dark, crackling electricity danced along its surface, emitting an eerie hum that sent shivers down Kiyomi's spine. "What is this?" Kiyomi asked. She had never seen anything like it. Naruto walked to the black barrier, looking it up and down. "It seems to be an advanced barrier. I believe it's S rank, Fuinjutsu." S rank? This barrier is serious business, Sasuke thought. Naruto reached out to touch the barrier, but was shocked by black electricity as he placed his hand on the surface. "Ow," he said, recoiling from the shock. "Naruto, are you alright?" Kakashi asked. "Yeah, I will be," Naruto responded, shaking his hand. "But I believe I can't go inside this barrier." "What do you mean?" Kakashi asked. He wasn't terrible at Fuinjutsu, it just wasn't one of his strong suits. This was one of the reasons he never learned oration. Regardless, this barrier was beyond him. "When I outreached my hand, the barrier recognized my chakra signature and reacted negatively. Whoever put this does not want me in. I must be a threat to their plans." Naruto smiled, which can only mean one thing. "There's a traitor in Konoha." Sasuke finished. "They must have fed whoever put this up information regarding your abilities. They may have orchestrated or watched the attack on the Uchiha compound." Bingo! Naruto put a hand on his forehead. This mission keeps on getting better and better. I wonder if anyone else is labeled as a threat. Kiyomi, Sasuke, and Kakashi put their hands to see if they could pass through. They were granted entry. Naruto chuckled. "Wow, Kakashi-sensei. Whoever put this barrier up must really hate you. The disrespect is real." Kakashi ignored Naruto's comment and faced Sasuke and Kiyomi. "It looks like it's going to just be us three. Shouldn't we turn back? This mission is already thrown in so many unknown parameters," Sasuke asked, caution in his voice. He didn't like this. When going on missions, shinobi must have the ability to adapt regardless of the circumstances. In this case, we'll have to continue without Naruto. Kakashi spoke. However, he did share Sasuke's skepticism. First, a Genin squad is assigned an A-rank mission and now encounters an S-rank barrier. Something was amiss. We have a mission to complete. All we can do is rely on our skills and communication to maneuver through these changes. Just when I thought this was going to be one boring rescue mission, Naruto sighed. "Well, I guess this is where we go our separate ways. Good luck," he said to his team. "Sensei, is this a good idea?" Kiyomi asked. "It's the only option we've got," Kakashi said. He turned towards Naruto. "Make sure your earpiece is in. I'll contact you in case things go south." Naruto nodded as he sat down on the ground. "I'll be here, waiting." Kakashi turned towards Sasuke and Kiyomi. "Are you two ready? We may not be able to leave once we enter. If you don't think you can handle this, you can wait here with Naruto." The twins looked at each other before looking back at their sensei with a determined face. Kakashi smiled at the determination and heart of his genin. "Let's go." The three walked through the barrier as darkness enshrouded them, cutting off all traces of the outside world. When they reached the other side, they were greeted by a forest with tall grassy plains as far as the eye could see. The sky was filled with turbulent clouds as it turned gray with wind picking. Before them stood the village gate. However, there were no guards. Even stranger, beyond the village gates, the village seemed to be too quiet. You couldn't hear or see any commotion in the distance. Huts and homes were sprawled about, but no sight of any civilians or shinobi. "The comms aren't working. It doesn't look like we can contact Naruto, nor can he contact us. There's also something throwing off my sense of smell as well. I wonder if it's the effects of the barrier." Kakashi weaved hand signs before saying, "Kuchios no Jutsu," summoning Jutsu, slamming his palm on the ground. A poof of smoke appeared, then gave way to a miniature pug wearing a blue shinobi outfit. Pakin, I need your help for a rescue mission. Kakashi pulled out a strand of red hair from his pack. I need to find Karen Uzumaki. Something is throwing off her trail inside this barrier. Pakin went up to the hair and sniffed it. I've got her scent, he said. It's in this direction, the pug said, pointing southwest. Wait, the dog can talk, Kiyomi asked. Pakin looked in her direction. You've got a problem with that, he responded. No, she said, not making eye contact. Lead the way, Kakashi said to Pakin. We've got no time to waste. Pakin nodded, and Team 7 carried onward. After journeying across the grassy plains, they came across a tower in the middle of the village with barred doors, cracked pavement, and broken windows. There were dead bodies littered around the front of the tower. Kusagakure civilians and shinobi lay on the ground torn apart. Kiyomi around with horror. What happened here? She croaked. The surrounding area was devastated with burnt homes, blood trails, and broken pavement. Sasuke looked around, taking in the sight. This wasn't new to him. He had seen his clan destroyed when he was a child. This was nothing. A bloodied Hittite buried in the ground caught Kakashi's attention. He walked over to it and bent down, grabbing the forehead protector, wiping off the dirt. This explains it, he said sternly. What is it, sensei? Kiyomi asked as she and Sasuke moved closer to their sensei. Kakashi lifted up the headband, revealing the symbol of Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village. Kirigakure shinobi have been through here. Kakashi stood up. This explains the dead bodies, but doesn't explain the devastation. They've always been ruthless, but attacking this far from their borders, it doesn't make sense. He trailed off. As Kakashi was thinking about this revelation, Pakin alerted him, interrupting his contemplation. Kakashi, we've got a group approaching us. No 5 shinobi coming at rapid speed, he barked. Damn, this barrier is really messing with my senses. Kakashi looked at his genin. Quick, conceal your presence and hide in the bushes, he ordered before disappearing. As the twins went to hide, a grotesque hand grabbed Kiyomi's leg. Help me, the voice cried out. Kiyomi's eyes widened in horror as she looked down at a middle-aged man, his body ravaged by cuts and bruises, his legs severed at the knees, leaving raw, bloodied stumps, and his right eye gouged out, leaving behind a gaping hole. Kiyomi froze from the sight she beheld. Sasuke, seeing his sister in this state of terror, summoned Gamma and acted quickly. The frog Shikigami arose from the shadows and pulled the twins into its mouth before hopping off in the bushes nearby. As soon as Gamma made it to the bushes, 5 shinobi arrived, katanas on their backs and hunter masks with the symbol of Kiri on them, indicating that these were ANBU members. This isn't good. ANBU out this far. Kakashi looked at Gamma's position. If it was just me, I could dispatch them quickly and continue on with the mission, but I've got to watch out for these two. One of the ANBU saw the bloodied man begging for life and unsheathed his katana. PP Lise, I beg you. The man gasped out. His cry was deafened by the sound of metal plunging into his neck. The ANBU wiped the blood from his blade, looking to his comrades. Our priority is the girl. Find her and kill anyone who stands in the way. The remaining ANBU nodded before disappearing at high speeds. After a few moments of their departure, Team 7 emerged from their hiding spots. Gamma released Sasuke and Kiyomi from its mouth, and Kakashi moved to their location. This must be an invasion. We gotta find Karen quickly, Kakashi stated. Kiyomi, still shaken up, spoke. W8 Sensei, what about the people in this village? We can't abandon them. Kakashi looked at her silence, contemplating the best way to respond to her. Kiyomi was full of hope and naive. However, sometimes you can't save everyone. Innocents died every day and many more would die. This was the way of the shinobi world. Before Kakashi responded to her, Sasuke interjected. Our mission is to locate and rescue Karen Uzumaki. Sasuke spoke coldly. What happens to this village is not our responsibility. What? Kiyomi looked at her brother. How can you say that? We have to save people. That's what shinobi do. Sasuke closed his eyes. Shinobi do not save people. We complete missions, and that's it. He opened his eyes, staring into his sister's. I have no intention of risking my own life to save people I had no intention to save in the first place. Kiyomi grabbed her twin's shirt collar. What do you mean? These people are innocent. Sasuke looked at his sister calmly. Do you know why we were sent on this mission in the first place? This village has been abusing Karen, taking advantage of her medical ninjutsu and using her as a tool for their own personal and twisted gains. Kiyomi's grip softened a bit. I know you want to save them, but these people are not good. Kiyomi retightened her grip. It doesn't matter if they aren't good people. Everyone's made mistakes in their life, but we all can do good. To be forgiven for our crimes. If I turned evil, you would try to save me, right? She shouted back. The twins looked at each other intensely. That's enough, Kakashi commanded, feeling the tension between the two. We need to stay together as a team. We've already encountered things that were not a part of the original mission parameters. We need to stay vigilant for anything else unexpected. Kakashi's lone eye widened. At that moment, Team 7 felt a sinister presence. The killing intent, the bloodlust, and the pure evil they felt was immense. What is this? Kiyomi asked, her legs shaking as if they were made out of jello. Sasuke looked around. What the hell? He hadn't felt a presence like this since the night of his clan's destruction. Kakashi narrowed his visible eye as he stared intensely at the new figure that arrived a distance in front of Team 7. Ah, your sensei's right, you know. A slithery voice spoke. The twins turned their heads in the voice's direction. They saw a malevolent figure before them. You never know who you'll come across. The voice spoke, extending its tongue out and licking blood off his face. As long as darkness thrives, I will always be lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim what is rightfully mine, he said with a chilling smile, his snake-like eyes staring into their souls. And right now, you two are mine. Naruto impatiently kicked at rocks as he waited outside the barrier. The dense forest behind him pulsated with life. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor, while the rustling leaves and distant stream murmurs filled the air. His team had been gone for over 30 minutes, and his attempts to break the barrier proved futile. The seals were too complex for him. Whoever put this up was better than him at Fuinjutsu. Ark! Naruto shouted, causing nearby birds to fly out of the trees. This is so boring, he said, sinking back onto the ground with a pout. But just as hopelessness loomed, a subtle disturbance in the air caught his attention. His lips curled into a confident smile. Finally, without warning, dozens of deadly projectiles hurled towards Naruto from all directions. Reacting swiftly, he formed a hand sign. Mukujin no Jutsu. Mugen, limitless technique. Infinity, he exclaimed, halting the projectiles mere inches from his exposed back. Suspended in midair, the lethal array of weapons formed a field between him and his unseen assailants. Rising to his feet, Naruto turned to face his attackers, getting ready for the fight. 3 Kirigakure ANBU materialized in the treetops before him. So Naruto Uzumaki, one spoke. We've heard you're strong. Let's test that, shall we? They said, drawing their katanas. A grin spread across Naruto's face as he confidently strode through the suspended field of kunai and shuriken. I'm down for that, he called out, excitement in his voice. But let's set a rule. With a casual flick of his wrist, he brushed aside stray kunai. The ANBU exchanged puzzled glances. A rule. I don't want to get yelled at by my sensei for making a ruckus. This is an infiltration mission after all. Naruto explained, his grin widening. If you cry and apologize for your pathetic attempt, I won't kill you, he said sinisterly. That's our rule. TC this damn brat. The ANBU jumped down and without hesitation charged at Naruto, who chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Now this'll be fun, he responded giddily. Kusagakure Hospital. Hurry up and heal him, you brat. A tall Kusagakure shinobi yelled to a red-haired kunoichi not before sending a furious backhand. A loud thud was heard as brown glasses went flying and a body hit the floor hard. The girl looked up at the man with hate in her eyes as she reclaimed her glasses. She had long red hair that extended past her shoulders. She wore a brown jacket with a chainmail shirt underneath, black shorts, long black thigh-high stockings, and black shinobi sandals. The Kusagakure shinobi looked at her with disgust. You should be grateful, Karen. We took in an outsider like you and gave you home. Karen looked around the hospital. There were many injured. The village had been attacked by Kirigakure without warning. No one knew where they came in from or how they got in unnoticed. It was as if they were transported here by someone or something. She had secretly hoped the attackers were the Kanahegakure shinobi that had been promised to rescue her, but much to her dismay it wasn't. It had been many days since she contacted their spies. She was starting to lose hope that she would be rescued and freed from this hell. Anywhere was better than here. Now heal him, or your glasses will be the last thing you'll have to worry about, he spat. Karen stood up from the ground, her gaze flickering briefly to the injured man lying in a hospital bed. With a deep breath, she repressed her tears, steeling herself for what she was about to do. She extended her arm towards him, offering herself for him to bite, a grim acceptance of her role as a healer in this brutal village. But before the man could make contact, the door to their wing exploded inward with a deafening crash. Karen's heart leaped into her throat as the chaotic sounds of battle flooded the room. Screams pierced the air as the Kirigakure Yinbu mercilessly cut down anyone in their path, their cold efficiency sending a shiver down Karen's spine. In the midst of the chaos, the tall Kusagakure shinobi was nailed with a kunai and dropped dead. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Karen scrambled underneath a nearby bed, her mind racing with desperation. She wasn't a fighter, but she knew she had to find a way to survive this carnage. If she did, she would be free. The stench of blood filled the air and lifeless bodies littered the floor as she hunkered down, seeking refuge in the shadows. But her brief respite was shattered in an instant as the bed she was hiding under was violently thrown aside. Karen shrieked, and her heart pounded louder as she protected her ears from the sound of the metal frame hitting the wall. She looked up, her breath catching in her throat at the sight of the bloodied mask of a Kirigakure Yinbu looming over her. A bloodstained hand reached out to grab her. No, not again. The hand inched ever so close to her face. Please, someone save me, Karen thought. She closed her eyes and tensed her body, preparing for the worst. But nothing happened. After a few moments, she opened her eyes to see a white-haired with black glasses staring at her. Oh, you're alive? Thought I'd lost you there, the boy said, smiling at her. He slightly lowered his glasses, revealing his blue eyes. Karen's eyes widened. Her mind flashed back to a distant memory, a time when a kind soul had helped her. It was when she had been sent to the North Fortress during the bloody war with the Kagaya clan. On her way to heal Kusagakure troops, she had been captured by members of the clan who planned to have their way with her, but she was saved by a boy 2 years older with similar white hair. She couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu as she stared into the boy's blue eyes. There was a familiarity in his gentle gaze, a flicker of warmth that stirred a long-buried memory within her. Karen was taken out of her thoughts as a hand waved across her face. Hello, anyone home? The boy said. Karen returned to reality before speaking. Sorry, you just look like someone I knew, she responded somberly, not before standing up and dusting herself off. I'm assuming you're from Konoha? Of course, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto stated, but there's no time for introductions as more A and B are on their way. Uzetumaki. Karen mouthed. She was shocked to know there were other members of her clan still alive. Heavy footsteps could be heard as 5 more Kirigakure Yinbu barged through the open hospital wing. There she is, one shouted. Get her. Yep, it looks like it's time to leave, Naruto said, placing his palm on Karen's back. Karen felt her body become weightless as she was lifted up by Naruto. Huh, I'm floating. By losers. Naruto's taunt echoed through the room as he leaped gracefully out of the gaping hole in the ceiling he had created. With Karen securely in tow, he landed on the rooftop and swiftly traversed the terrain. Where are we going? Karen's voice cut through the rush of wind as they sprinted across the rooftop, her expression a mixture of fear and curiosity. Naruto spared her a quick glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. To meet my team, he replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Without hesitation, he vaulted over the edge, descending graciously to another section of the hospital rooftop. As they touched down, Naruto's senses sharpened, alert to the presence of their pursuers. 5 ANBU materialized atop the surrounding rooftops, their stark black-clad figures contrasting against the bright sky. One positioned near Naruto's location, 2 flanking them further back, and 2 more directly in front, forming a barrier of opposition. Geez, you guys don't know when to give up, do you? Naruto's voice cut through the air, laced with a hint of amusement despite the gravity of the situation. The ANBU captain stepped forward, his demeanor unwavering. Hand over the girl. If you don't, we will have no choice but to kill you, the ANBU captain said. The other ANBU braced themselves, their weapons at the ready, eyes fixed on their target. Naruto's smile widened, a glint of defiance in his eyes. Like hell, I'll hand her over, he declared, his tone laced with determination. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, channeling his chakra into his technique. In an instant, the ANBU positioned north and south of Naruto were ensnared by an unseen force, hurtling towards each other with alarming speed. The sickening sound of their necks snapping echoed through the air as their bodies collided and crumpled to the rooftop, lifeless and unmoving. What was that? Karen thought in awe of the power displayed by Naruto. She had never seen anything like this. The ANBU captain tensed up. What did you just do? He asked, panic spreading through his body, but not shortly after he calmed himself. We don't need an explanation to kill you. He spoke, signaling to the 2 other ANBU to attack. They jumped down from the positions, landing viciously, before moving at high speeds at Naruto with the intent to kill. Don't be so sure of yourself now, Naruto responded, maneuvering Karen out of harm's way as she let out a cry of discomfort. The ANBU reached the boy's position, targeting his neck. However, their attacks stopped before they could deliver a crushing blow. What the hell is this? One of the ANBU asked as he tried to move his weapon closer, but was unable to. It's infinity. Achilles and a tortoise to be exact. Naruto peered at them, confusion etched on their faces. It's important to study, you know? 2 swift and precise punches connected with their faces, rendering them unconscious as their bodies fell to the ground with a thud. With a graceful motion, Naruto brought Karen down from her elevated position, her eyes wide with astonishment at the speed and efficiency of Naruto's technique. Wow, that was so fast. I could barely see those attacks, Karen thought. Naruto peered at the ANBU captain. It's a shame, really. I can see that you possess a powerful Kekkei Genkai, Futon, boil release, but you're still weak. The ANBU captain gritted his teeth. How do you know what my Kekkei Genkai is? He asked, perplexed by this boy's abilities. This was beyond what information they had been given. Naruto removed his glasses. Unfortunately for you, I have good eyes, applying his technique to suspend his glasses above his palm. You see, my Kekkei Genkai is like a convergent series of infinite numbers. Anything that approaches me grows slower and slower, and ultimately, it fails to ever reach me. When I amplify my Mugiken no Jutsu, limitless technique, I get what you might call a natural negative number. It creates a single imaginary apple. Though it is surprisingly inconvenient, he added. I can't create a reaction too large near myself, and if I start worrying about the vectors, it becomes a mess. 3 kunai sliced through the air, aimed at Naruto. The AMBU captain had hoped to catch Naruto off guard, but they did not breach his Mugen. TCH, he said, retreating in the opposite direction. He's revealed how his technique works. It'd be best to withdraw and report this to the Mizukichi. Naruto let the kunai drop as he placed his glasses back on, watching the captain disappear behind the adjacent building. But that's all just the proper operation of the technique. Naruto, he's getting away. Karen asked, perplexed by his actions. Why did you explain your technique? Naruto smiled down at her. You'll soon see, he said, turning towards the direction where Captain had retreated to and extending his right arm. Cover your head. Karen hesitated, but obeyed, placing her hands over her head. Suddenly, they were propelled through the building in an instant. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as they glided amidst broken window frames and splintered furniture. The unsuspecting ANBU captain found himself ensnared in the suspended field of debris. He looked bewildered, taking in the sight of a cowering Karen and a wide-eyed Naruto, his grin carrying a hint of mischief, his right palm still extended. This next move is the divergence of infinity, Naruto announced, shaping his hand into a toy gun. My reversed chakra technique, Jyakyuten Mugiken no Jutsu, aka reversed limitless technique, red. A crimson radiance filled the space as a concentrated red sphere materialized on Naruto's fingertips. The glow intensified, casting its hue across the faces of those nearby. Its luminosity increased until the entire room was red. The AMBU captain closed his eyes, bracing for the worst. Still, as swiftly as the red glow appeared, it began to dissipate until it vanished entirely, leaving Naruto, Karen, and the captain suspended in midair. After a short moment, the captain slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he was still alive. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was over, he muttered. Well, it was worth a shot, Naruto said, sounding disappointed. But this isn't over. With that, he delivered a swift, powerful punch to the captain's face, sending him crashing to the ground along with the glass and debris that had been suspended moments before. Naruto grinned. With that settled, let's track down my team. Karen glanced at Naruto, her eyelid twitching. He was one interesting individual. Could you, set me down? Floating like this is making me queasy. Can't do that, sorry, Naruto replied. We need to head to my team. They stumbled into a barrier, probably baited with your scent to ensnare them while keeping me out. As Karen absorbed his words, realization dawned on her. So that's why they had me set it up. I must have been exposed when trying to contact your spies, and they sprung a trap to draw your team in. Naruto furrowed his brow. What are you going on about? Sorry, it's just... Karen trailed off, gathering her thoughts. I was ordered to raise the barrier by their village leader, but we need to act fast. They're in grave danger. Why? What's waiting for them inside? Traps? Explosives? Naruto asked, growing more concerned. Karen shook her head solemnly. No, something far worse. A monster that's plagued this village for years. A monster? Naruto's interest was piqued. What is it? Not what whom. One of the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary Sannin, Karen revealed. Arguably the strongest among them. This individual is... Sasuke and Kiyomi stood in fear from the presence of the man in front of them. Kakashi stood firm in a defensive position, on guard as he moved in front and shielded his genin from the waves of pure evil crushing them. Before them stood a man with pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, purple markings around his eyes, and fawn-like teeth resembling that of snake. He had pronounced cheekbones and straight waist-length black hair with some locks covering and framing his face, reaching beyond his shoulders. He wore plain gray garbs with a black polo and pants underneath, a dark gray flak jacket, blue tomo-shaped earrings, shinobi sandals with bandages around his calves, and a hitei with an unknown symbol brandished on the metal. Now it's starting to make sense. The mission, the barriers, and the dead bodies. It was you all along. Wasn't it Orochimaru? Kakashi spoke. Ohoshimaru. Kiyomi stuttered. She didn't know who this was, but saying that name sent shivers down her spine. Sweat dropped from Sasuke's face as he looked anxiously at the looming figure before them. There's no way. If it's really him, we're in big trouble, he thought. He prepared himself despite his body's protest. Of course it's me. You've made my job so much easier that I thought I'd show myself and reward you. Orochimaru spoke, his voice cold and menacing. And now that I've found them, I'm afraid your little life is forfeit. He chuckled darkly, taking a step closer to the trio. But before I end you, Kakashi, I have one thing to ask. He paused, letting the weight of his words seep. How's my dear Anko? I've known you two have grown closer over the years. His golden eyes bored into Kakashi's soul, reading his thoughts. Kakashi furrowed his eyes at Orochimaru and felt his heart skip a beat. He looked at the man before him with a fierce intensity. It's a shame, really, that she would choose to be with a man such as yourself, Orochimaru taunted, trying to provoke Kakashi. He could see his frustration and hate rising. I guess I'll have to pay her a visit, he said with a wicked smile. Kakashi violently clenched his fist, his nail breaking as blood trickled down his hand. He looked to his genin and saw fear and panic in their eyes. Their frightened sight and the way this bastard talked about Anko brought about an unprecedented anger. The fear he had was being replaced with rage. He would protect his family and his students no matter the cost. Kakashi lifted up his headband as his Sharingan whirled to life, its 3 tomos spinning. He widened his stance, his arm falling downward as electricity started to converge in his palm. The ground beneath torn apart from the violent and unruly currents. The Sharingan stared deep into Orochimaru, burning with a crimson glow. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused by Kakashi's bravado. Oh, really? You're going to fight me? My, you have grown since our last battle, he sneered. At least this time you've got the guts to stand up and fight, he said, releasing more of his bloodlust. The wave of killing intent almost brought the Uchiha twins to their knees. It felt as if there were hands squeezing around their throats. They saw visions of themselves being killed. Sasuke looked at this sensei, and Orochimaru locked in their standoff. So this was what it feels like when 2 powerful shinobi are standing off. Their killing intent is off the charts. Can Kakashi-sensei win? Should I? Sasuke thought. He didn't want to stand by and let his sensei fight alone, but he knew joining in would only slow Kakashi down. Additionally, if he summoned him, it would make the situation worse. He looked over to his sister. Kiyomi's legs were trembling, and her breathing was ragged and uncontrollably as she felt the killing intent. This pressure, this bloodlust, it's enormous. I can't breathe. If I make one misstep, I'll die. She began to sweat profusely as her body began to move on its own. It believed the only way to escape this intensity was to kill herself. She unconsciously pulled out a kunai and raised it to her neck. Kiyomi, Kakashi called out, his voice breaking Kiyomi out of her trance. She looked in horror to see a kunai in her hands, inches from her throat. She went numb as the kunai fell to the ground with a metallic clang. Don't worry, I will protect you too. I refuse to let my comrades die. Kakashi stated defiantly. Pakin, get them out here. He turned to his team. Sasuke, I'm assigning you as team leader. It's up to you to complete the mission and protect your teammates. Sasuke's eyes widened at his sensei's words. He clenched his fists in anger. He hated how weak he was. He thought he'd gotten stronger, but it still wasn't enough. Was Naruto right? Could he simply not envision a stronger version of himself? Shaking these thoughts off, he looked at his sensei and nodded. Kiyomi, we need to leave. Kiyomi tried to protest, but the look in Sasuke's, I told her everything. She looked at Kakashi with worry in her eyes, but her sensei gave her a comforting smile. With this, Kiyomi joined Pakin and Sasuke as the 3 departed, leaving behind Kakashi and Orochimaru in the field near the tower. Ah, you're going to make my heart melt. Orochimaru mocked with a sinister laugh. This is pointless. You know what, I'm feeling generous today. If you step aside, I'll let you live, he stated with a smile. I'm giving you the chance to return to your family, unharmed. Orochimaru did not fear fighting Kakashi. He just rather not at this moment. It would be more tiresome for them to fight. He had other business to attend to and wanted to speed this process along and get what he came for. He knew Kakashi was an intelligent and cunning man who knew of his strength. Orochimaru concluded that this offer would be impossible for Kakashi to resist. For a split second, Kakashi considered the possibility. The crackle of lightning ceased, but then he felt the words of his former teammates flood into his brain. Those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei, Rin, and Obito, please lend me your strength. No, I don't know what you want from those two, but I would rather die than allow that. He responded, his resolve solidified. I am Kakashi Hitaki, the copycat ninja, and I know more than 1,000 jutsu. And now, I'm mad. He reignited his Raikiri as it blazed with greater intensity. Orochimaru's smile dropped as he looked upon Kakashi, who brimmed with an unwavering spirit. He got into a fighting stance, readying himself for Kakashi's attack. Well then, show me your jutsu. Kakashi charged forward, his Raikiri crackling with raw power. Raitan, Reiju Tsuga, lightning release, lightning hound, he shouted. The electricity took shape, forming a hound that surged forward at high speeds, its red eyes growling at Orochimaru. Orochimaru met this advance with eerie calmness, effortlessly sidestepping the beast. In a blur of movement, he countered with a swift kick aimed at Kakashi's ribs, but the copy ninja dodged, flipping over the kick and landing a distance away. Orochimaru heard the crackle of lightning as he turned to see the hound charging at him with more ferocity. He smiled, amused at Kakashi's attempt. Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind was sent towards the hound, blowing it apart, as well as catching Kakashi in its path of destruction as well. Kakashi ripped through the forest as the nearby trees were obliterated and ravaged. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as he flew through many bushes until slamming against a tree trunk. Upon impact, a snake appeared from behind, coiling itself around Kakashi, immobilizing him. A whistle was heard through the air as two kunai flew, colliding with his shoulders and impaling him onto the wood. Orochimaru emerged to see if his aim had been true, discovering the pinned Kakashi. TSK, I expected more out of you. He widened his mouth. A regurgitated sword rose from the depths. He lunged forward to deliver the final blow. The ground underneath erupted as Kakashi ascended, kunai in hand, in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, expecting this, swiftly slashed him in twain. The severed body gasped for air, but soon dissolved into mud. From above, Orochimaru heard a roar as he turned to see a dragon with glowing yellow eyes, barring down at him. Doton, Duryusho, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Surge. He used his sword to block the dragon's advance as it fell upon him, with great speed as it propelled him through the grassy plains. The dragon then ascended to the treetops, sending him through branches and foliage. Orochimaru laughed hysterically as the dragon continued to pressure him. You're putting on quite a show, he said, redirecting the path of the dragon, flipping over the beast and tearing through it like butter. Lighting crackled as Orochimaru effortlessly sidestepped a deadly stealth attack. In a blur of movement, he countered with a swift kick aimed at Kakashi's ribs, but the copy ninja deftly dodged, retaliating with a kunai slash in which Orochimaru parried. The sound of metal could be heard as their battle raged on throughout the submerged heavens. Sparks flew, the branches fell, the birds scattered in fear, and destruction was left in their wake. Moving too fast for the average shinobi, striking with extreme precision and skill. This battle was truly a tumultuous clash. The two shinobi emerged from the heavens in different conditions, landing on tree branches a distance apart. Orochimaru stood tall, proud, and unscathed. He was starting to get bored as he glared at the pitiful man before him. Despite Kakashi's best efforts, he failed to land a single blow. Across the gap, Kakashi's breaths came in ragged gasps, as if he were sucking air through a straw. His legs trembled, threatening to give way beneath him. The hilt of his kunai was slick with sweat, and his vision blurred at the edges. He'd lost his Hitai-8, his Jonin flak jacket, and parts of his blue long sleeve were destroyed. He had a long cut across his torso, a result of being too slow. He touched the cut and felt the blood flow past his fingers. "How's it going, Kakashi?" Orochimaru mocked. "You don't seem to be doing well." He licked the blood from his sword, smiling wickedly at Copy Ninja. Kakashi panted heavily. "I'm particularly out of chakra. I thought I could buy them more time to get away." He examined his blood-stained hand. "But this would be my final attack," he thought. Orochimaru readied himself, not out of fear, but out of instinct. Throughout his life, he faced many strong shinobi, but Kakashi was different. Those he faced and killed died with fear itching across their body, but Kakashi had no such fear. The man before his very eyes brimmed with resilience and determination despite impending doom. Men staring down death in such a way were unpredictable and therefore extremely dangerous. The wind howled as the two shinobi locked eyes, Kakashi's Sharingan swirling as Orochimaru slit, eyes narrowed. The forest held its breath in anticipation as their feet grinded on top of the tree bark. The air shattered with the sound of metal tearing through flesh, startling Kakashi as if a lightning bolt had struck him. A searing pain erupted in his chest, stealing his breath and freezing him in place. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what had happened. With a gasp, Kakashi looked down. He saw a gleaming sword sprouting from his chest. Blood welled around the wound, staining his clothes crimson. A voice, dripping with malice, slithered into his ear like a serpent's hiss. "I've enjoyed our little game," it taunted, sending shivers down Kakashi's spine. "But I'm afraid playtime is over." The figure in front of him seemed to warp and shift, dissolving into a writhing mass of snakes. Kakashi's mind reeled, struggling to process the betrayal unfolding before him. "Any last words?" Orochimaru mocked, the metal of the sword twisting deeper into Kakashi's flesh with a sickening grind. Blood trickled from Kakashi's lips, his breaths ragged and labored. The metallic taste filled his mouth, mingling with the stinging agony in his chest. With each cough, crimson droplets splattered against the ground, staining the tree branch beneath him. Orochimaru savored Kakashi's suffering. "Oh, would you mind speaking a little louder?" he taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. "I'm having trouble hearing you." "I said," Kakashi managed to squeak out. He violently grabbed the sword sticking through him, his grip strong and true. "Bunshin Daibakuha, great clone explosion," he shouted. For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty pierced Orochimaru's face. Instinctively, he recoiled, a surge of alarm coursing through his body. But before he could retreat, it was too late. The clone's body expanded with explosive force, engulfing the surrounding area in a blinding flash of light. The shockwave rippled through the treetops, shaking the very foundations of the forest. As the smoke cleared, Orochimaru found himself hurtling through the air, descending to the ground. "That was a good try," he mused, his voice tinged with a hint of begrudging respect. However, his eyes widened in shock as the real Kakashi materialized in front, lightning coating his hand. "I can't dodge, he's too close," he thought. However, the lightning vanished from Kakashi's hand. "It looks like you're out of chakra," he mused. As soon as he hit the ground, he would kill Kakashi. But something unexpected happened. As Kakashi's hand cut through the air, space began to distort and bend. Orochimaru's eyes widened. "What is this?" he thought. Kakashi's hand burst and crackled with black and red lightning as he plunged through Orochimaru's chest, puncturing his heart and exiting through the back. Orochimaru's mouth burst open as blood sprayed over Kakashi as the two hurled to the ground, landing with a thunderous boom. They tumbled through the grass and dirt, rolling over each other, until Orochimaru laid on his back with Kakashi on top. His hands still lodged within his chest, crackling with red and black lighting. Kakashi ripped his arm out of Orochimaru as he fell over on his back. He took deep and ragged breaths, feeling the fatigue and hurt on his body. Two laid on the ground next to each as the sun peered through the foliage, shedding light on the devastation and destruction. Orochimaru looked down to see the gaping hole in his chest. He gasped for air, but only blood came out. He hacked and spluttered, trying to clear his throat, but the blood kept flowing. He could hear the wet, gurgling sound of his own breathing, and he knew he was dying. He couldn't believe it. How could he, one of the Sannin, be defeated by this mere copy ninja? He felt a surge of rage and tried to reach out and rip Kakashi's face off, but his fingers were weak and trembling. He opened his mouth to curse, but only blood came out. Kakashi slowly arose, wiping away some of the dirt on his clothing. He looked down at Orochimaru, glaring down at the man before him. He could see the hate in his eyes as he stared furiously at Kakashi, but then his eyes softened. Why you baited me into that last attack?" Orochimaru spoke, coughing up blood with each word. "You used your Sharingan to apply your remaining chakra within 0.0000001 seconds of hitting me. It was a Kokusen black flash." Kakashi grabbed his left eye, feeling the throbbing pain intensify with each beat. He stumbled slightly, the exhaustion from using the Sharingan weighing heavily on his body. Thoughts of recuperation in Konoha flashed through his mind. He knew he'd be bettered in for at least a month upon his return. Any last words? Kakashi spoke as the leaves fell around him. "I'll admit it. You are strong, Kakashi." Orochimaru's words came out slow and labored, each syllable heavy with effort. "For a non-Uchiha, you have mastered that eye to a superb degree. You are worthy of the title Kakashi of the Sharingan. Through all the battles I've had with lesser men, you're the only one who faced me without fear. Stand proud," he acknowledged, his tone almost congenial. But then, without warning, a chilling interruption shattered the moment. In an instant, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as a katana burst through his chest, blood spraying across the ground. He staggered backward, his attempt to maintain balance futile against the sudden onslaught. "This fight is over." Orochimaru's voice echoed from behind, cold and final. Chapter 8, Land of Grass, Part 3, Throughout Heaven and Earth. Inside Barrier, Kusagakure. Minutes earlier, Sasuke, Kiyomi, and Pakken ran inside the barrier at breakneck speeds, following their sensei's orders to retreat while he faced Orochimaru. As they reached the edge of the barrier, Kiyomi came to a sudden halt. Pakken, noticing her pause, alerted Sasuke. "Sasuke, we lost one." Sasuke turned mid-jump, his movements fluid yet with a hint of tension, as he saw Kiyomi fixated on their sensei's location. He rushed to his sister with urgency. "What are you doing? We need to leave immediately." Kiyomi said nothing, her eyes still lingering on their sensei's location. She turned to her brother. "We can't just leave him to die," she pleaded, her voice full of desperation. "We have to save him." Sasuke looked into his sister's eyes, seeing the conflict engraved over her face. He too wanted to help their sensei, but he knew if they were to engage Orochimaru, they would surely die or experience something far worse. He didn't want to lose her to that monster. "Kiyomi-san, we can't," he responded, regretfully. "He's one of the Sannin, and we're Genin. We can't beat him," he stated firmly, though his composed facade momentarily broke. "But still we have to try," she responded, her voice soft but resolute. Before Sasuke could respond, an ominous explosion rippled through the air, causing them to brace themselves against the pressure. In the distance, birds fled from the treetops, signaling the epicenter of the blast. Undeterred by the danger, Kiyomi's resolve only grew stronger. Without hesitation, she darted toward their sensei's location, leaving Sasuke to call out to her in frustration. Kiyomi-san, wait, but was already too late as she faded into the dense forest ahead. TCH, damn it. His mind raced as he confronted the dilemma before him. Prioritize their well-being or risk everything to save their sensei. Before Sasuke could make a decision, Pakin spoke up, breaking him out of his thoughts. Sasuke, you need to go after her, the pug said with a grim expression. It's up to you now, he stated, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sasuke's eyes widened as the realization of what happened hit him like a truck. He stared into the forest before him. The trees called out to him, their branches swaying as they waited for an answer. Before Sasuke could decide on an answer, he heard a loud hiss in the distance, feeling the ground rumble as a massive serpent emerged bearing its fang at him. Instinctively activating his Sharingan, he dodged the charging serpent with lightning reflexes. Sliding beneath its massive frame, he drew two kunai and leapt onto its back. With a swift strike, he buried the blades deep into the serpent's skull, silencing its roar with a thud as the colossal body fell to the ground, dust billowing up. He removed the blood-soaked kunai, but felt the air vibrate as dozens of projectiles launched toward him. Through the onslaught of projectiles, Sasuke evaded with superb agility as he launched the kunai into the treetops. The sound of metal was heard plunging into skulls before two bodies dropped hard onto the ground. In the ensuing silence, two more attackers emerged, katanas drawn. Sasuke flipped over one, landing on his back, then launched into the air. His hands moved in a blur, finishing with the tiger seal and expanding his lungs with chakra, ready to deliver a massive attack. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique. He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that erupted from his mouth like a ferocious dragon. The shinobi were caught off guard, their startled expressions engulfed in a blaze of fire as their bodies were consumed by the inferno. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air as Sasuke watched the flames consume his enemies with a calculated detachment. Yet, before he could fully assess the aftermath, the crunch of leaves snapped him back to attention. Swiftly sidestepping a blade aimed for his back, Sasuke countered with a lightning-fast punch that shattered his assailant's mask, revealing a look of startled disbelief beneath and a Kirigakure Hitate. He seized the disoriented shinobi by the throat, locking eyes with him and placing him under a genjutsu. The Kirigakure shinobi struggles ceased as the genjutsu took hold, rendering him immobilized and vulnerable. "What is your mission?" Sasuke asked, his crimson glare intensifying. "We are here to capture Kiyomi Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake," the shinobi spoke with a dull voice. "I thought they were after Karen. What the hell is going on here?" Sasuke pondered to himself, biting the inside of his cheek. "Who sent you?" The shinobi's body began to convulse. "The Mizu dash," they managed to utter before a sudden, violent spasm racked their frame, contorting it unnaturally as their spines snapped audibly, cutting off any further words. They crumpled to the ground, blood trickling from their nose, their last breaths stolen by an unseen force. Sasuke let go of the body, tossing it aside. "The Mizukage?" he spoke aloud. "What does he want with them?" He pondered trying to solve this mystery. However, the sound of waves crashing shocked him out of his thoughts. He looked up, noting the direction the sound came from was the direction Kiyomi headed in. "Damn it, I wasted too much time here." "No," he called out, summoning his Shikigami. The owl-like creature materialized from his shadow, grabbing Sasuke with its talons and lifting him into the air, plunging them into the depths of the forest. Inside barrier, Kusagakure, present. The battlefield seemed to freeze as Kakashi stumbled forward, a searing pain erupting from his chest. He glanced down in disbelief, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld a katana protruding from his torso. The blade gleamed in the light as blood trickled from the wound, staining his clothing as darkness threatened to consume him whole. "You put up a good show, but this battle was over the moment you decided to face me," Orochimaru said coldly. Kakashi's breaths came in ragged gasps, his strength waning with each passing moment. "Why come here?" he managed to croak until realization dawned upon him. "You're after the Uzumaki girl, aren't you?" Orochimaru's chuckle sliced through the thick air like a hot butter knife. Insightful to the last breath, Kakashi. I guess I'll tell you. It'll be my last gift before you leave the world of the living," he replied, his tone dripping with condescension. "That Uzumaki girl possesses a rare gift, the ability to use reverse chakra." Reversed chakra? Kakashi wheezed, struggling to grasp the significance of Orochimaru's words. He knew little of this mysterious power, only that it was rare and formidable. Indeed, Orochimaru continued, his eyes gleaming with intense passion. While ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu draw upon negative energy, reverse chakra utilizes positive energy. It grants the wielder extraordinary abilities, healing, regeneration, and much more. Only a select few, like Hashirama Senju and my dear old teammate, have ever mastered it. A cruel grin twisted Orochimaru's lips as he envisioned the possibilities. With reverse chakra, one could become truly immortal and unstoppable. They would be a god among men. That is precisely why I desire her and the Uchiha. With the Sharingan and reverse chakra, I would be unstoppable. Every jutsu, every Kekkei Genkai, and every nation would belong to me," he shouted as he began to laugh uncontrollably, shaking the air as the surrounding animals fled from his madness. After many moments of laughter, the snake Sannin regained his composure, returning to a sane state. "Unfortunately for you, Kakashi, you won't live to see such a world." A SCH click noise was heard as the katana was slowly removed from Kakashi's chest. Kakashi stood still as the blade exited his chest. He tried to move his body, to push past his limits, but he couldn't. With a desperate gasp, Kakashi collapsed to his knees. The world around him started fading into darkness, his consciousness slipping away as he fought to cling to life. Just as Kakashi was about to slip from this plane of existence, he heard a cry pierce the air, its voice filled with desperation and sorrow. "Kakashi-sensei." Turning his gaze, Kakashi's breath grew ragged as he looked upon his student, standing before him with a grief-stricken expression and tears in her eyes. "Oh, I wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you could join us," Orochimaru sneered. "You've saved me the trouble of having to go out and find you." Kakashi's mind raced with regrets and unfinished business, his heart heavy with sorrow as he reflected upon his life. He touched the hole in his chest, feeling the cold blood on his fingertips. He knew this was the end, but he didn't know what to say to his student. He didn't want her to be afraid. He wanted her to be strong and carry on. He looked at her, putting on a smile underneath his mask, despite his fading vision. "I believe in you, Kiyomi-chan. You are strong." He pushed out with his last bit of strength. And with that, Kakashi fell to the ground as the world faded into darkness, and the sound of his student's cries echoed in his ears as he succumbed to the void, his body growing cold and still upon the blood-stained earth. Tears trickled down Kiyomi's face as she could no longer hold in the pain. "Kakashi-sensei, get up. Please, you can't be dead," she shouted, hoping this was just some trick, that her sensei would turn into a log at any moment and reappear next to her. But nothing happened. It was deathly silent. The only sound were the rustle of leaves and her sobs. Orochimaru wiped the blood from his katana and walked menacingly to the weeping Kiyomi. "Do not be afraid, child. All will be well soon enough." Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei was all the disheartened Uchiha could think about. She felt her mind and body go numb as if something had switched within her. How could a good person be killed like this? left alone to die like an old dog. She didn't care about anything at the moment. Her brother, Naruto, or the mission. At that moment, she felt a sharp, throbbing pain spread through her eyes. She screamed out in agony as she grabbed her head, writhing back in pain and falling to her knees. Orochimaru observed with a curious gaze as Kiyomi clutched her head, her chakra swelling rapidly. He advanced, each step resonating ominously across the silent battlefield, the air thick with apprehension. As he reached out to the seemingly paralyzed girl, suddenly, a sharp pain sliced across his palm. Startled by her unexpected speed and agility, he glanced at his hand, noting the blood seeping from a clean cut. His eyes snapped up just in time to see Kiyomi hurling a kunai, his blood glistening on its metal, followed by another in quick succession. It seems her Uchiha blood has finally boiled over, Orochimaru mused, dodging the sharp projectiles. In a burst of speed, Kiyomi sent a whirlwind kick in which the Sannin spun around and effortlessly grabbed the attack aimed at his head. Kiyomi, using his arm as a pivot, launched a second kick, but Orochimaru's reflexes kept him unscathed. A smirk unfurled on his lips as he was met with the intense crimson of Kiyomi's Sharingan, one tomo spinning in a dance of determination and fury. Fascinating, he thought, eager to push her further. I need to test her more and draw out her hatred. With a swift motion, he seized her leg and flung her in the opposite direction. Propelled through the air, Kiyomi twisted her body with grace, unleashing a flurry of shuriken towards Orochimaru. The Sannin deflected the metal stars, his katana clashing with the shuriken, flashing sparks through the forest. Seneo, freaking movements. A mass of serpents sprang forth, biting down on Kiyomi's neck. A sharp scream pierced the air, followed by abrupt silence as Kiyomi's form was replaced by a log. Orochimaru's eyes darted around, searching for his elusive opponent. His hunt was disrupted by the whistle of two demon wind shuriken slicing towards him. He jumped up, avoiding the spinning blades. Even with one tomo, she can keep up with high Jinin speeds, Orochimaru noted, spotting barely visible wires connected to the shuriken. The Sharingan truly is magnificent, being able to take someone like her to this level in such a short time. Kiyomi descended from the treetops, yanking the wires. The shuriken split apart, transforming into a deadly spray of blades targeting Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body contorted inhumanly, evading the onslaught of blades as he closed the distance between him and Kiyomi with terrifying speed. His hand clasped around her throat, slamming her against the bark of a tree. Impressive, truly befitting of a Uchiha, he hissed, his mouth widening to reveal menacing, snake-like fangs. Gasping for air, Kiyomi's voice was barely a whisper, "GG got you," as she tugged sharply on the loose wire in her grasp. Orochimaru's eyes bulged in surprise as additional wires sprung from nowhere, entangling him and pinning him against the tree, just as the Kiyomi he held vanished in a puff of smoke. The true Kiyomi, concealed beneath the earth, emerged and began a series of hand signs. The nearby river responded, its surface rippling violently as water coalesced into a towering dragon with piercing yellow eyes. Imprisoned by the wires, Orochimaru could only watch as the water dragon took form, its gaze locked onto him. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release. Water dragon missile, she shouted, commanding the water dragon to move. The dragon bellowed, surging forward and tearing through the landscape towards Orochimaru. He merely smiled wickedly as the water dragon consumed him, scattering water, leaves, and branches in its wake. Kiyomi fell to her knees, fatigue and exhaust creeping into her body. She had used all her chakra to land one attack. She panted heavily, examining the path of destruction the dragon left. Her Sharingan faded as she clenched the ground beneath her tightly. Tears began to fall from her face to the ground, drenching the earth. Her sobs echoed throughout the surrounding area. "I'm sorry, Maki-san. We failed you," she thought. "What's the matter, Kiyomi-kun?" A sinister voice spoke. "There's no reason to be sad." Kiyomi's head snapped up, and she was face first with Orochimaru, who was unharmed. "A clever ruse, but did you truly believe it would be enough to defeat me?" he taunted. Her arm shot up in defiance, but Orochimaru's grasp was lightning fast, his twist vicious and cruel. The sound of shattering bone was drowned out by her agonized scream, her arm now a numb weight at her side. She fought against the encroaching darkness, determined not to lose consciousness. Orochimaru's laughter was a sinister melody as he repeatedly slammed Kiyomi into the earth, each impact creating a crater, a testament to his merciless assault. Lying amidst the rubble, Kiyomi's groans were muffled by the blood that filled her mouth, her body screaming in protest with every attempt to move. Her lungs felt pierced by her ribs, each breath a reminder of the losing battle. With a cruel kick, Orochimaru sent her spiraling into a tree stump. He approached, his gaze cold and detached, his hand closing around her throat. "You are weak," he hissed, his words a venomous whisper. "You still hold on to selflessness, but look where it's gotten you. Look at your precious sensei," he chuckled. "But don't worry, I can make you strong. I can give you power." His eyes, a predatory yellow, gleamed as he bared his fangs and struck. The cursed seal of heaven, the Ten no Jun, branded her neck, 3 black tomo emerging as symbols of her torment. Kiyomi's cries filled the air, her body writhing in agony until, at last, she succumbed to darkness, her form collapsing to the ground, silent and still. The forest echoed with Orochimaru's maniacal laughter, a sound that spoke of victory and malice. "One down, one more to go," he mused, though his triumph was short-lived as he sensed an approaching presence. With reflexes honed by countless battles, Orochimaru dodged as a sharp claw grazed his cheek. He had no time to ponder the identity of the beast as it relentlessly pursued him. A swift kick sent the creature reeling, but his attention was quickly drawn to Kiyomi, ensnared by a green toad's purple tongue. "Ah, Sasuke, your timing is impeccable," Orochimaru sneered. Sasuke looked at the situation before him. In the distance, he could see his sensei's lifeless body in a pool of blood. "I am Sora sensei. Maybe if I wasn't so hesitant I could've," he trailed off, the weight of guilt heavy on his shoulders. But as he glanced back at Kakashi's still form, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Could there still be a chance? No. He shook those thoughts away and turned his attention to his sister. She was badly injured and barely breathing, but still hanging on. He knew there was no point in fighting the Sannin. It wouldn't make a difference. A distraction was all he could hope for, a chance for escape. Commanding Gyokukin Khan, Divine Dog, Totality, Sasuke launched his attack. The beast's ferocity caught Orochimaru off guard, its speed and agility a blur of motion that refused to relent. Orochimaru's voice cut through the chaos, a thread of weariness lacing his tone. "I'm getting tired of this," he declared, sidestepping the beast's attack and aiming a precise strike. But the creature dissolved into shadows before the blow landed, piquing Orochimaru's interest further. Sasuke's technique was unfamiliar, a puzzle he was determined to solve. Sasuke, amidst forming intricate hand seals, called forth his jutsu. Takusa no Kagabujutsu, Saidishirizu, 10 Shadows Technique. The Well's Unknown Abyss. Nuegama, Nu plus Gamma, he intoned. Winged green toads materialized, their tongues shooting out to secure Kiyomi. Without pause, Sasuke invoked another technique, Dado, Rabbit Escape. In an instant, a multitude of rabbits sprang into existence, their bodies intertwining to create a living barrier, a tunnel of escape. Orochimaru's smile was one of genuine surprise. "Now, this is a first," he remarked, his gaze sweeping over the sea of rabbits. Sasuke seized the moment, darting through the rabbit-formed passage with Kiyomi, secured on his back. With the sheer amount I've summoned, that should give us enough time to get away. Hopefully, Naruto found a way in, he thought. His thoughts were interrupted as suddenly a massive chakra signature erupted, and a deafening hiss reverberated through the air. A colossal snake burst through the protective barrier, shattering the rabbit's formation. Sasuke's heart raced as he locked eyes with Orochimaru, who stood imperiously atop the serpent. "I see you," Orochimaru stated, just as the rabbit tunnel reformed around them. Damn it! How could he sense where we were? He thought, running even faster, but then Sasuke's eyes fell on a horrid sight as he saw the curse mark branded on his sister's neck. What the hell is that? Is he tracking us with this? The Uchiha pushed these thoughts aside as he kept moving. He emerged from the rabbit field on top of the treetop as he moved at high speeds. Briefly looking behind, he saw the white dome of rabbits. Good. That should keep him busy, Sasuke reassured, a momentary sense of relief washing over him. But the respite was brief as a monstrous snake erupted from the earth below, its jaws wide in a silent promise of death. Sasuke's reflexes saved them, but the serpent's lung tore his left arm sleeve and sent him tumbling from the canopy with Kiyomi clutched tightly in his arms. They crashed to the forest floor, Sasuke's body absorbing the brunt of the impact. Pain flared, but no bones were broken. He pushed through the agony, determined to protect his sister. Orochimaru appeared once more, riding the serpent with a look of disdain. "Amusing, but futile," he taunted. "That was decent, but I expected more from you." Sasuke's reply was feigned ignorance, even as he tasted blood from biting his cheek. He had hoped for more time. Orochimaru's laugh was cold. "You think I wouldn't notice your little deception?" Sasuke slowly arose as Kiyomi and the rabbits dissolved into the shadows. His plan was revealed. He used Dado as a diversion, while Nuegama took the bodies of Kakashi-sensei and Kiyomi to the entry point. Using Saidi Shurizu, the well's unknown abyss allowed him to combine Shikigami without the risk of them being permanently destroyed. He knew that Orochimaru was after him and would make chasing him a priority, leaving the toad Shikigami free to carry Kakashi and Kiyomi away. The giant snake vanished in a billow of smoke, and Orochimaru advanced towards Sasuke with a taunting stride. "You should just give up," he sneered, his killing intent palpable in the air. Sasuke's breath was steady, his heart a drumbeat echoing through the silence, but his stance was firm. "All I have to do is buy enough time for Naruto to get through the barrier. But can I do it?" His thoughts were a whirlwind, but he anchored them with determination. "It's not whether I can. I have to do it." With a swift motion, Sasuke's hands formed the bird seal. "Nu!" he whispered, and the air crackled, charged with chakra. Shadows coalesced into the thunderous form of Nu, its screech piercing the tension. Orochimaru's eyebrow quivered in mild curiosity. Rabbits, toads, a werewolf, and now this? His mind raced to unravel Sasuke's technique. As Nu lunged with a screech, a blur of speed and fury, Sasuke mirrored its charge. They struck as one, a coordinated assault of beast and shinobi. Orochimaru stood unfazed, his expression one of bored amusement. With a fluid grace, he evaded their attacks, his movements a mere blur. A casual flick of his wrist sent Sasuke reeling, the young Uchiha's body skidding across the ground, his teeth gritted against the surge of pain. "Pathetic," Orochimaru hissed, venom dripping from every syllable. "Even your sister struck me, and she's weaker than you. I expect more, Sasuke-kun." Despite his words, Sasuke's spirit remained unbroken. Rising to his feet, he formed a serpentine seal, channeling his chakra. The earth trembled, and with a bellow that shattered the silence, a colossal white snake with a tan underbelly and stark black markings burst forth. Orochi, Sasuke summoned, and the behemoth emerged with a night-piercing hiss. In a swift, unexpected motion, Orochi struck. Its fangs aimed for Orochimaru, who was momentarily caught off guard. The Sannin was hoisted into the air, ensnared by the snake, directly into the path of the waiting Nu. The Shikigami duo launched their assault in perfect sync. Orochi, the colossal serpent, swung Orochimaru around, while Nu's wings crackled with a fierce purple lightning, aiming to electrocute the Sannin. But the attack was futile. Orochimaru emerged unscathed, his eyes flashing with a mix of intrigue and fury. "Are you mocking me?" he roared. In a swift, brutal motion, Orochi was ripped apart, its remnants scattering across the battlefield. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as Orochi's form was obliterated. His shock, however, was fleeting. A sudden pull at his jacket snapped him back to the grim reality. Orochimaru's grip was iron-tight. "Let me show you how futile your resistance is," the Sannin hissed venomously. "You and your sister will be mine." With a forceful heave, he flung Sasuke, sending him hurtling through the dense forest. Sasuke careened through the forest, a human missile tearing through the trees, ascending above the canopy. In a desperate bid for safety, Nu caught him, forming a shield against the onslaught. It's not just a matter of ninjutsu. His speed and power are on a different level. Sasuke's thoughts raced, blood streaming down his face. The Sannin was relentless, descending upon them with a malevolent grace. His strike was devastating, sending Sasuke and Nu plummeting earthward, shattering trees upon impact. Opening his eyes, Sasuke saw Nu's protective form over him. His gaze shifted to his frog Shikigami, burdened with the weight of his sensei and Kiyomi. Orochimaru had sent him back here and consequently cornered them all. "I was banking on Naruto getting through, but that doesn't seem like an option anymore." His breath was heavy, his resolve waning. "What should I do?" Sasuke pondered, his eyes shutting tight. Orochi was no more, Gamma was faltering, and Nu was at its end. "I'll release them before they get destroyed too." With a heavy heart, Sasuke dispelled his Shikigami, watching them dissolve into the shadows. "I understand now," Orochimaru mused, a flicker of realization crossing his features. "Creatures born from shadows, Shikigami, correct?" He pondered the uniqueness of the technique, not bound by summoning contracts, but something far more malleable. "Such a waste on you. I considered bestowing my curse mark upon you, Sasuke-kun, but your hatred is insufficient." With a flourish, Orochimaru drawed his katana, twirling it effortlessly. "I'll end you now and claim your sister," he declared with a sinister finality. "What does that sound?" Sasuke's gaze shifted past Orochimaru to where Kakashi and Kiyomi lay. His hands clenched into fists, torn between action and the dire consequences. "If I summon him, she will die." His dilemma was cut short as a small spiral materialized beside Orochimaru, a hand emerging to halt the Sannin. Disbelief etched into Sasuke's features as the spiral expanded, revealing a man with flowing long black hair. "It's you," he breathed. The masked man's lone Sharingan peered through the eye-hole, cold and calculating. "We meet again, Sasuke Uchiha. It is a shame you are still weak," he remarked, his voice devoid of warmth. Sasuke's retort was a mere grunt, but his mind was awash with haunting memories. The night of tragedy, the loss of his mother, the fall of his clan, and his helplessness. Rising slowly, the pain from Orochimaru's assault was a dull echo compared to the torment in his head. "You are weak, child," the masked man's taunt echoed, fueling his defiance. "What are your intentions?" "Who are you?" he demanded. "My plans." The masked man's laughter was a cold ripple in the thickening air. "Concern yourself not, for you are of no use to me. Yet. And as for my identity," the sky mirrored his words, turning a heavy, oppressive gray. "I am Mura Uchiha," he declared, his voice a blend of confidence, authority, and an undeniable aura of power. "Emadura Uchiha?" Sasuke stammered, grappling with the revelation. The very notion defied belief. Madara was a legend, long dead, a figure of fear revered across the 5 great shinobi nations. Madara's gaze shifted, dismissing Sasuke as he turned to the prone figures of Kakashi and Kiyomi. "Orochimaru, It seems you've neglected our agreement, he stated, his voice a commanding growl. They are mine. The slight twitch of Orochimaru's composure did not escape Sasuke's notice. How strong is Madara to make this monster flinch? He wondered. Approaching the bodies, Madara knelt by Kakashi, whispering unheard words. Our business here is concluded, he announced, standing tall once more. I am taking the girl and the copy ninja. Do what you wish with the boy, but if you brand him, I will kill you. I can't win, but I won't let him take their bodies. Sasuke adopted a ready stance, extending both of his arms forward with his fists closed, placing one on top of the other at a slight angle. But then he faltered. If I do this, he pondered, confusion clouding his mind. The two shinobi observed him, a flicker of interest in their eyes. A chakra rivaling that of a Biju, Madara noted internally. Orochimaru's thoughts were a mix of surprise and anticipation. I was mistaken, Sasuke-kun. Perhaps you are worthy after all. Sasuke, drenched in sweat and resolve, began an incantation. With this treasure, I summon, but halted, sensing a shift above. Madara and Orochimaru also turned their attention skyward as the barrier fractured, a blinding light piercing through. As the light subsided, a figure stood atop the heavens. Naruto Uzumaki, suspended in midair, his presence an unspoken judgment, his blue eyes ablaze with an ethereal glow. In one hand, his glasses, in the other, Karen. Naruto surveyed the scene before him, his Rikugen pulsating with information. He could see Kakashi's lifeless form lying on the earth, his heart still and his chakra extinguished. Kiyomi, too, was in a dire state, her chakra network ravaged by an insidious curse mark. Dark tendrils of malevolent chakra snaked through her body, threatening to consume her from within. Sasuke stood nearby, wounded and drained of chakra. Naruto's jaw clenched, processing the information as he teleported, arriving next to Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke met Naruto's gaze, momentarily surprised by the sudden appearance of his teammate. He noticed Naruto's discarded glasses nearby and a red-headed girl at his side. That must be Karen. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke began. Is dead, Naruto interrupted, his voice heavy with sorrow. And I can see that Kiyomi's been ensnared by that pedo's curse mark. Karen, heal him. Then, both of you leave, he commanded. With a gentle touch, Naruto released Karen, who immediately moved to Sasuke's side. White chakra enveloped Sasuke as he felt relief wash over him, restoring his strength and vigor. Naruto, you can't win. They're too powerful, Sasuke protested, his voice laced with dread and concern. Naruto chuckled, though there was steel in his voice. You've hurt my feelings, Sasuke. But don't worry, he said, his confidence unwavering. Allowed his cut through the air as a snake lunged toward the trio, its fangs bared and its speed catching Karen and Sasuke off guard. Yet, in the merest heartbeat, it lay flattened, its lifeblood painting the earth. Beneath it, the ground bore the imprint of an unseen force, the serpent reduced to a crimson smear. Karen and Sasuke stared, wide-eyed, as Naruto stood, hand outstretched, eyes ablaze with an otherworldly glow. I will win, he vowed. Turning to his friends, he urged, now leave. I'll return once I've retrieved their bodies. Reluctantly, Sasuke rose to his feet, his worry evident, but his trust in Naruto's abilities superseded his doubts. Let's go. Karen, he said, determination flickering in his eyes. Karen nodded, and the two darted across the landscape, disappearing as they raced to safety. Naruto analyzed the two foes before him, one of Densetsu no Sannin and a masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha. This will be interesting, he thought. Oh my, you're gonna fight us, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's voice slithered through the air, a mix of amusement and malice. Why fight when you can be mine? Naruto scoffed at the suggestion, his tone dripping with disdain. Nah, I'll take a hard pass on that. I'm just going to kill you, he taunted, putting his hands in his pockets. Can't let any more of you child-liking weirdos keep breathing. Don't you think it's weird to go after an underage girl? He mocked. Well, I guess with your looks, it will be difficult to find a woman who would want to be with you. A deep chuckle rumbled from the masked man, Madara, relishing in Naruto's jab at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's smile vanished, replaced by a steely gaze fixed on Naruto. I'm going to enjoy killing you, he vowed. Naruto laughed in the face of Orochimaru's threat. We'll see, he retorted. But inwardly, Naruto's mind raced with analysis. Madara was an enigma, rumored to have rivaled the first Hokage and possessed two powerful Sharingan. But yet, here he stood, with only one eye and a body altered beyond recognition. This guy's got one Sharingan, and half his body is something else. I can't tell. Plus, his chakra natures are all over the place. Most Uchiha can use all chakra natures, but he's got something else. Mokuton? Naruto's eyes widened at the realization, his thoughts spinning with possibilities. This man couldn't be the true Madara Uchiha. Who the hell is he? He pondered. But also, he noticed that the man's Sharingan felt eerily familiar. Similar to wait who? There's no way. Naruto pushed the swirling doubts aside. Damn it, there are too many unknowns. I'll worry about this after I get Kakashi-sensei and Kiyomi back. With a steely resolve, he prepared to engage, the weight of the unknown heavy on his shoulders. The Rakugan granted Naruto unparalleled processing speed, allowing him to analyze information in mere moments, while outwardly only a fraction of time passed. Who should I take out first? Naruto extended a finger, playfully taunting fate itself. Eeny, meeny, miny, he chanted, his finger oscillating between Madara and Orochimaru. Mo, he concluded, his choice falling upon Madara. In the next breath, Naruto was gone, only to reappear before Madara with a fist hurtling towards him. Madara's form began to ripple, but then the unexpected unfolded. The space around them warped and twisted, caught in a tug-of-war between opposing forces, the result of their colliding techniques. Both Naruto and Madara recoiled in confusion as they made contact, sensing the disruption caused by their spatial ninjutsu. This is an interesting development, Madara pondered, feeling his technique falter under Uzumaki's assault. Naruto, too, contemplated the anomaly. So, he can manipulate space-time as well. When we got close, it disrupted my Mugen. Oh, so it's a function of his Sharingan. Mangekyo, huh? Naruto surmised. He can render his body intangible for up to 5 minutes. A searing pain jolted Naruto from his thoughts as he felt the cold steel of a katana, slick with his blood, protruding from his chest. Orochimaru's voice slithered into his ears, dripping with venomous glee. A lapse in focus can be fatal. Naruto-kun, he taunted. Tsh, Naruto's eyes narrowed, a low growl escaping his lips as he thrust his palm forward, channeling his technique to send Orochimaru hurtling into the dense thicket. The blade slid from his flesh, a fortunate miss from his vitals. He spun around, seeking Madara, only to find emptiness where the masked man once stood. It was fun playing with you, but you still don't have what it takes to dance. Madara's deep voice reverberated from above. Naruto's gaze shot upward to see Madara, perched atop a tree branch, Kakashi slung across his shoulder, and Kiyomi held captive at his waist. Farewell, Naruto Uzumaki. Our paths will cross again. Anguish and fury coursed through Naruto as Madara delivered his final words. You're not going anywhere, you bastard, Naruto shouted, his voice laced with desperation and rage. But it was too late. The masked man vanished in a swirl of darkness, leaving Naruto alone in the aftermath of his failure. Orochimaru's laughter echoed, a sinister sound that seemed to darken the very air. The scent of damp earth clung to Naruto's skin as he clenched his fists. His voice slithered from the shadows, chilling and deliberate. Anger won't serve you here, Naruto-kun, he hissed. Your friends are beyond your concern now. His words hung in the air like a curse. Naruto's jaw clenched. Is that so? He roared, forming a hand sign with his left hand and extending his right out. Blue light erupted from his palm, debris swirling around him and hurtling towards Orochimaru. The debris cocooned Orochimaru, imprisoning him momentarily. But the Sannin burst forth, shattering the sphere and landing gracefully on another tree branch. Naruto was stunned by the speed displayed. He's fast, too fast. He watched as Orochimaru opened his mouth as a snake extended out before a katana hilt appeared. Orochimaru drew the sword of Kusanagi, a long, slender katana with a straight edge. Its blade, wrapped in white cloth, gleamed with black and gold accents. Naruto's instinct screamed, avoid that blade at all costs. It seems that sword can cut through anything, even ninjutsu. This is annoying. Orochimaru vanished, a blur among the foliage. Trunks became launch pads, gravity his plaything. Naruto's eyes widened. He could barely keep track of the snake's Sannin speed. In an instant, Orochimaru materialized behind him, blade unsheathed. The katana's edge gleamed like a crescent moon, aimed at Naruto's throat. But he suddenly became entangled within a gravitational field. Orochimaru hung, suspended, eyes wide. With his hand raised, Naruto turned, his Rikugen pulsating as he hurled Orochimaru backward, soaring and crashing into abandoned homes nearby. Structures groaned and dust billowed. As long as I keep him away, I should be good. Naruto's thoughts raced as he strode past the destruction wrought by their clash. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that little sword of yours won't work. I won't let it get close. His voice rang out, filled with bravado and determination. But as the echo of his words faded, a chilling realization settled in. Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Naruto strained to sense his opponent's chakra, but it was as if Orochimaru had vanished into thin air. Footsteps echoed ominously around Naruto, accompanied by the chilling melody of Orochimaru's laughter. Damn, he's just toying with me. Naruto's jaw clenched with frustration as he desperately scanned the area, searching for any sign of his elusive opponent. Let's see how he likes this. He weaved hand signs, channeling every ounce of his chakra. Mugiken no Jutsu, Shutsuryoku, Side-Eye, AO, Limitless Technique, Maximum Output Blue. A brilliant blue orb materialized before him, its energy pulsating with raw power as it gathered nearby debris, growing larger and more formidable by the second. Naruto launched the orb, unleashing its destructive force upon the landscape. Houses crumbled, trees splintered, and the very earth trembled as the orb tore through everything in its path. The air crackled with energy as the orb circled Naruto, expanding outward with terrifying force until it dissipated, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. He stood amidst the ruins, his chest heaving with exertion, dust swirling around him like a shroud of chaos. Now, there's nowhere for you to hide, Naruto declared, his voice echoing through the desolate battlefield. This also means he can't launch any surprise attacks, he mused. But then a seismic shift, a chakra spike that rattled his bones. Naruto spoon, Rikugan ablase. His senses screamed danger. The forest whispered secrets, the hiss of scales, the slither of malevolence. In mere seconds, a tsunami of snakes surged, a primal force, jaws dripping venom. They swarmed, a living maelstrom, their eyes mirrors of Orochimaru's malice. They swarmed Naruto's position, filling into the crater around him. Now I really can't tell where he is. These snakes are masking his chakra signature, he thought as he searched the sea of snakes for the Sannin. They lunged, fangs snapping, venom sizzling against his barrier. Naruto stood firm, Mugen unyielding against the serpent's hunger. Sweat trickled down his face as he waited for the next strike. But nothing. Damn it, where is he? Naruto's frustration boiled over as he scanned the surroundings, his senses on high alert. He could feel the exhaustion creeping in, his muscles protesting against the strain of battle. But then, a flicker of realization sparked in Naruto's mind. Wait, he must have gone after Karen and Sasuke. I need to get rid of these snakes. With a renewed sense of urgency, Naruto prepared another attack so he could go rescue his comrades. But before he could make a move, Orochimaru materialized behind him, his presence like a chilling whisper against Naruto's skin. You really should keep your eyes on your target at all times. You'll never know when it's too late. Orochimaru's voice dripped with malice, sending a shiver down Naruto's spine. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he turned to face Orochimaru, but it was too late. With blinding speed, Orochimaru's blade pierced through Naruto's barrier, the screeching sound of metal tearing through infinity as the cold steel plunged through his throat, exiting the back of his neck. His blood gushed forth in a crimson tide, spilling over the floor. Desperation clawed at Naruto's senses as he struggled to grasp at the weapon, but Orochimaru was relentless. With a swift motion, he moved down Naruto's body, tearing through flesh and fabric alike. Naruto's world spun in a haze of pain and darkness, his vision blurring as he fought to stay conscious. But it was a futile effort. Orochimaru's onslaught continued, each strike precise and merciless. Naruto's legs gave out beneath him as pain seared through his body, immobilizing him. With a swift motion, Orochimaru swept Naruto off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. Orochimaru seized this opportunity, his movements a blur of deadly intent. He withdrew a kunai from his cloak, the glint of steel catching the dim light. With a savage thrust, he drove the blade into Naruto's head with brutal force. The impact echoed through the silence, a chilling finality to Naruto's struggle. Blood pooled around his lifeless form, staining the earth beneath him as he lay motionless amidst the wreckage of their battle. With a triumphant smirk, Orochimaru surveyed his handiwork, relishing in his victory. His laughter echoed through the silent landscape, a cruel symphony of triumph. It's such a shame I had to kill you. I would have loved to take your body and Kekkei Jinkai, he taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. As the sun appeared from behind clouds, casting a dim glow over the land, Naruto's lifeless form lay forgotten. Snakes swarmed and slithered over his dead body as he was swallowed by the shadow of death. Canopy Bridge, Kyusugakure. The sounds of footsteps and leaves rustling echoed through the dense forest as two figures darted at high speeds, urgency driving their movements. The sun, now beginning its descent, cast long shadows through the trees, signaling the passage of time. Emerging from the thick canopy, Sasuke and Karen reached a long and sturdy bridge, its ancient stones spanning a raging river below. Sasuke took a deep breath, his eyes scanning their surroundings. Are we out of Kyusugakure? Karen paused to catch her breath, fatigue evident in her voice. No, she exhaled. We've just reached the border. This is Canopy Bridge, she replied. It connects the two lands. Sasuke gazed out at the violent currents below, memories of Kakashi's words weighing heavily on his mind. It was quite ironic given their situation. Why are we stopping? Karen asked, confusion etched on her face. Orochimaru is still after us, and we're nowhere near Konoha. Turning to face her, Sasuke's expression hardened with determination. We have to wait for Naruto. He'll be here any minute, he insisted. Sasuke, Karen began, her voice tinged with concern. He'll be here. I believe in him, Sasuke interrupted, his resolve unwavering. I owe it to Kakashi-sensei and Kiyomi. I can't leave him behind. Karen studied Sasuke for a moment, struck by the depth of his loyalty to his teammates. In her village, such loyalty was a rarity, and she couldn't help but wonder if everyone in Konoha shared the same bond. Suddenly, a massive chakra appeared and enveloped them as Karen and Sasuke turned around, their hearts seized with dread, looking at the sight before them. Orochimaru stood before them, his presence like a looming shadow cast over their path. His eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger, sending shivers down their spines. "Why are you here?" Sasuke demanded, his voice dripping with anger and defiance. Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked smile, a macabre display of amusement. Why, you ask? He chuckled darkly, relishing in their fear. "Isn't it obvious? I killed Naruto Uzumaki." Sasuke's fists clenched at his sides, a surge of anguish and rage coursing through him. Beside him, Karen felt her stomach churn with guilt and remorse. Another life was lost because of her. "Why don't you step aside, Sasuke-kun?" Orochimaru purred, his tone dripping with malice. "All your friends are dead. There's no need to protect her anymore. Let me take her." Sasuke's head bowed under the weight of Orochimaru's offer, his thoughts swirling in a tumultuous storm. Should he sacrifice Karen to live another day? Was saving her worth the price they had paid? These questions tormented him as he grappled with the gravity of his predicament. As his inner turmoil threatened to consume him, a metallic clang shattered the silence, drawing Sasuke's gaze downward. There, amidst the grass, lay his Konoha Hitate. He had seen little reason to proudly display the symbol of a village he didn't care much of. But now, as memories flooded his mind, memories of his family, his comrades, Naruto, and even Itachi, he couldn't ignore what he felt. "Naruto, you were right," Sasuke murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm weak and scared." His fingers trembled as he reached down, curling them around the Hitate. With each passing moment, the weight of his past and the burden of his failures grew heavier. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his grip on the Hitate tightening. "I thought I could continue like this until I faced that man, but now I see how foolish I've been." Beside him, Karen watched with tear-filled eyes, her heart aching, not wishing to see anyone else be killed for her sake. "Sasuke, you don't have to," she began, her voice wavering with concern. But before she could finish her sentence, she felt the unmistakable surge of Sasuke's chakra. Her eyes widened, feeling its pressure. Orochimaru regarded Sasuke with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, observing the boy's unyielding grip around his Hitate. The only thing granted equally to all is an unfair reality. Memories of those he lost, his mother, Kiyomi-san, Kakashi-sensei, flooded his mind, their images a stark reminder of the injustices they endured. They deserve happiness more than anyone else. But still bad things happened to them. He pondered as he closed his eyes, tying the Hitate around his forehead. He extended his arms outward and took a wide stance as chakra began to radiate off his body, resonating with the very essence of his being. The sound of its hums could be heard across the bridge. "Evil people can only be judged under the law." He spoke, his words tearing through the tension like a blade. "They go through life harming others and not caring about the consequences." Tears welled in Karen's eyes as she watched Sasuke with a mixture of awe and concern, while Orochimaru maintained his composed demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. "Shinobi are mere pawns in the cycle of retribution, but innocents still get hurt. I want more good people to enjoy fairness, even if only a few. That's why I'll save people unequally," he said, his eyes springing to life, revealing a mature, three-tomo Sharingan, burning with determination and resolve. A wave of chakra erupted from Sasuke, shaking Orochimaru and Karen to their core. Karen marveled at the sheer power coursing through the air, a sensation unlike any she had ever felt. Orochimaru's eyes widened in exhilaration as he sensed Sasuke's newfound strength. "Yes, that's it," he exclaimed with manic glee, advancing towards Sasuke with a sinister grin. "The true battle begins now. Show me, Sasuke Uchiha." "I'll show you the true might of the Uchiha," Sasuke vowed, poised for combat. But his resolve wavered as he caught sight of a figure emerging from the forest behind Orochimaru. His hands faltered, and his Sharingan deactivated in shock. Orochimaru, sensing the sudden shift, turned to face the unexpected arrival with a puzzled expression. "What?" His voice rang out, tinged with confusion. Yo, it's been a while, the figure said. Orochimaru, Karen, and Sasuke stood frozen in shock as a man with white spiky hair stood before them, blood staining his ripped-open jacket and white shirt underneath. A fierce glow emanated from his visible blue eye, with dried blood adorning just below. Naruto, Sasuke breathed, his disbelief palpable. Orochimaru's confusion mirrored Sasuke's shock. How are you alive? I know I killed you, he demanded, his voice tinged with incredulity. This isn't possible. But it is, Naruto replied, pushing his hair back to reveal a once fatal wound now healed. I'm alive and kicking. Karen's eyes widened in realization. He used reverse chakra to heal himself, she exclaimed. Reverse chakra? Sasuke echoed, his astonishment evident in his tone. It was the first time he had heard of such a concept. Bingo! Naruto exclaimed, tapping his temples with wild enthusiasm. His movements were exaggerated, his gestures erratic as he spoke. When you stabbed me through the throat, I poured all my focus into the reverse chakra technique. Negative energy can do a lot, but can't heal on a drastic level. Only positive energy can be used for such extreme regeneration. So, I multiplied that negative energy against itself to create positive energy. That's reverse chakra. Orochimaru observed Naruto's ramblings with keen interest, noting the boy's newfound ability with fascination. He was able to use the positive energy from reverse chakra to save himself from death. This was beyond anything he had expected. Karen's concern deepened as she watched Naruto's erratic behavior. Is he all right? She asked, moving closer to Sasuke for support. Sasuke shook his head, his expression grim. No, he's not. We need to get away from here, he said, picking up Karen and moving them away from the upcoming battle. Naruto continued to babble, his words becoming more sporadic and nonsensical with each passing moment. Easier said than done, but I finally grasped it on the verge of death. He swung his arms wildly, his hands swaying with exaggerated movements as he spoke. The true essence of chakra. Ha 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 ha. Now you're going to lose because you didn't cut off my head, you fool. Orochimaru unsheathed the sword of Kusanagi, readying himself for what promised to be an interesting battle. You're just as insane as I am, he remarked, a smile playing on his lips. And don't be so sure of yourself. Our fight is just getting started. Oh, is it? Naruto flailed his arms back. His movements were wild and exaggerated. Yeah, you're right, you're so right. His voice echoed through the air, sending birds scattering from the trees nearby. The Sannin advanced with blinding speed, a whirlwind of debris trailing in his wake. His blade flashed toward Naruto's head with deadly precision, slicing through the air with a menacing hiss. Naruto moved unconsciously as the lethal strike whizzed past his face. Orochimaru twisted the blade, counterattacking, but the young shinobi vanished before his eyes. All that remained was a swirl of dust, stirred by the force of his evasive maneuver. He turned only to see Naruto hanging upside down in midair as a mischievous grin spread across his face. Jyakyutin Mugiken no Jutsu, aka Reversed Limitless Technique, red. A tiny red sphere materialized on Naruto's fingertips, pulsating with raw energy. The sphere streaked through the air like a comet of searing red light, hurtling towards Orochimaru with alarming speed. Colliding with the sword of Kusanagi in a burst of power, shockwaves rippled through the surroundings, and the air crackled with energy. The impact was fierce. Orochimaru was sent hurtling backward, his body crashing through the stone walls with bone-jarring force as he flew through, skidding across the surface of the river below. His momentum was finally halted by a large rock, leaving him sprawled and disoriented amidst the flowing waters. Blood trickled down Orochimaru's head. No one's made me bleed this much in a long time, he pondered, chuckling to himself. Rising from his crouched position, he glanced up to see Naruto suspended in the air, his gaze fixed on the heavens above. A smile of pure bliss graced Naruto's lips, his body seeming to transcend earthly bounds. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel excited. This boy was truly a monster, wielding power that surpassed his understanding. Stepping atop the water surface, he stretched out his arms with a more serious expression. I may have to take him seriously. Humph, he grunted, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Orochimaru analyzed the situation swiftly, pondering the nature of Naruto's abilities. The blast was a part of his Kekkei Genkai. He poured the reverse chakra into his Mugiken no Jutsu. He has the power to stop, Mugen, the power to attract, AO, and the power to repel, aka. Despite this realization, he remained undaunted. This changes nothing, he muttered to himself. Naruto was only a genin, and he was one of the Sannin. Yet, as Naruto's piercing blue eyes locked onto him, Orochimaru felt a sudden unease wash over him. It was as if he stood before a divine judgment, his fate hanging in the balance. His heart skipped a beat, a rare moment of doubt flickering within him. No, he growled, shaking off the sensation. I will kill you. Clasping his hands together, the earth responded to his command as two serpentine forms shot upwards with fluid grace, aiming straight for Naruto. With a dancer's agility, Naruto evaded their predatory lunges, his movements as effortless as a leaf dancing on the breeze. The serpent's hissing threats were drowned out by the symphony of nature around him, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves, and the distant whisper of the wind through the trees. As he soared through the air, Naruto's senses were heightened, every detail of the world around him painted in vivid clarity. He watched the birds wheeling overhead, their wings slicing through the air with effortless grace, and felt the warmth of the sunlight filtering through the canopy, bathing him in its golden embrace. I am Sore, Kakashi-sensei, Kiyomi-chan. I'm not even angry right now. I bear no grudge against anyone. Everything feels so wonderful right now. With a fluid motion, Naruto's body rotated upright, ascending even higher into the heavens, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the infinite expanse above. Extending his right arm over his head and his left arm forward, he felt a profound connection to the world around him. A serene smile graced Naruto's lips as he looked down upon Orochimaru, his eyes shining with a radiant light. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one, he proclaimed, his voice carrying the weight of his newfound enlightenment. But Orochimaru's response was swift and venomous, summoning forth more serpents to assail Naruto. You think you're better than me, he snarled, his voice dripping with malice. Let's see how long you can keep this act up. Yet Naruto remained unperturbed, his serenity unshaken by the Sannin's threats. For in that moment, he had transcended the petty conflicts of the world, ascending to a higher plane of existence with complete and total understanding. He watched the snakes slithering towards him, their movements seemingly slowed in his heightened state of awareness. With each second that passed, he delved into the depths of his knowledge, seeking clarity amidst the chaos of battle. The Rasengan, a technique that molds and swirls negative chakra into a condensed point, Naruto mused inwardly. It's the cornerstone of my abilities. But there's more to it than meets the eye, Naruto continued inwardly, his face unchanged. The Rasengan draws inspiration from another source, a technique that harnesses both negative and positive chakra in perfect harmony. As the snakes closed in, Naruto's understanding solidified. He understood now, more than ever, the essence of his abilities. With full clarity, Naruto elevated his right arm forward, extending his pinky and ring finger with his index and middle being held down by his thumb. The attack I'm about to unleash, Naruto whispered to himself, his voice steady despite the impending threat, is akin to the Baijidama. The world seemed to stop as Naruto focused his chakra, merging and shaping it with his will. Take the convergence and divergence of infinity and smash them together to create and push out imaginary mass. A purple twinkle appeared on his fingertips, radiating violet light. Kayashiki, Murasaki, imaginary technique. Hollow purple, Naruto declared, flicking his fingers as a small purple sphere rapidly descended towards Orochimaru, obliterating his snakes on impact. Karen and Sasuke covered their eyes from the blinding purple light. Orochimaru watched, paralyzed by shock, as the purple sphere drew closer. For the first time in his life, he felt true fear. And then the light engulfed him. The battlefield lay silent and still, a stark contrast to the tumultuous clash that had unfolded mere moments ago. Nature seemed to carry on its timeless rhythm, oblivious to the chaos wrought by human conflict. Descending gracefully from the heavens, Naruto touched down amidst the remnants of the confrontation, his demeanor calm but lost in thought. His hands tucked casually into his pockets, he surveyed the scene before him, a lone hand still clutching the sword of Kusanagi, serving as the only remnant of Orochimaru. As Sasuke and Karen cautiously uncovered their eyes, their gaze fell upon the aftermath of Naruto's devastating attack. A circular void marred the once sturdy river, its earthy foundations shattered by the force of Naruto's power, yet it seemed inconsequential compared to the lives still in peril. "It's okay for you guys to come out now," Naruto called out to his teammates, his voice tinged with a hint of forced reassurance. Sasuke and Karen approached cautiously, concern etched across their faces. "Naruto, are you going to be all right?" Karen inquired, her voice laced with genuine worry. Naruto offered a strained smile, his eyes betraying the turmoil within as he struggled to mask his feelings. "Yeah, I'll be fine," he responded, his tone unconvincing. Despite his attempt at composure, guilt and sadness hung heavy upon him, gnawing at his conscience. The crackling of flames echoed through the forest, casting dancing shadows upon the weary figures of Team 7. Amidst the tranquil symphony of chirping insects and flickering fireflies, Naruto sat by the blazing pit, his gaze fixed upon the mesmerizing dance of flames. Karen moved about, gathering firewood with a quiet determination as she added fuel to the fire, keeping the blaze lit. Sasuke sat nearby, his posture rigid and contemplative. The sword of Kusanagi was held loosely in his grip, its reflective surface mirroring the silent introspection that gripped his mind. Above them, the moon hung in the velvet sky, its ethereal glow casting a gentle light upon the scene below. It was a night steeped in exhaustion and defeat, each member of the trio grappling with their thoughts and emotions in the wake of the day's trials. No words were exchanged among them, the weight of their collective experiences hanging heavy in the air. Each lost in their reflections as they sought to make sense of the tumultuous events that had unfolded on this day. Sasuke sheathed the sword of Kusanagi with a soft click, tearing his gaze away from his reflection to meet Naruto's across the flickering fire. "Naruto," he began, his voice carrying a weight of vulnerability. His words broke Naruto out of his trance as he turned his attention to Sasuke, the remnants of dried blood still staining his face. "Yeah," he responded, his tone gentle yet guarded. Taking a steadying breath, Sasuke lowered his gaze to the fire crackling before him, the flames casting dancing shadows across his face. "I owe you an apology for what I said back at Kakashi's house," he admitted, his words heavy with remorse. "You were right. I was scared and too hesitant. I'm still weak. I failed to protect my mother, Kakashi-sensei, and now Kiyomi-san." Naruto's expression softened, his surprise mingling with a sense of empathy for his friend's turmoil. Raising a hand in an appeasing gesture, he shook his head gently. "No, Sasuke. I should be the one to apologize. It's not your fault," he insisted, his voice tinged with regret. "I screwed up and wasn't strong enough to stop him from taking them." Their eyes met in a silent exchange of understanding, a bond forged in shared pain and regret. In the hushed stillness of the night, the crackling of the fire served as a backdrop to their unspoken reconciliation, a quiet acknowledgement and acceptance of their wrongdoings. Karen was the one to speak up, tears streaming down her face, her sniffles cutting through the silence. "If I never contacted your spies, none of this would have happened," she choked out between sobs. "I don't deserve to be saved. I'm not a good person." Naruto's voice cut through the sound of her anguish. "I think you're a good person," he said, his tone gentle yet firm. "We can't control the outcomes of our choices. We can only deal with the consequences. But you chose to help me break through the barrier, and you chose not to abandon Sasuke." Standing up, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out something. "You may not be perfect, but you're better than most people I know," he continued, his gaze unwavering as he extended his hand towards Karen, offering her his hitate. "Here, take this." Karen looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with confusion and doubt. She hesitated, feeling unworthy of such kindness. But Naruto's warm and genuine smile reassured her, melting away her reservations. "Most strangers wouldn't be willing to give themselves up for people they just met," Naruto said softly, his words carrying the weight of sincerity. With a trembling hand, Karen reached out and accepted the hitate from Naruto, feeling a glimmer of hope stirring within her. At that moment, she realized that maybe, just maybe, she was worthy of kindness. With a steady hand, she removed her Kusagakure hitate and cast it into the fire, watching as the flames consumed the symbol of her past. Wiping away the tears still falling, she tied the new hitate around her forehead with pride. "You are no longer a shinobi of Kusagakure. You are Karen Uzumaki, a member of Team 7 from Konohagakure," Naruto declared, his voice ringing with conviction. Karen nodded and felt the presence of Sasuke, who gave her a small smile. "But what about your other teammates?" Karen asked, her voice tinged with concern. "We are going to rescue her, of course," Naruto stated boldly, his determination unwavering, "and bring back Kakashi-sensei's body." With resolve shining in his eyes, Naruto took the bandage holding his shuriken pouch and pulled his hair up as he wrapped the cloth around his eyes, donning a new look. Turning toward Sasuke, who was still seated, he extended an invitation. "So, are you going to join us, Sasuke?" Sasuke looked up, his gaze meeting Naruto's with unwavering determination. In a swift motion, he swung the blade over his back as he got up, his voice filled with resolve. "Yeah, let's save them." Naruto grinned mischievously, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he clasped his hands together and struck a dramatic pose. "Onward, Team 7. Let's journey forth to the land of water," he declared, his voice exaggerated and booming, his enthusiasm infectious. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto's antics, a small smirk tugging at the corners of his lips despite himself. "You just had to go on and ruin the mood," he said. "Oh, come on, Sasuke-kun. We're going to save Kiyomi-chan." Naruto pumped his fist into the air. "Right, Karen?" Karen pumped her fist as well. "Yeah," she shouted, letting out giggles from their theatrics. A warm feeling of camaraderie blossomed within her. Sasuke walked away from the two. "Will you two quit? Let's not waste any more time." "Hey, Sasuke," Naruto called out. "Why did Orochimaru open a snake-themed sweet shop?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow, not in the mood for this, as he began jumping through the forest, heading away from them. Karen followed pursuit as Naruto was the last to join, catching up quickly. "Because he wanted to serve his enemies a bite they'd never forget," Naruto replied. The Uchiha looked at him with a straight face and jumped through the forest at a faster pace to get away from Naruto. "Hey, Sasuke, wait up," Naruto shouted, increasing his pace. "I've got another one. How many Uchihas does it take to kill a clan?" The wind cutting off his voice as he chased after Sasuke. Karen pushed herself to keep up with their pace. She wasn't going to let her new team down. She would do everything in her power to aid them in their rescue mission, even if it cost her. Sasuke moved along through the forest, flying through the treetops, but he had a smile on his face for Naruto's poor attempt at a joke. Despite the task before them, he had found joy in Naruto's silliness. It reminded him of how Kiyomi would constantly tease him. Maybe things will finally go our way, he mused. I swear I'll rescue you. Kiyomi-san. Chapter 9. Kirigakure, Part 1, Arrival. Kirigakure. The sky was cloudy, and the air was thick as two figures resided within an arboretum. One perched on a cliffside overlooking the village below, and the other taking shelter in the trees. The nearby waves crashed against the shoreline, and the smell of fresh rain, salt water, and an earthly fragrance filled the air. A heavy mist surrounded the area, blinding any onlooker from seeing what was underneath. The figure near the coastal forest was leaning against a tree as she rubbed her hands together, blowing breath onto them, trying to keep herself warm. "Where's that idiot?" she said, through chills. "He should have been back by now." The figure standing near the cliffside closed his eyes, sheathed the katana in his hands, and slung it over his back, making his way to the freezing girl. "Be patient, Karen," he said, his voice firm and calm. "He'll be back soon." Well, hopefully, he mused to himself as he looked back to the cliffside and birds flying in the sky, reflecting on their journey to this new land. It took them just over a week to reach the Nami no Kuni, the land of waves. There they had to hop aboard a ship to cross over the Kaizoka Sea, which was not a pleasant experience, and after a few days at sea, they finally harbored on the western side of the main island. This main island is the home of the country's capital, Kirigakure, their final destination. "Yeah, I know, Sasuke. I'm just worried about Kiyomi. I hope we can find her quickly," Karen responded nervously. Sasuke turned back to his comrade, seeing her worried face, and gave her a comforting smile. "We'll find her," he replied. But truthfully, he was also worried about Kiyomi and what would happen after they returned to Konoha. 1 week earlier, the three of them had made it deep into the land of fire, close to Konoha. However, when they reached a crossroads to head back to the village, Naruto elected to continue onward to Kirigakure. "We can't return to the village yet. We need to keep this little mission of ours a secret," Naruto said. Karen looked at him with confusion. "But wouldn't it help to have more shinobi assist us in rescuing Kiyomi and retrieving your sensei's body?" "True," Naruto responded, "but we don't know who leaked the details regarding our mission and information on my abilities. If we go back without knowing who the traitor is, they can alert Madara or whoever he is. He'll most likely move Kiyomi somewhere different," he concluded. Karen slightly nodded at his logic. She didn't know much about their village, but what Naruto said made sense. "Wait, what about your village leader? The Hokage, right? Why can't we tell him?" "He's a naive, old fool who puts too much trust in people. What we tell him would most likely get leaked. He won't admit it, but the Konoha Council has him wrapped up around their finger," Naruto said with a disgusted expression. "I honestly want to kill every one of those bastards, but that's for another time. But there's another reason why we can't send a large force into Kirigakure," he finished with a long pause. "And that reason is?" Karen asked. She didn't know if Naruto was messing with her or would try and be dramatic for no reason. Sasuke spoke up, breaking the silence. "If we assemble a full squad of shinobi to infiltrate and invade Kirigakure, it could be seen as an act of war. Kirigakure is known for its isolation from the rest of the world. They are hostile and aggressive to all villages, especially Konoha. The two villages share a bloody past. There are also too many unknowns on how and why Madara is involved with Kirigakure." Naruto shot a finger at Sasuke. "Correct. You are my emo friend," he said as Sasuke just looked at him with a stoic expression. He turned back towards Karen. "So you see, my dear Karen, we are the only ones who can do this mission. Fear not. Even though you are weak, we shall protect you," he said, giving her a thumbs up. Karen's eyelids twitched at Naruto's antics. She was really starting to get sick of his constant joking, over-the-top behavior, and incessant jabs. "Did my words hurt your feelings, Karen-chan?" Naruto mocked. Sasuke watched as Naruto moved closer to Karen with his hands raised and a mischievous smile on his face. "Get away from me, you creep," Karen said, taking a couple of steps backward as Naruto inched closer to her. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "Oh," Come on, Karen. Is this how you treat a fellow clansman? Naruto said. We can't be like the Uchiha who love to team kill each other. Sasuke watched the two as he reflected on how Naruto had acted more and more like this since his battle with Orochimaru. The white-haired boy looked fine on the outside, but Sasuke could see that something else was going on with Naruto internally. He could see his eagerness to rescue Kiyomi and get their sensei's body back, even though he would never admit it. I don't understand why it's so cold. It's the middle of March, Karen said, her voice shaking Sasuke out of the past. That idiot needs to hurry back. Sasuke shook his head as he slowly blinked his eyes before rubbing his exposed left arm, feeling the cold wind blow over it. Yeah, he muttered. The trees rustled as a voice spoke from behind them. Wow, I'm hurt, it said, causing Karen and Sasuke to turn in its direction. Is this what I get for helping my comrades out? Naruto said with a smile. He had exchanged his bloodied clothing for a long black jacket with a high collar, dark black pants with bandages wrapped around his ankles, and still wore his black shinobi sandals. He got some new white bandages to wrap around his eyes that slightly pulled his hair upwards that also seemed to blend in with his snow-white color. Finally, what took you so long? Karen asked angrily. We've been waiting out here in the freezing cold. You better have gotten the right sizes. Naruto waved her off as he tossed a bag in front of them. Who do you think I am? Of course I got the right sizes. You know, a thank you would be nice, he replied sarcastically. Karen scoffed and quickly grabbed out a pair of navy blue pants as she quickly put them over her knee-high stockings and shorts. She felt instant warmth and protection from the cold weather. Oh, feeling good, are we? Naruto teased, pointing at Karen's beaming face. Oh, shut up and let me be, she quickly retorted back. Naruto laughed at her while Sasuke sifted through the bag, pulling out the items he requested: ninja tools, paper bombs, food pills, a gray flak vest, new shirts, and forearm guards. Sasuke took off his torn jacket and black shirt underneath, revealing his built upper body. Karen's face flushed pink and quickly turned away as Sasuke put on a black compression long sleeve before taking out some string and ripping off the Uchiha crest from his old shirt. He stitched the crest onto a new black shirt with a high collar, put it over the long sleeve, and then placed the gray flak vest on top. Finally, he donned the forearm guards, fastened their straps, and sheathed the sword of Kusanagi on his back. Naruto raised an eyebrow, impressed by Sasuke's stature. Wow, you look ready, he stated. Wouldn't you agree, Karen? Despite being flustered, Karen quickly gained her composure and cleared her throat. Yeah, he looks, good, she managed to get out. Aw, it looks like someone's got a crush, Naruto teased. I should have got some flowers to make the mood more romantic. A tick formed on Karen's head. Why you? She shouted, rolling up her arm sleeve to land a haymaker on Naruto. That's enough, Sasuke spoke with seriousness. We need to focus on finding Kiyomi-san and Kakashi's body. Karen reluctantly stopped her motion but shot daggers at Naruto while he sat down on a nearby rock and smiled at her. Naruto, have you been able to find any leads on either of them? Sasuke asked. No, this mist makes it impossible for me to track her signature. It's not natural and is laced with a dense chakra. I'm assuming it works as a defense mechanism against invaders. As for Kakashi, I haven't found his body in any of the cemeteries around. Due to him possessing the Sharingan, they most likely took it to some highly guarded prison. Naruto leaned forward in his seated position. We're going to have to venture down and gather intel. TCH, Sasuke replied. He'd hoped to avoid this. The more they stayed out of sight, the safer it was. A large-scale battle was not good, especially since Karen was a non-combatant. They had tried to show her some moves during their time aboard the ship, but she simply had no aptitude for combat. If something did happen, it would be difficult to protect her. Naruto, reading Sasuke's thoughts, spoke up. I know what you're thinking, Sasuke, but don't worry. You two will be going down there. Wait, why me? I can't fight, Karen said. Also, how are we going to communicate with you? If we go and you stay, someone could sneak up on you, which would be annoying to have to go rescue you as well. Besides, Sasuke isn't a censor. You are. I'll be close by, and will use. Naruto reached into his pockets before pulling out 2 earpieces. These to stay in contact, he said, tossing one to Karen and the other to Sasuke. Sasuke started to set up the earpiece while Karen looked at Naruto, dumbfounded. How are we supposed to be stealthy with these things in our ears? Naruto put his hand on his head and sighed. Do I really have to explain everything? You're a shinobi, aren't you? Use your brain. Karen picked up a nearby rock and was about to chuck at Naruto, but Sasuke put his arm out in front of her. We'll use the henge no jutsu to blend in with locals, he said calmly. We can gather intel discreetly and without suspicion. See, at least Sasuke's got a brain, Naruto responded, pushing Karen's frustration over the edge as she launched the rock at Naruto, who simply put a hand seal up, catching the rock within his Mugen. He too slow. Kirigakure West Gate. Team 7 moved positions to lower elevation, near a bush overlooking a trail leading into the western gate of Kirigakure. Merchants and shinobi walked through a heavily guarded checkpoint. Guards stood, directing the flow of those entering and exiting as they collected papers and documents. We're lucky they let merchants pass through, Naruto said, before moving back in the tree lines. Sasuke and Karen followed his actions. He pulled out 2 passports and handed them to Sasuke and Karen. They examined their identities as Naruto explained the plan to them. So, you two will be acting as an old married couple from Udon no Kuni, the land of noodles. You're here to sell your products. That product will be noodles, of course, he said. Your names will be Megumi and Shoko. Any questions? Sasuke looked down at his passport and saw the face of an older man in his mid-60s with black hair that had gray streaks in it. Karen's disguise was an old woman in her early 70s with red hair, baggy eyes, and wrinkling skin. Why do we have these names? Karen asked. They sound weird. Also, where did you get these pictures and why am I so much older than Sasuke? Cut me some slack. They were the only names I could think of in a short time, Naruto said. Being older makes you less of a target for any degenerate scumbags out there. Hopefully. As for the pictures, let's say I borrowed them from a nearby cemetery. Karen slowly blinked at Naruto. You really have no shame at all, she stated. No, I do not, he swiftly replied. But if there are no more questions, let's get moving. Megumi and Shoko stood in line as they waited to hand their passports to the guards and enter the village. They moved up a spot and waited. When the guard comes for our passports, let me do all of the talking, he whispered. Shoko nodded and gulped. She could feel her heart pounding out her chest. It was her first time ever doing something like this, and she was extremely nervous. Megumi noticed this and touched her shoulder softly. Don't worry, you'll be all right, he told her. Shoko looked at him, feeling his touch, and steeled herself. Just in the nick of time as the guard called out to them, they were next. The two walked up to a tall Kirigakure Jonin, wearing all black clothing with a gray flak jacket and a Kirigakure Hitayate on his forehead. State your name and business here, he said with a bored expression. Megumi handed him his passport, and so did Shoko. My name is Megumi, and we are merchant from Udon no Kuni looking to sell our items for a profit. The shinobi raised an eyebrow. Udon no Kuni. That's a long way from here, old man. It is my child. We've fallen upon hard times and had to venture out beyond to make a living. It's a struggle, but I've still got some fire left in me, Megumi finished as he heard Naruto laughing through his earpiece. The shinobi chuckled. It must be troublesome since you've got to carry around this old hag with you, he said, pointing at Shoko. She's basically skin and bone. Ah, yes, my wife Shoko. Come here, dear, Megumi said as Shoko stood there unmoving. After a few moments, he looked back at the Kirigakure shinobi. My wife's hearing has been poor these last few years. The Kiri shinobi leaned against a post. But you said you're from Udon no Kuni? Where exactly? Megumi got a little nervous. We are from a small village in the south near the Kanashii Ocean, he said, hoping his answer would suffice. No kidding, my parents are from around there as well, the Kiri shinobi responded with a smile. Oh my, this surely is the work of fate, Megumi replied and began to answer more questions the Kiri shinobi threw his way. mostly about favorite foods, hobbies, and customs. Shoko looked at them nervously, but Megumi was able to answer all his questions with convincing confidence. However, their conversation caused a massive slowdown in the flow into the village. A disgruntled young man who had been waiting for over 10 minutes voiced his frustration. "Hey, would you two shut it? We got to get this line moving. People have got stuff to do," he shouted, getting the attention of the Kiri shinobi. "Wait 1 second, sir," he said to Megumi, getting up and heading down to the disgruntled young man. "What seems to be the issue?" The man's wife tried to stop him from speaking any further, but it was to no avail. "The issue is you taking so damn long. We've got shit to do," was the last thing he said before his head was cleanly removed from his shoulders and fell to the pavement with a thud. His wife screamed out in horror as blood sprayed across her face, and she dropped to her knees sobbing. 3 ANBU materialized around the woman and the decapitated man, blood spilling out from his neck and onto the ground. "Dump his body and take the woman to my chambers. She'll serve as a nice plaything," the Kirigakure shinobi said, wiping the blood from his sword and placing it back into the scabbard attached to his hip. The AMBU grabbed the body and woman and vanished from sight. Everyone nearby was extremely shocked and afraid. Shoko had to stop herself from shaking while Megumi looked on with a stone-cold expression. The Kiri shinobi returned with a smile. "Sorry about that." He took their passports and placed a stamp of approval on them. "Enjoy your stay in Kirigakure." The two nodded and headed into the village. The pair moved through the streets of Kirigakure, a stark contrast to the bustling energy of Konoha. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the occasional gust of wind that stirred fallen homes along the deserted pathways. Sasuke's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, taking note of how few people roamed around. "I thought there would be more people," Karen murmured, her voice barely audible against the eerie quiet. Sasuke nodded, his gaze sweeping over the desolate scene. There were no joyful conversations echoing off the walls, no laughter of children playing in the streets. Instead, the village seemed to be enveloped in a blanket of cold indifference. "Even Kusagakure felt more alive than this," Karen remarked softly, her breath forming misty clouds in the frigid air. A wistful smile tugged at the corner of Sasuke's lips as he glanced at her. "How so?" he inquired. "There is a sense of belonging, a unity among the villagers," Karen explained, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "Unless you were an outsider, that is. But here, it's like everyone is a stranger to one another. I couldn't imagine living here instead of Kusagakure, and that's saying something." Sasuke's expression softened with understanding. "Do you still have family in Kusagakure?" he asked gently. Karen's reply was quiet, almost hesitant. "No, my father left my mother soon after I was born, and she passed away when I was still a child," she revealed, her tone heavy with sorrow. Memories of her mother's lifeless body littered with bite marks flooded her mind. "It's just been me, for the longest time." Sasuke offered a wordless nod of sympathy, his own past tragedies echoing in his thoughts. "Sorry that I asked," he said softly. "There's no need to apologize," Karen replied, her voice tinged with sadness. "What about your family? Do you have siblings besides Kiyomi?" Sasuke's expression darkened at the mention of his family. "I have an older brother, but I haven't seen him since the night our clan was nearly wiped out," he confessed, his words heavy with unresolved pain. "He disappeared without a trace, leaving me to witness our mother's death." As they continued their somber journey, Sasuke's thoughts drifted to his father, a distant figure shrouded in solace. "My father is still alive, but he's always busy as clan head," he added, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Kiyomi was the only one who was there for me, but I push her away. I despised how she kept a smile on and would spout pretty ideals. She even accepted my disposition on life." Karen listened in silence, her heart aching for the pain Sasuke carried. "She cared about you," she responded. Sasuke's gaze still drifted. "I didn't realize it until it was too late," he whispered, I thought it was silly for her to care so much, but now I see that I was wrong, he stated, raising up his left hand, staring at it. I need to find her so I can apologize for being so stupid. Don't worry, Sasuke, Karen said, grabbing his hand. I'll help you find and rescue her. I promise. It's the most I can do in return for you saving me. Sasuke's gaze met hers, gratitude flickering in his eyes as a genuine smile graced his lips as he squeezed her hand in return. Thanks, Karen. Yeah, you're welcome, she responded softly, keeping their gaze locked. However, their moment of connection was interrupted by laughter crackling over the earpiece, pulling them back to the reality of their mission. As much as I enjoy playing matchmaker, let's not forget we're on a mission here, lovebirds. Naruto's teasing tone was heard. Get a room after we're finished. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Let's keep moving, he said as he released Karen's hand and resumed his pace. Karen nodded, her own cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Right, she said, falling into step beside him as they continued their journey through the desolate streets of the village. Sasuke and Karen looked up to see a sign for a bookstore. They peered through the windows, seeing no sign of other people. This would be the best place to learn what was going on in this village and reduce the risk of them being discovered and outed as foreign shinobi. Upon entering, they were created with a dimly lit store with bookcases and shelves littered across the walls in a neat and timely manner. There were also spaces to sit down, drink tea, and eat food. The inside of the store looked extremely old, but had this aura of new and stable to it. A fair distance in front of them was a counter where they saw the shadowy outline of a man reading a giant book. It was hard to see his face and body as the light barely filled the room. The man ignored their presence and kept to his book, but Sasuke could tell he was watching from the shadows, waiting for their next move. Is he a threat or just suspicion of us entering his store? Sasuke thought to himself. However, his pondering was interrupted by the sound of the man's voice. Is there something you need? His deep and booming voice echoed across the room. Oh no, my dear. We're just looking around, Sasuke said, putting on his best impression of an elderly man. If you're just looking around, I ask you don't look in my direction, the man grunted. Sasuke nodded. Yes, it is hard to see this light, but I apologize. He looked at Karen, signaling her to gather information, potentially finding a map or something that they could use. She walked in the opposite direction as Sasuke began looking through the shelves for anything useful. As he walked through the aisles, he could feel the glare of the man. Slightly glancing over his shoulders, he could tell that the man wasn't really reading the book in front of him, but constantly watching the two of them. Especially Karen, she kept his gaze the most. Sasuke couldn't see his eyes, but he knew the man's stare wasn't one filled with lust, but it was a stare of remembrance and confusion. What does he want? He pondered, tensing up but then relaxed. He's been watching us since we entered. It's probably suspicious because of how this village is. I doubt people regularly stop here. Damn, we need to be quick before he acts. Underneath the transformation, he activated his Sharingan, scanning through the various books at high speeds until he came across History and Geography of Kirigakure on the top shelf. He was about to reach for it, but felt the eyes of the man behind the counter peer at him. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan and called out to the man. Oh dear, would you help an old and decrepit man get this book? The man walked from behind the counter into the light as Sasuke could finally see his stature. This man looked as if he were in his mid-60s, about 64 years old. He was built, stocky, and of average height. He wore black shinobi sandals with bandages around his ankles, dark gray pants, and a loose long sleeve with bandages wrapped around his wrists. Sasuke could tell this man was powerful, regardless of his age. However, when he saw that man's face, he was shocked. The man had long blonde hair with a dark hat on top, brown eyes, and a scar underneath his right eye. But that's not what shocked Sasuke. It was the weird respirator underneath his nose, covering his mouth and most of his lower face that disturbed the Uchiha. As Sasuke looked at this man and took in his features, he couldn't help but feel like he'd seen this face before in one of the old Academy history books. The man reached up, grabbed the book, and handed it to Sasuke. "Ah, thank you. My old bones can't move like they used to," he said, trying to be convincing. The older man looked at him, saying nothing as he turned around, heading back to his position behind the counter. I didn't catch your name," Sasuke called out, trying to lose suspicion. The old man stopped, his back still facing Sasuke, and turned his head over his shoulders. "I've been called many names, but right now I'm referred to as Yaga." "Ah, Yaga. Well, thank you for your assistance, Yaga," Sasuke replied. His mind was still trying to decipher where he'd seen the man's face. Yaga simply turned his head back and walked to the counter, taking his former position. Sasuke carefully watched Yaga return to his place as he walked over to Karen, who was still searching for an intel, and whispered into her eye, "I found something that may be useful. Follow me." She nodded and followed him back to the seating area, where to begin to open the book and read its contents to learn more about Kirigakure. They learned that Mizu no Kuni, Land of Water, was comprised of 11 satellite islands with one larger main island serving as the primary location of Kirigakure. There was also Nagi Island and Ozu Island, but these larger islands were independent and too far away to be considered a part of the region. Each island had its own unique culture, politics, traditions, and clans. The major clans in the region were the Hashigaki clan, Hozuki clan, Karatachi clan, Funato clan, and one more. However, the name was scratched out. Sasuke could see you but couldn't make out the rest. Regardless, the mainland, Kirigakure, was divided into a western and eastern side. The sides were separated by a channel flowing into the Kaizoka Sea. The western and eastern parts of Kirigakure had a long history of a civil war, and it looks like they are in another one right now. At least that's what the book indicates. However, it is from 15 years ago, so they didn't fully know. "This doesn't have anything of value," Sasuke whispered, relinquishing his hold over the massive textbook. He took a deep inhale and exhaled as air flowed out of his nostrils rapidly, signifying his frustration. He clenched his fists in silent rage. As soon as Karen was about to comfort him, he heard the door swing open as two Kirigakure shinobi walked through the door. They were dressed similarly to the checkpoint guard and looked to be about 10 years older than them. "Old man, come serve us some tea," one shouted. Yaga slowly arose as he walked over to the seating area before heading behind another counter leading into a back room. The two shinobi laughed at him as they leaned across the countertop a fair distance away from Karen and Sasuke. Karen tensed up at their presence, but Sasuke remained calm and locked eyes with Karen, uttering no words but saying they were leaving. However, as they were getting ready, Sasuke heard words that stopped him dead in his tracks. "You heard about that new girl that was recently brought in?" one of them said. The other gained a wicked smile. "Yeah, I heard. Got a beauty on our hands. Tall, fair skin, and has long raven black hair," he said. "Supposedly she possesses a strong Kekkei Genkai." "A powerful Kekkei Genkai," the other replied with a raised eyebrow. "Damn, I was hoping to have a shot with her, but it seems unlikely. I assume she was taken there." "Yep, but you may still have a chance. They're doing the drawing tomorrow morning to see who gets her," he responded. "The Mizukage will hand selecting the winner." Sasuke sat there as his mind raced at a million miles. Who are they talking about? Is it Kiyomi? What do they mean? Also, what is happening tomorrow morning? He shook his head. Too many questions and too many unknowns. All he didn't know was that tomorrow morning was their deadline to potentially save Kiyomi or learn who this girl is. He must have looked off, put as one of the shinobi noticed him and cried out, "Oi, old man, what's your problem?" Sasuke didn't respond as he was lost in thought over this newly learnt knowledge, analyzing a way to navigate these new waters. The other shinobi looked at his friend. Cat must have caught his tongue. The shinobi who called out headed over to Sasuke and Karen. Karen, seeing this, touched Sasuke's hand, breaking him out of his thoughts as the Kiri shinobi arrived at their table. The shinobi slammed his hand down, shaking the table, as he grinned at Sasuke. "Didn't you hear me, old man? I asked you a question." Sasuke rubbed his ear, apologizes, my boy. My hearing isn't quite what it used to be, he said, feigning ignorance. I don't think I've ever seen you two around here before, the shinobi asked as his friend joined him over at the table. Ah, yes. We are travelers from Udon no Kuni, and Sasuke started but was interrupted by another loud slam. I don't care where you are from. We don't like outsiders here, the shinobi said with a scowl. Sasuke looked at the situation before him. Why is this guy so aggressive? He inwardly sighed. I need to calm him down without blowing our disguises. We mean you no harm, my child, Sasuke said, raising his hands off the table. We are simply visitors. I don't think so, the shinobi said as he came up and took the book from their table. Oh, History and Geography of Kirigakure. Why would two travelers from Udon no Kuni need to know this? The shinobi moved behind Karen before quickly grabbing her and pressing a kunai against her throat. Unless your spies are from another village, he said with a sadistic smile. The two Kirigakure shinobi had them cornered, one in front of Sasuke and the other holding Karen hostage. Sasuke tried to keep his act up, but quickly realized he needed to do something else before things really got out of hand. Talking clearly didn't work. It just made them even more on edge. What should I do? He pondered. If he attacked and removed their cover, the village would be alerted to their presence. But if he did nothing, Karen would probably die or worse. Sasuke inwardly cursed for letting himself be put in a situation like this. Before anyone could make a move, a voice spoke out. Enough. The words echoed with authority, cutting through the tension like a knife. Sasuke and Karen turned to see Yaga standing near, shadows cutting across his face. His presence was imposing, yet strangely calming. The shinobi in front of Sasuke taunted Yaga. Get a load of this guy, he said, laughing as he pulled out a kunai that had an inwardly curved edge. Who do you think you are, old man? Yaga stepped forward, his eyes narrowed with a hint of disapproval. Is this how modern shinobi truly act? He asked, his tone laced with annoyance. Release them and leave. The shinobi holding Karen hesitated, glancing at the other nervously. He had this terrible feeling in his gut. His friend, however, did not get this same feeling. Wow, you've got some balls to challenge me. You better get ready, cause I'll fucking murder you, he said before being pummeled into the nearby bookcase. The bookcase groaned under the force of the impact, its structure buckling and splintering as the shinobi's body crashed into it with bone-jarring force. Books tumbled from their shelves in a chaotic cascade, adding to the cacophony of destruction that filled the room. In the aftermath, the shinobi lay sprawled amidst the wreckage, dazed and disoriented, his bravado shattered along with the bookcase. Yaga stood over him, an enigmatic figure cloaked in shadows, his expression unreadable. Sasuke's eyes widened as he turned his head, feeling the force of the swift and powerful attack. All he knows is that one moment the Kiri shinobi is here and the next he's over there. Such power and speed. I didn't even see him move. Yaga grabbed the man by his throat, squeezing tightly as his grip was firm. I'm going to break every bone in your arms and legs. When I get out of this, you're fucking dead, the Kiri shinobi spat out. In a blur, Yaga swiftly and precisely struck his arms and legs. The sound of snapping and cracking could be heard throughout the store. The shinobi screamed out in pain while his friend watched and dropped the kunai. He was pressing against Karen's neck, out of fear from Yaga's display of power and ruthlessness. Karen left out a gasp for air as she rubbed the area where the metal was pressed against her. Yaga relinquished his hold, and the shinobi dropped to the ground, screaming and crying. He looked over to the other shinobi. Take your friend and go, before I kill you. His voice boomed with authority and power. The shinobi gulped before quickly grabbing his comrade and disappearing at high speeds. Yaga turned to Sasuke and Karen, his expression unreadable. You should be more careful, he said cryptically. The two genin were in awe at the sheer power and speed displayed by Yaga. Who is this old man, and why did he help us? Sasuke thought. Thought I was gonna have to teleport in there. Naruto's voice buzzed through the earpiece. Luckily, this mystery man saved you too. Sasuke blew out a sigh of relief, his muscles relaxing after the intense encounter. Thank you, my friend. I thought we would surely meet our end by their hands. Yaga simply nodded, his expression unreadable as he reached for 2 cups filled with steaming tea. Do not thank me, he replied calmly, his eyes fixated on the cups. But here, take this as compensation for your troubles. He placed the cups on the table before them, the fragrant aroma of the tea wafting through the air. Karen wasted no time as drank it without hesitation. Sasuke observed her, his gaze flickering between her and Yaga, before tentatively picking up the other cup and smelling it. He wasn't much of a tea drinker, but it smelled good, and why not? The man had just saved their lives. Sasuke took a cautious sip, the warmth of the liquid soothing his insides as he finished it all. That was good, he admitted, glancing at Yaga, who remained silent, his inscrutable gaze still lingering upon Sasuke. But as seconds passed, he suddenly felt a strange sensation creep over him as his vision blurred and limbs grew heavy. Shit, I should have known better. Across the table, Karen slumped over in her chair, her cup tumbling from her grasp. He tried to move, to reach out to her, but his body betrayed him, and he tumbled out of his chair, landing onto the cold floor. Hey Sasuke, is everything good? Sasuke. Naruto's voice pierced through the haze, but it soon faded into the abyss as darkness threatened to consume him whole. He tried to do anything, but his body would not move. In his final moments of consciousness, he locked eyes with Yagas, a silent accusation burning before everything went dark. Kirigakure West Gate. Naruto leaned against a nearby tree. Sasuke, you went out on me? He called out casually, his voice tinged with amusement. He shook the walkie-talkie in his hands and adjusted the settings, changing its bandwidth. Is this thing broken, or are you just ignoring me, Sasuke? He tried again, but the device remained silent. Karen, paging Karen, he said with a hint of mischief in his tone. Predictably, there was no response. Well, this thing is about as useful as a kunai with no point, he remarked nonchalantly, tossing the device over his shoulders. Pushing himself off the tree, he stretched his arms lazily. Sending those two out alone was probably not the smartest idea, he stated, scratching the back of his head. You are a fool if you thought this plan of yours would work, a deep growl bellowed from within Naruto's mind, but he merely shrugged it off, unfazed by the voice. Within a mere instant, he turned around and was standing in murky water with a massive gate and colossal creature. Behind the gate laid a gigantic red-orange fox with black fur around its eyes. The fox was resting its head on its forearms as 9 tails swooshed around behind it. Why did you lie to them? You're wasting time and their lives by sending them out there, the fox said without opening its eyes. Naruto smiled. What do you mean, Kurama-chan? He said as he walked closer to the massive fox, slipping past the ironclad gates and jumping on top of its snout. Kurama opened his eyes, revealing his black slit pupils with red iris, and stared at the boy atop his snout and said nothing in response. This brat was the most peculiar human he'd ever met throughout all his existence. 8 years ago. Oh, so you're the big bad demon fox that everyone seems to hate? A voice cried out, breaking Kurama out of his slumber. Blinking his eyes open, Kurama beheld a small boy with dark shades and white hair standing before him on the other side of his cage. So, the jailer finally meets the jailed. What do you desire, brat? I know you came for something. All you humans crave power. To Kurama's surprise, the boy did not react with fear or hostility. Instead, the white-haired boy smiled and slightly lifted down his shades, revealing one of his blue eyes. Those eyes, Kurama mused. The boy continued to speak. I don't plan on using your power at all. I don't want your help or need it. I'll get strong on my own strength and power, he said with a determined look. Then I'll defeat you and become the strongest. Believe it. Kurama was not expecting a response like this. He chuckled, the sound echoing through the murky water around them. "What's so funny?" the boy asked, his confusion evident. "Throughout all my years of living, never has a mere child challenged me." He looked at the child more closely. "But you're a strong boy. I can see the blood of Michizane Sugawara, the progenitor of the Uzumaki, following through your veins." He too possessed the Kekkei Mora of the Mugiken no Jutsu and Rikugen. "Michi, what's his name? Who is that?" the boy asked with a confused expression. "Also, what's the Mugiken no Jutsu and Rikugen?" "A legendary shinobi who existed during the time of the Rakudo Sennin, sage of six paths, and fought alongside him. As for the Mugiken and Rikugen, I may tell you later, but what is your name, brat?" Kurama said. The boy gained a wide grin, and his eyes sparked as he exclaimed, "I am the great Naruto Uzumaki." "Well, Naruto, if you simply came here to state your desire to not use my power, then you may leave. You are disturbing my rest," Kurama said, closing his eyes and laying his head down. He waited for Naruto's presence to exit the mindscape, but to his surprise, it never happened. After some moments, he opened his eyes to see Naruto sitting on his snout with a grin. "You didn't tell me your name? You must have one, right?" Kurama sighed and reclosed his eyes. "Why would I tell you my name? You asked for mine, and I gave it to you." "That's not fair," Naruto refuted. Kurama scoffed. "What's not fair is being imprisoned inside another against your will. Regardless, there is no obligation for me to give you mine." Naruto jabbed a finger at him. "I think you're just afraid. You must have a dumb name if you won't tell me. It must be Shinji or something. Not wait, it must be Boruto. That's a terrible name. What is this brat babbling on about?" Kurama thought as he tried to ignore Naruto's antics and attempted to return to his slumber. "Come on, tell me your name." Naruto waited for a response, but got none. He sighed, but then an idea popped into his head. "I guess I'll have to just call you Kitsune-chan." Kurama immediately opened his eyes and narrowed them. "Do not call me that," he said threateningly and reclosed his eyes. Naruto laughed, ignoring his threat. "Oh, Kitsune-chan. Oh, Kitsune-chan," he repeated. "I won't leave until I learn your name, Kitsune-chan." He kept at this, repeating the name dozens of times as a small tick mark appeared on Kurama's forehead and grew larger and larger with every passing moment. After 10 minutes of Naruto's incessant chanting, Kurama had had enough. "Shut up," he shouted, sending Naruto flying outside of this cage. "If I tell you my name, will you promise to leave me alone?" Naruto landed on the ground, head first, and quickly got up and nodded. "Hee, yeah, it's a pinky promise. And to make it better, if you tell me your name, I'll free you from this cage." The QB got serious at that last statement, curiosity and hope flashing across his face, but he quickly shook it off. "You lie. If you free me, you shall perish." Naruto shook his index finger. "I don't think so," he said, taking off his shades. "Due to my eyes, the Rikugen, or whatever, my chakra control is perfect and is always balanced. Basically, my eyes have stopped our chakras from mixing." He put the shades back on. "You're lucky that I was born with these eyes. If not, you would have been stuck with me until death. Now come on, let's shake on it," he said, raising his little finger forward. Kurama looked at him with a perplexed expression. "You would truly do that for me? What about your village? I doubt they would allow me to roam free." Hesitation and doubt were heavy in his voice. Naruto waved Kurama's skepticism off with a dismissive grin. "I could care less about this village and those old fools. I think it would be funny if you just walked around a village or something and all the villagers in Gigi saw you. Their reactions would be priceless. So what do you say?" Kurama pondered the boy's offer for a moment. It seemed too good to be true, but the prospect of freedom after so long was tempting. He would be able to do as he pleased anyway from power-hungry tyrants and kind-hearted fools. With a reluctant, yet hopeful sigh, he relented. Come on, shake my finger," Naruto said, waving his little finger around. He looked at Naruto's little finger, and for the first time in a long time, he smiled, showing his sharp teeth and fangs. He reached out and, as gently as he could, shook Naruto's pinky. "You may call me Kurama." "See, that wasn't so hard," Naruto replied. "Thanks, Kurama-chan." Kurama rolled his eyes. "You are truly something, boy. To release me, you need to remove that paper tag and unlock the doors with a key. The key is with Jiraiya of the Sannin. Seek him to free me. As for knowledge around your techniques and Kekiai Mora, I would recommend searching your parents' scrolls. I know that you know who they are. If my memory serves me, your mother has scrolls with loads of knowledge pertaining to the history of the Uzumaki and their formidable Fuinjutsu. You may also find certain techniques of the fourth Hokage useful. One of Michizane's techniques works similar to the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. It is powerful technique. That bastard used it against me long ago." Naruto smiled at the Kurama. "Thanks, Kurama-chan. You've been extremely helpful." "Please stop adding the chan at the end of my name," Kurama replied with a sigh. "You're not using the honorific correctly." "What do you mean, Kurama-chan?" Naruto giggled. Kurama took a deep breath, realizing he'd have to deal with Naruto's antics for a time. "Just go get that key and leave me," he said, watching Naruto start to skip away from him and leave the mindscape. "Things have truly gotten interesting," he pondered. "It is no consequence that his boy was born with the Rakugan and Mugiken no Jutsu. I wonder what other long-dead secrets and techniques this will bring back into the world," he thought to himself. Kurama closed his eyes, surrendering his thoughts and entering another slumber. He would have to wait and see how things turned out. "Oh, Kurama-chan, are you still with me?" Naruto said as he was staring into the large red eye that dwarfed him in height. He waved his hand in front of the unblinking eye. Kurama blinked as he exited his thoughts and memories of the past. "Get your hand out of my face. You know what I mean. You were just wasting time." Naruto smiled. While it was true he was wasting time, technically he did not lie to them. The mist surrounding the village was affecting his sensory abilities, but not to the proportion he exaggerated. Even though Sasuke and Karen were about 3 kilometers away, he could still sense them, at least faintly. He simply wanted them to feel useful, but also, he knew there was a chance they didn't find Kiyomi or Kakashi-sensei's body here, which would make Sasuke cranky. Having Karen around would soften the blow if they did not find them. But Naruto had confidence they could complete this mission of theirs. "Wow, I'm shocked, Kurama. I didn't think you cared about their safety," Naruto said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Kurama rolled his eyes. "I don't care about them. I care about getting freed from this place and never seeing you again. Jiraiya could be at Konoha this very instance, and the longer you three take, the longer. You stay imprisoned and not free, blah, blah, blah. I know, chill out, would ya? How was I supposed to know that he wouldn't show up at the village for over 8 years? It's not my fault," Naruto replied, pleading his case. "But if you're done getting on my case, I'm going to go and find my teammates." Naruto jumped off Kurama's snout and walked out the cage and disappeared from the mindscape. "This brat is truly an idiot," Kurama mused to himself. "I heard that," the voice of Naruto echoed. "Shut up," the QB barked back at the echoing voice. He heard the chuckle of Naruto as he rested once again, extremely tired of his antics. Kirigakure, unknown location. Sasuke slowly awoke to the flicker of a single lantern. The room remained shrouded in shadows, and his disorientation lingered. He lifted his head, eyes adjusting to the darkness. The ropes that bound him chafed against his skin, and the paper bomb tags kanji glistering on top of them. Beside him, Karen was similarly incapacitated. "Karen!" he shouted, but his voice echoed back, hollow and unanswered. "Do not struggle." A deep voice resonated as Yaga emerged from the shadows, his figure imposing yet strangely calm. "Who are you, really?" Sasuke's voice was sharp, edged with suspicion. "And what do you want?" Yaga settled into a chair, the old wood creaking under his weight. His eyes bore into Sasuke, ancient and knowing. "Who I am is of no concern to you," Yaga replied. "But what I want, that depends on how you answer my questions." Sasuke's mind raced. We need to get out of here. If I make a move now, Karen and I will die. I have to wait for an opening. Tell me, Yaga continued, holding up Sasuke's ninja registration ID. What is a Konohagakure Genin? No less an Uchiha, skulking in Kirigakure. Is Konoha sending children to do its dirty work, or are you here for something else? Sasuke remained silent, confused by his statements, and still trying to come up with a solution to escape. Why does he think we're here to do dirty work? Who is he? Observing Sasuke's silence, Yaga leaned back, intrigued. You refuse to divulge information. Admirable. But tell me, where is the other member of your squad? Give me their location, and I'll release you and the Uzumaki girl. Despite the temptation, Sasuke met Yaga's gaze with unwavering determination. I won't betray my comrades. Yaga's expression softened with a hint of respect. Impressive. I'm glad you have courage in the face of death. Regardless, I don't see anyone here to save you. Do you even know where you are? Sasuke frowned, and he looked around. The floor was wooden, which meant they were not in some Kirigakure prison. You're home, but why haven't you turned us over to the Mizukage? Why indeed? Yaga mused, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You'll find out later. Sweat rolled down Sasuke's face. He was even more confused. Yaga chuckled, seeing Sasuke's confusion. The sound sent shivers down Sasuke's spine. Perhaps you don't recognize me. Or perhaps you're feigning ignorance to your true mission of silencing me. What are you talking about? Sasuke's confusion deepened. I don't even know who you are. Who would want you dead? Many would, and much more if they knew I was alive. But I guess I was wrong about you. Yaga responded cryptically. I'll have to let him know. Nevertheless, why are you here? He asked once more. What's with the cryptic responses? I'm assuming he has history with the leaf, but I've never seen an image of him in the village's history. Sasuke attempted to summon his Shikigami, only to find his chakra unresponsive. Frustration simmered beneath his calm facade. Maybe I should stall out until Naruto gets here. That is if he knows we are in trouble. Yaga's look was stern and serious. The poison I slipped into your tea won't be wearing off for a while. No need to struggle. I won't kill you. Again, I ask, why are you here? Sasuke hesitated, feeling Yaga's penetrating gaze. Why would I tell you? Yaga leaned forward, his voice low and intense. You seek answers, yet you hold them close. Remember this. Not all battles are fought with swords. The greatest battles are often fought over the will and convictions of others. His gaze lingered on Sasuke thoughtfully. I can see that you're smart. However, coming to Kirigakure was not a wise decision. This village is a vile, cruel, and degenerate place. You're not here to collect intel, invade, or kill me, so it must be a personal matter. You must have lost someone to this village. Sasuke tensed, but Yaga continued before he could respond. A comrade, teacher, or friend. Family, perhaps. A sibling, maybe. Sasuke's jaw clenched, but he remained silent. So it is a sibling. I see now. Yaga nodded his head, understanding why the Uchiha was here. You must have a sister that was captured. It must be that girl those Kiri shinobi were talking about. It's noble and admirable of you wanting to protect your loved ones. But if you were captured by someone else, you, the Uzumaki brat, and your sister would all perish. This mission of yours could also lead to war and the death of many innocents. He looked at Sasuke, narrowing his eyes. So why come rescue her? The Uchiha bit the inside of his cheek. His mind churned with questions, doubts, and conflicting emotions. What's his game plan? He took a deep breath, refocusing himself. I'll just have to go along with it. I want to save people unequally. I don't care if it's right or wrong. I want to be an instrument to spread fairness to good people in an unfair world, and my sister is one of these good people, so I'll do whatever it takes to save her. Sasuke spoke, his words coming out with a determined edge. Yaga leaned forward, his gaze piercing through the dim light of the room, fixing on his Sasuke's gaze. Your conviction is admirable, Sasuke Uchiha, but it's built on shaky ground. Sasuke's brow furrowed, a flicker of defiance igniting within him. but it was quickly overshadowed by a wave of uncertainty. What do you mean? I mean, Yaga began, his voice steady and resolute, that while you may believe in saving people unequally and serving as an instrument for karma and retribution, there is still an objective right and wrong in this world. Sasuke's response was automatic, almost rehearsed. We decide what's right or wrong based on our own experiences and beliefs. There is no moral law guiding this world. If there was, evil people wouldn't exist. Yaga shook his head, his tone heavy with reflectance. Subjectivity clouds our judgment, and free will produces the possibility of evil, Sasuke. But deep down, we all know that certain actions are inherently good or evil. It's the choices we make that define us. Sasuke did not respond. His mind was becoming a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Yaga's words stirred a tempest within his heart. Consider this, Yaga continued, his tone solemn, his words cutting through the silence like knife. Imagine saving a good person, but in the process of saving them, you sacrifice innocent lives. Is this truly just? Can you still justify your belief that there's no objective right or wrong? Would your actions be good or bad? Sasuke's expression was contemplative as he wrestled with a hypothetical scenario. My actions would ultimately be bad, he admitted. Exactly, Yaga nodded, because deep down, you recognize the existence of objective morality. Intentions alone don't absolve the consequences. The outcome of an action determines if it is right or wrong. You may see yourself as a harbinger of justice, but even justice has its boundaries. Sasuke's gaze faltered, a seed of doubt planted within him. Would he go this far to save Kiyomi? No, he wouldn't, would he? Yaga placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, his touch surprisingly gentle. Solidify your conviction, Sasuke, but ground it in the understanding that while our perceptions may vary, there are universal truths that transcend individual perspectives. Only then can you truly navigate the complexities of this world. Sasuke remained silent. The weight of the old man's teachings hung heavy in the air, pressing down on Sasuke's shoulders like a burden too heavy to bear. He struggled to reconcile Yaga's philosophies with his own convictions, each conflicting idea pulling him in a different direction. Yaga watched Sasuke intently, his eyes piercing through the dim light of the room. Consider this, young Uchiha, he began, his voice carrying a solemn weight. Justice and peace are not mere abstractions. They are forged in the crucible of character, moral principles, and love. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, a flick of uncertainty dancing in his eyes. What do you mean? I've seen men who wielded power, believing they were arbiters of justice, Yaga continued, his voice tinged with regret. Yet their hearts were cold, their methods ruthless. They justified their actions, blinded by their own convictions. Sasuke listened, the words sinking in like seeds of doubt taking root within him. True justice isn't about vengeance or rigid rules, Yaga went on, his tone resonating with a somber wisdom. It's about compassion, about understanding the pain of others. It's about recognizing that sometimes the path to peace requires sacrifice, but not at the cost of our humanity. Sasuke absorbed Yaga words, his heart and mind still conflicted by the old man's words. Why are you telling me this? He asked, frustration, confusion, and slight anger in his voice. Why do you care so much about my conviction? Yaga's gaze softened, a rare glimmer of empathy shining in his eyes. I can see that you are different, he replied, his voice gentle yet firm. You remind me of myself when I was younger, led by my own convictions. I searched for a way to bring peace into this world. His eyes fell to the ground. But I lost sight of my conviction and pursued power and domination over others. Even though I sought peace, all I did was bring pain into the world. Sasuke's fists clenched to his side, the turmoil within threatening to overflow. He was tired of sitting here and listening to this man monologue, a man who knew nothing about him. He couldn't take this any longer. So, Your entire speech has been to convince me to bring peace into this world? You want me to fix your mistake, to help you find closure and redemption. How can I do that? Tell me how, he shouted, losing his composure. I'm not a hero or some sage. Yaga said nothing and stared at the boy who was clearly in emotional distress. I couldn't save my clan, I couldn't save my mother, I couldn't save my sensei, and now I'll probably won't be able to save my sister, he said, breaking down. I should have died on that night. I don't know what to do anymore. Silence and despair filled the room. Listen here, death is not the end. Yaga's voice pierced through Sasuke's despair. The loss of conviction is the end. When you lose purpose and meaning, this is when you truly die. Don't lose sight of it, Sasuke. Even shadows can find their purpose. Do not make the same mistake I did. And do not fear, you'll find your sister. I believe you can. Yaga stood up from his chair and began to walk away. It seems the poison is wearing off soon. When you awake, you'll find something that will help you in your quest to save her. Wait, Sasuke cried out. How did you know I was searching for my sister? There's no way you could have known that from looking at my face. And how did you know we were using a disguise? Yaga turned his head, impressed at Sasuke's intellect and ability to think critically. Unknown to Sasuke, a smile had formed on his lips underneath his respirator. Let's say someone who cares about you deeply is watching you and wanted me to check up on you. As for knowing that you two were using a disguise, your Uzumaki friend took the picture of my dead wife who recently passed, Yaga said, somberly. She too was an Uzumaki. Sasuke's eyes widened. He's experienced loss too. He didn't know how to feel right now. He had learned nothing and only gained more questions and doubts about himself and his purpose. He looked down and saw that paper tags were igniting and Yaga continued to leave. Wait, who sent you? What's your plan? He said, hoping to get some answers. Yaga simply chuckled and kept walking. All your questions would be answered in due time. And with that, Yaga disappeared from Sasuke's view as a great white light blinded and encompassed the Uchiha, filling the entire room. Sasuke's mind buzzed with fragmented memories, his thoughts swirling like leaves caught in a tempest. Yaga's cryptic words echoed in his mind, casting doubt upon the very fabric of his memories. But he was jolted back to reality by a familiar voice. Sasuke, Sasuke, Sasuke. A feminine voice cried out at him as he slowly opened his eyes to find Karen kneeling beside him, her tear-streaked face a mirror of worry and relief. He felt her arms wrapped around him, offering warmth and solace amidst the confusion. Hey, Sasuke muttered, his voice hoarse with disorientation, as he gently patted her shoulder before lifting himself off the dusty floor. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light of the abandoned bookstore, he scanned the familiar surroundings, noting the broken bookcase where the Kirigakure shinobi had been dispatched. The memory of their encounter with Yaga lingered at the edges of his consciousness. Welcome back to the land of the living. A voice broke through his thoughts, and Sasuke turned to see Naruto standing nearby, his hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. Thought we'd lost you there, Naruto continued, his expression a mix of concern and relief. When I lost contact, I hurried over here to find Karen holding your body, trying to heal you. You've been out for a couple of hours. There was poison in your system. It wasn't deadly, but it took a while to get out. Thank Karen for that. The Uchiha held his head, feeling a throbbing pain. Where's Yaga? He asked. Who? Naruto's brow furrowed in confusion underneath the bandages wrapped around his eyes. The owner of this bookstore, Sasuke clarified, his tone urgent. He saved Karen and me from 2 Kirigakure shinobi. Where's he? Naruto exchanged a puzzled glance with Karen, both equally perplexed by Sasuke's insistence. We don't know what you're talking about, Karen said, her tone laced with concern. We never got attacked. We entered a tea shop and drank some tea. That's when you passed out, and Naruto and I brought you here. Sasuke's confusion deepened, his mind grappling with the dissonance between his memories and the reality before him. What is going on? He muttered, more to himself than to the others. I know what happened before I drank that tea was real. That bookcase is still destroyed from earlier. I guess Karen can't remember. Who are you really, Yaga? He pondered. And who sent you? Naruto observed Sasuke's perplexed expression, a furrow forming between his brows. You good? He asked, genuine concern evident in his voice. You must have hit your head pretty badly to not remember what happened. Sasuke shook his head, pushing aside the lingering confusion for the time being. Yeah, I'll be fine. I should probably ask him what happened later, Naruto pondered before dismissing Sasuke's strange behavior. Anyway, did you find any information regarding Kiyomi or Kakashi-sensei? Karen started to speak with Naruto about what she had learned, which was nothing, as Sasuke felt something in his pockets. Sasuke's fingers brushed against the sealed scroll in his pocket, a nagging curiosity tugging at him, but then he remembered Yaga's words. He bent down and unfolded the scroll. Upon fully opening the scroll and placing his palm on the seal, a poof of smoke formed. The rustle of paper drew Karen and Naruto's attention, their conversation tapering off as they turned their focus to Sasuke. As the smoke cleared, revealing the contents of the scroll, there lied a Kusarigama, a sickle-type weapon with a chain attached to it, a stack of documents labeled Darkness in the Light, and a map of Kirigakure with marked locations. Whoa, where did you get this? Naruto exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident in his tone as he leaned in to inspect the map and documents. Sasuke's response was characteristically understated. I'm not sure, he murmured, his voice tinged with quiet contemplation as he considered the implications of Yaga's mysterious gift. He stowed away the Kusarigama into his shadows and resealed the documents. He would look through that at another time. Well, whoever gave it to you has labeled a boatload of information on it. Locations of prisons, residences of high personnel, and even supply caches, Naruto continued. But we still don't know where Kiyomi-chan is. I believe I have an idea. Give me the map, Sasuke said, grabbing the map for Naruto. From a quick glance, the map looked basic, even with the amount of information on it. I wonder, Sasuke thought as he activated his Sharingan, quickly scanning over the surface. To his shock, he found hidden words written near a prison located by the Mizuki's tower. She's here, Sasuke said, pointing at a spot on the map. Kiri no Kenkaku. Ana no Yoshi no Boru. Mist Gulag. The breeding grounds of women. Sasuke's revelation sent a chill down Karen's spine, her features contorted in a mixture of horror and disbelief. The mention of the Mist Gulag struck a nerve deep within her. Kiri no Kankoku, Ona no Ishi no Boru. She murmured, her voice trembling with suppressed anger and revulsion. I can't believe such a place exists. It's barbaric. Naruto's smile dropped immediately, his expression hardening with resolve. He clenched his fist, his muscles tensing as a surge of determination coursed through him. I'll kill those bastards, he declared, his voice low and fierce, radiating confidence and strength. The room seemed to tremble with the intensity of his chakra, the floor and walls splintering underneath his pressure. This is truly a degenerate place, he added, his voice resonating with conviction as he exuded an aura of unwavering resolve. Don't worry, Sasuke interjected, his voice full of reassurance, quelling the emotions of Naruto and Karen. We've got until 9 a.m. tomorrow before anything bad happens to her. We still have time. We will save her. His words carried the weight of a solemn vow, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Naruto calmed himself and put back on a smile. Humph. Yeah, I guess you're right. He stood up and dusted his pants off. I'm going to go check out vantage points near the prison. I'm working on a plan that's mostly finished. You two stay here. It'd be best to crash here for the night. Don't worry, I'll be back with food. Ciao, he said, clasping his hands together and vanishing in a blur of white. Sasuke's gaze lingered on the departing figure of his teammate, his thoughts drifting back to Yaga's cryptic words and the weight of their implications. As the low angle of the sun cast an orange glow over the landscape, his eyes fell upon a small grayish-purple salamander perched on the window frame. The creature's graceful movements as it navigated the broken glass held a silent allure, a fleeting reminder of the mysteries that lurked in the shadows. Sasuke, are you all right? Karen's soft voice beckoned, shattering his gaze. Sasuke rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I will be. There would be a lot of questions he needed to find the answer to, but right now, all he could do was focus on the present. The grayish-purple salamander traversed the streets of Kirigakure, its delicate feet navigating the labyrinthine paths with ease. Eventually, it reached the coastline, where Yaga awaited, his figure silhouetted against the backdrop of the Kanashii Ocean. Bending down, Yaga allowed the salamander to climb onto his outstretched finger. "It is done," he murmured softly, his words carried away by the gentle sea breeze. Nearby, a figure with a distorted image refracted in an array of spectral colors stood, its presence enigmatic and foreboding. "I'm surprised you didn't deliver the message yourself," Yaga remarked, his voice tinged with curiosity as he addressed the figure. "Unfortunately, he wouldn't have reacted well to my presence," the figure responded cryptically. "It's been too long since we last spoke. You were the better choice, Hanzo." Hanzo grunted in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on the distorted figure. Without another word, he strode into the water, where a large salamander emerged, its jaws gaping wide. I knew about that Uzumaki kid and his potential, but I can tell Sasuke also possesses something greater. I guess that shouldn't be a surprise, given that you're his older brother," Hanzo said as he disappeared into the salamander's maw. The creature closed its mouth and submerged beneath the waves, leaving the distorted figure alone on the shoreline. With his crimson eyes fixed upon the setting sun, Itachi stood in silent contemplation, his thoughts veiled in shadows as the pink and orange hues gave way into night. Chapter 10, Kirigakure, Part 2 Bonds. Kirigakure Kiri no Kankoku. In the heart of Kirigakure's Kiri no Kankoku prison, for guards found themselves engaged in an unlikely pastime, a game of cards. Takashi, the gruff veteran, scowled as he examined his hand, while his younger counterparts chuckled at the older man's expression. "You're not looking so good, Takashi. Looks like luck isn't on your side," one of the younger guards exclaimed, his grin widening as he watched Takashi's face. Takashi grunted in response, but soon smiled. "You young folks sure love to get ahead of yourselves. This game is far from over." Another guard was about to respond. However, his attention momentarily diverted by a faint yet unmistakable noise resonating from a cell near them. "One of the blazes. Can you keep it down in there? I can hear the bed shaking from over here." "He needs to hurry the hell up. I'm next," the last guard said, annoyed. "No, I'm next," the other guard replied. "What do you mean you're next?" "You're last," he replied. Takashi, having had enough of their bickering, spoke up. "Will you two shut it? Neither of you are next. Whoever wins this game gets the next crack at her. So stop talking and finish this game." The guards stopped their bickering and refocused on their hands. A few moments and draws later, Takashi smiled. He had a royal flush and was going to win the game. But before Takashi could lay his cards down, he heard a voice call out to them. "Planning to win with that hand? How quaint. Too bad this game had to end so soon," the voice said. Startled, the guards reached for their weapons, their eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of intrusion. But it was too late, as they felt an attractive force pull their heads together to the center of the table. Their foreheads collided as the sound of necks snapping could be heard. The four guards' bodies went numb as they rebounded off each other and slowly fell to the steel floor. The sound of a shaking bed from the cell ceased as the noise of a zipper was heard before the cell door opened. "Sorry, fellas, I went overboard," the guard said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "Takashi, you owe me for—" He trailed off as he saw the dead bodies on the ground. From the shadows emerged a tall figure with white hair and black attire. "Ew," Naruto said with a smile. However, his smile was not one of joy, of happiness, or of amusement. This smile was one of pure, murderous intent. His right hand was extended outward. The prison guard could feel his killing intent. Time seemed to stop as he readied himself. A sweat drop fell from his chin to the floor. The droplet burst as the guard surged forward. "Die," he roared. An unseen force washed over him, causing blood to splatter from his arms and legs as they turned into noodles, spaghettifying, sending him crashing into the cell door, then falling onto the dirty floor. The heavy door groaned before hurling itself down with a thunderous force, creating a crater on the floor as red liquid spilled out from underneath. Naruto said nothing and took a step on top of the door, looking into the cell room as he fell upon an abhorrent sight. There was a young woman whose chakra network was destroyed, wrists and ankles chained, suffered from dehydration, and bruises all across her exposed skin. Naruto could see that she was close to death, and her heartbeat was extremely slow. He walked up to her cell bed and broke the chains on her body, providing a momentary relief before the end. Her body fell to the bed below as it creaked from the pressure. She slowly turned her head and looked at Naruto, wheezing and coughing out ragged breaths. "TT Thang Yu," she croaked. Naruto watched as her body became still on the mattress, and cloudiness filled her eyes as they continued to stare into the ceiling above. He stood next to her motionless body and closed her eyelids. He felt a mix of anger and, surprisingly, sorrow as stepped out of the cell door back into the main room. Naruto loosened the bandages around his eyes, allowing his left eye to see light and scan his surroundings as he got ready for the next stage of his attack. About 30 minutes before the drawing starts, luckily no one else heard my little intrusion. He used his Rikugen to scan the surrounding area, seeing through walls and taking in as much as possible within half a kilometer. His max range was 2 kilometers, but the mist surrounding the village reduced it for the time being. He could see that there was a large collection of guards inside the prison, about 30 shinobi, but there were a few in the courtyard outside. It looks like most of the guards are inside, but they shouldn't be anything difficult. It seems they've moved the female prisoners outside. Looks like 2, maybe 3. Can't tell if Kiyomi is among them. I can sense Swait-un, Right-un, Futon, and some other chakra coming from them, but I can't fully tell. They seem to have larger chakra reserves than Kiyomi, with 2 possessing greater reserves than the average shinobi. Naruto groaned at himself in annoyance. When I get back to Konoha, I need to train like never before. That Orochimaru bastard showed me that I can't do anything at this level. He would have won if he truly understood my technique, Naruto thought to himself. However, a new arrival outside took him out of his thoughts. At that moment, he noticed another chakra, larger than the rest. There's a 4th chakra. It's a lot bigger than those nearby. He pondered as a smile formed across his face. If I was a betting man, I would guess the Mizukage sent one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist to oversee this little auction. He chuckled to himself. This is getting interesting. Naruto readied himself for the upcoming battle, stretching his legs and arms out. He estimated the courtyard to be just beyond the prison's length. It wasn't extremely large, about medium size with a decent area. I could just teleport to the top of the prison, but he pondered. The thought of the young woman chained to the cell bed flashed through his mind. He clenched his right fist and examined it. Flashback to last night. The map of Kirigakure, provided by Sasuke's mysterious friend, laid across the tabletop as Team 7 went over their plan of attack. Due to my superior sensory and fighting capabilities, I'll break into the prison and hopefully rescue Kiyomi-chan. My attack will be loud and very violent, but this will draw a bunch of attention away from the Mizukage's office. You two will have little resistance to sneak in, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded while Karen took a nervous gulp. She did not like this. Why do we have to do this? Wouldn't it be smarter to stick together as a team? She asked. I mean, if you want to face off against dozens of deadly shinobi, then be my guest. But I'm guessing you don't want to do that, Naruto replied to her smugly. Karen looked at Naruto with an annoyed expression. Why did he have to make a joke at every opportunity? Does he know? Wouldn't it be serious? Karen, Your sensory abilities allow us to avoid enemy detection, but also to locate the Mizukage, Sasuke said. You're the only one who can help me navigate the area, since Naruto will be preoccupied. Her mood lightened up upon hearing Sasuke's words, but then refocused. Wait, why are we locating the Mizukage? I don't think that's smart to engage him, Karen said nervously. Naruto looked at her with a blank expression. Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious, but we went over this already. Sasuke is going to put the Mizukage in a Jinjutsu to stop him from interfering in our little rescue operation. A tick mark formed on Karen's head, but she repressed the urge to hit Naruto. You didn't tell me that, clown. How was I supposed to know? She took a deep breath and refocused herself. I'm just worried that the Jinjutsu won't hold him. Don't worry, we only need to hold him for about 10 minutes. That should be long enough for you two to search his office and grab any important documents that can help us find Kakashi's body. After I grab Kiyomi-chan, I'll teleport to your location, then we get out before he even notices what happened, Naruto said, a smile forming on his lips. This will be a piece of cake. Sasuke nodded while Karen's eyelids twitched. She didn't understand why he had to be so annoying about this. Sure, I'm going to sleep, she yawned, going to lie down on some covers Naruto had stolen from a nearby store. Make sure to wake me up. She closed her eyes and drifted off. Naruto stood still looking down at the map before him. Even though he didn't show it, he was getting anxious about this whole operation. He'd broken his promise to Maki-san, but if he could rescue Kiyomi and get their sensei's body back, then maybe it would make things a little better. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice Sasuke put his hand on his shoulder. Naruto, is everything all right? Sasuke asked. Naruto blinked a couple of times before turning to Sasuke with a smile. Yep, why do you ask, my enthusiastic friend? Sasuke's gaze was stern as he tried to pierce through Naruto's mask, but it was to no avail, and he relaxed his expression. Just checking in, he said, taking a pause. Anyway, from what I've been told, this prison is used to store kunoichi with powerful Kekkei Genkai. These kunoichi are then given to elite shinobi, hand-selected by the Mizukage for breeding purposes. When they can no longer bear children, they are sent back into prison as a toy for the guards to use as they wish. There could be more kunoichi who need saving. Naruto was taken aback by this revelation, but he knew they couldn't waste time rescuing other people. We are here to save Kiyomi. That's it, he said, his voice lacking compassion. As much as what they're doing is disgusting and vile. We have no obligation to save anyone else. We are not heroes, we are shinobi. Sasuke listened to his words and absorbed them before responding. You should, just like the village elders and higher-ups you despise so much, he said, catching Naruto off guard. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing to play the hero once in a while, to prioritize others over your own well-being. There is so much unfairness in the world, and it wouldn't hurt to lend a helping hand to those who are weak and are suffering. The Uchiha walked away and sat on the floor, leaning his back against the wall as he closed his eyes and entered sleep. Naruto was left there as he journeyed to a corner of the abandoned store and sat down. He closed his eyes and thought about Sasuke's words as emptiness filled his mind. Present. A smile appeared on his face as he made up his mind, breaking free of the past. I guess I'll play the hero. With a clear mind, he extended his right index finger, facing the wall adjacent to him. A red light started to swirl and take shape on his fingertip, coalescing into a small orb. The air hummed with energy, a low buzz that crescendoed into a roar, aka Hikari Red Glow. Crimson light filled the room as the wall in front of him detonated, hurling stone, steel, and debris in the technique's wake. The prison floor trembled, and a cacophony of alarms blared, their shrill cry echoing through the prison's depths. Naruto smiled amidst the destruction, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Looks like they know I'm here now, he said, stepping through the breach. Several prison blocks had been eviscerated along with many guards. 10 down and 20 more to go, Naruto chuckled to himself taking a casually stroll through the breach with his hands in his pockets. However, his amusement was cut short due to a blaring voice over the prison intercom. "There is an intruder in D block. I repeat, there is an intruder in D block." The intercom's voice was almost drowned out by the ringing in the ears of the dozen shinobi who materialized, weapons drawn, faces set in grim determination. "Who are you?" the prison warden demanded, his voice betraying a hint of trepidation. Naruto took another step forward, his knuckles cracking ominously. "Oh me." His smile twisted into a malicious grin. "You don't need to worry about that, as you won't be alive for much longer." The warden's eyes widened, a split second of realization before Naruto's fist connected with his face. Too slow, Naruto chuckled as the warden was sent flying. Ninja tools sliced through the air in a deadly arc, aimed with lethal intent. Naruto vanished, a mere wisp of motion, reappearing like a specter behind an unsuspecting Kirigakure shinobi. "He's so fast," one of the attackers gasped, mingling with fear. The sound of ribs cracking echoed as Naruto's fist connected with the shinobi's side, a powerful blow that sent shockwaves through the ranks. Naruto took the form of a white blur, dancing and gliding through each attack while the guard's formation was completely broken and in disarray. "I need to wait to use Mugen until I get outside," he reminded himself, narrowly dodging a kunai rigged with a paper bomb. In one fluid motion, he plucked it from the air, stripped the tag, and sent it sailing back, a deadly boomerang that thudded into a shinobi's chest. Anticipating an ambush, Naruto ducked a crushing blow, somersaulting over his assailant and slapping the paper bomb onto his back. A swift kick sent the doomed man tumbling into his comrades. "Bye-bye." Naruto's voice rang out, playful yet chilling, as the tag ignited. He shielded his eyes from the ensuing blaze, the explosion scattering debris sky-high, walls and ceilings succumbing to the blast. The Uzumaki smiled at the destruction he caused, but frowned when he felt a strike at his neck. "What's this?" He fished out a charred digit from under his collar and flung it away. "8 left," he mused, tilting his head back just as a sunbon needle whizzed by, grazing his skin. He flipped backward, avoiding a deadly rain of sunbon from above. For shinobi appeared, blades drawn, but Naruto's speed was unmatched. Hands clasped, he vanished, reappearing atop the prison. Below, confusion reigned. "Who is this guy?" one muttered. "Too fast," another grumbled, scanning for any sign of him. "These guys are getting too close for comfort," Naruto said, using this confusion to strategize on how to take them all out in a single attack. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a deafening roar that split the air. Naruto whirled around to face a colossal water dragon, its eyes a piercing yellow. "That's quite big," he said, a smirk playing on his lips. But the smirk faded as he sensed an attack from behind. He ducked just in time as a second dragon's jaws snapped shut where his head had been. "Two. What's next? A third?" he joked, but the words had barely left his mouth when he felt a surge of water at his back. Spinning on his heel, he came face to face with yet another dragon, its teeth bared and ready to strike. With no time to think, he clasped his hands, narrowly avoiding a three-pronged assault as the dragon's attacks collided, sending a torrent of water skyward. As the water settled, Naruto reappeared several meters from the collision. "Guess that answers my question," he remarked dryly, watching as the dragons reformed and danced in hypnotic nature, waiting to strike. The wind howled, and the mist seemed to clear as the four of them stared down each other. In an instant, the dragons surged forward, tearing through the roof as Naruto sprang forth, running straight towards them. The dragons launched themselves at him, trying to consume the white-haired shinobi. Naruto dodged their attacks, weaving through the chaos with grace and elegance, using his agility to evade. With a well-timed leap, he landed in the center of the prison rooftop before shortly hearing a loud shout. "Now!" the guard cried as they unleashed a barrage of deadly projectiles at him. Naruto jumped up but felt a moisture in the air as he looked up. He was met with the chilling gaze of the three water dragons, their eyes locking onto them with deadly intent. "We got you now. There's nowhere to run," a guard shouted triumphantly. Naruto only smiled as water consumed him, spilling up and outward across the cold and icy rooftop. The liquid cascade turned to a dense vapor, enveloping the rooftop in a shroud of mystery. The 8 remaining guards materialized around the epicenter of the attack in a circular formation. "Did we get him? Serve him right. That fool really thought he could attack us without repercussions." The Kirigakure shinobi beckoned to each other, believing they had defeated this mysterious intruder. However, the vapors still hadn't dissipated into the atmosphere, but instead had clumped together. The shinobi watched carefully and cautiously as they heard laughter. "You're calling me a fool? And here I thought the shinobi of the Bloody Mist were supposed to be so dangerous and deadly." Naruto's voice echoed through the mist, his silhouette emerging from the dissipating vapor, unharmed. Water droplets clumped together around him, stopped by his Mugen. "But you guys are just a bunch of weak idiots," he chuckled. The shinobi stared in disbelief, their faces etched with fear and confusion. None of them had ever witnessed such an extraordinary display of power. "What is this?" one of them managed to stammer, his voice trembling with uncertainty. "This is the last thing you'll ever see," he declared, shaping his fingers into a gun as a brilliant blue light began to converge at his fingertips, casting an eerie glow in the dim light. The guards tensed, bracing themselves for the impending onslaught as Naruto extended his fingers forward. "I really shouldn't be using this so close to my body, but here goes," he mused. At the last moment, his hand shot straight down, targeting the prison underneath him instead. "Ayo!" he shouted, unleashing the blue orb with a force that reverberated through the prison, embedding it deep within the damaged structure. For a moment, there was silence. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just transpired. "Did he miss?" they muttered, their confusion growing by the second. But then, the ground beneath them began to tremble, a low rumble building in intensity. Cracks snaked across the surface of the rooftop, widening with each passing second. "Your biggest mistake was underestimating me," Naruto taunted, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. With a smug grin, he continued, "You bloody Miss Shinobi are all bark and no bite. I'm disappointed, really." He punctuated his words with a dismissive wave of his hand, adding, "Enjoy your stay in hell. I hear it's quite lively this time of year." Suddenly, the prison groaned and creaked, its structure buckling under the overwhelming force of Naruto's attack. The blue orb, though small in size, possessed a density so immense that it caused space-time itself to warp and bend around it. The guards felt an immense attractive force as their bodies began to pull apart and sink into the heart of the prison. They tried to resist, but it was too much as their bodies were fully captured in the singularity, a point of infinite density and zero volume, as they were torn to shreds. With a deafening roar, the prison began to collapse in on itself, the walls crumbling like paper as the entire structure imploded with a force that shook the earth. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring everything in a veil of chaos and destruction. Naruto hovered above the ruin, a solitary figure against the backdrop of devastation, his eyes scanning the wreckage below. "I really wish I didn't use Mugen," he mused, but it was the only way to lull them in. He was trying to be conservative with the amount of chakra he used, as there were still many unknown hurdles for them to safely complete their mission. The biggest unknown being the fourth Mizukichi. It would not be good if they had to fight him. He had enough chakra for 2 more blues and 1 red, even with 1 Rikugen showing. He would have to completely remove his blindfold for a purple, but it would completely drain his chakra to use that technique. The technique required extreme chakra control, and he needed more time to truly master it. Luckily, his teleportation consumed minimal chakra in short-range uses, anything under 100 meters, unlike the Hiratian. However, for long range, his chakra consumption was based on the distance teleported. The further he teleported, the more chakra he used. But his long-range teleportation had a capacity of 3 kilometers at the moment. Naruto turned his head, looking in the direction of the prison courtyard as he could now see a gathering near a scaffold, a wooden structure elevated off the ground in the distance. 10 shinobi stood on the lower ground, while a man with long, waist-length green hair looked at him with an annoyed expression on the scaffold. He had twin swords hanging at his waist side with a peculiar design. They were long, slim, and straight, double-edged blades that had an upward curved prong near the tip of one side and another near the base of the blade. The swords radiated power and had smooth brown hilts with a round, gray guard. Naruto smiled. "Oh, I guess he can see me from over there. He got some keen eyes. He must be the swordsman of the mist I sensed earlier. But what is this?" Next to the green-haired man were 3 kunoichi with their hands tied behind their backs and bounded legs, one with dark red, light red, and raven hair. But Naruto saw that the raven-haired girl was not Kiyomi. Crap, that isn't Kiyomi. It's a different chakra signature, but who are the other 2? Naruto sighed. This was a waste. I should teleport over to Sasuke and Karen. Just as Naruto was about to clasp his hands together, he felt a familiar presence and turned back to the tied-up kunoichi. Those 2 red heads, they have similar chakra signatures to Karen, but that girl with the light red, her signature is similar to mine, too similar. Are they a part of the Uzumaki clan? What's going on here? Naruto looked down upon them all, his lone Rakugan eye glowing with a pulsating blue. His posture radiating confidence. "I guess heroism does pay off," he said before vanishing in a white blur. Raiga Kurisuke was not having a good morning. He had been chewed out by the Mizukage this morning for failing to find some old guy who assaulted 2 Kirigakure shinobi yesterday afternoon. He honestly had no idea why he was blamed for this, but he kept his tongue silent. He didn't want to suffer the same fate as Mangetsu Hozuki. He hated this village and hated the Mizukage. This village was shit, the missions were shit, and his life was shit. He should have left when Zabuza attempted to kill the Mizukage. He'd been recruited to join, but he wasn't that dumb to throw his life away for some noble goal. He sighed as he opened his eyes. It was extremely cold at this time in the morning, and unfortunately, he'd been instructed to oversee this drawing in place of the Mizukage. The sound of metal clanging could be heard as the legendary twin swords, Kiba, swung his belt. The twins were not his per se, although he was a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Even though there were probably about 4 of them left, the blades were in his current possession. This was due to the other thing causing his morning to suck, Imuri Ringo. The short, yet fierce, red-headed girl was caught trying to defect from the village this morning, but was apprehended and brought here to take part in the auction. There were 2 more girls brought in, but they were a part of the Shinku no Churyu, the Crimson Tide, the opposing force that had been trying to end the reign of the 4th Mizukage in the Chidori no Sato village of the Bloody Mist for over 15 years. They were led by a woman named Mei Terumi. The girl with raven hair was captured a few days ago, and they caught the other one, who has fiery red hair, sneaking early this morning. They suspected she must also be from the Shinken no Churyu and was attempting to rescue her comrade. Raiga looked at the prison courtyard, examining the 10 shinobi in front of him. They all had lust in their eyes and were salivating at the lips from these 3. The Mizukage is one sick bastard, he thought to himself as he cleared his throat, looking up to see the position of the sun. It looked to be about 9:15, and the Mizukage had yet to show up. "So, Amuri, anything you want to tell me before you become the plaything of one of these fine men here?" Raiga asked sarcastically. Although they were comrades, he felt no pity for her. They'd been taught from a young age to never value the lives of the comrades regardless of how they felt. The short woman smiled, revealing her jagged shark-like teeth, but she kept silent. She had long, red-crimson hair, pink eyes, with a Kirigakure Hittite. On the sides of her face, her hair was tied up in locks that spiked upward and downward while the rest of her hair flowed on her back. She wore a loose, pinstriped long-sleeved shirt with a dark obi around the waist, black pants which got much looser near the ends, resembling hakama, striped leg warmers, and had loose bandages around her neck. She was the youngest current member of the group, being 17 years old, but also the shortest standing, slightly over 5'0". Raiga raised an eyebrow. Cat caught your tongue? Don't tell me you gave up already, he said, his mocking tone hanging in the air. Amuri's response was a cold, steely edge of defiance. You mistake my silence for submission, she said, her voice low and unyielding. But don't worry, when I'm free, you'll be the first I kill. Raiga laughed. Yeah, sure. I'll be waiting. He walked across the elevated platform to the other prisoners. The next was a girl roughly the same age as Amuri with similar red hair, but this girl's red was lighter, almost pinkish and very wild. It was the perfect blend between a light fiery red and pinkish red, and she also had gray eyes. She too was short but taller than Amuri, standing at a height of 5 feet 4 inches. She wore a black shirt under a tan tunic with elbow-length sleeves and black skin-tight shorts. She also sported black arm warmers, traditional black shinobi sandals with calf-length leg warmers covered by bandages. There was a kirigakure forehead protector keeping her bangs in place while the rest was pushed back behind her ears to trail down her back. She had a scowl on her face, and Raiga bent down to her level, reaching out to touch her. Oh my, you've got a pretty face. I'll fucking kill you, she roared at him, her rage visible and her eyes filled with fire as he quickly reconciled. But you've got such a nasty temper, he stated, standing back up and looking at the last prisoner. The last prisoner had long black hair, pale skin, long eyelashes, and dark brown eyes. She was wearing a basic prisoner outfit and hadn't said a word. Well, at least you're quiet. That'll help. He trailed off. He turned to the sun again, seeing that it had barely moved. Raiga groaned. Screw it. Let's get this shit started so I can leave this godforsaken place. He reached into his pockets and pulled out a piece of paper with words on it. All right, fellas. Today we've got 3 kunoichi with some powerful bloodlines. So cool your jets and pray that luck is on your side. We've got a member of the Yuki clan, Haku Yuki, who possesses the rare and powerful Hayaton, ice release. Murmurs started amongst the crowd of shinobi. The Yuki clan was thought to have been wiped out long ago. It had been many years since Hayaton was in their ranks. This girl had become extremely valuable. Raiga really did not like the script he was reading. Whoever wrote it should never write again. It was terrible, that is, until he realized he wrote it. He cleared his throat. Next up is Amuri Ringo. I know you all must be confused. What is a member of the 7 Swordsmen doing here? Well, long story short, she was caught trying to desert the village, so the Mizukage decided to let one of you get the chance to have her. I do warn whoever wins that she will bite you, he explained. She might be small in size, but is big in ferocity. Plus, as compensation for your troubles, Amuri here is a descendant from a clan not seen in this village for a long time. Laughter broke out amongst the shinobi in the courtyard as they found this whole ordeal hilarious. Having no shame in their actions, degeneracy, and indulgence in such a cruel and vile event. Whispers also spread as some tried to guess what clan Amuri was related to. Quiet down, Raiga commanded. Anyway, we've saved the best for last. She comes from 2 powerful clans, the same as Amuri and another that left, attacked the village, and was subsequently destroyed. Here is Taiya from the... His words were cut off as he heard a loud rumbling. His eyes turned to the mighty prison before him as pieces of it broke apart and seemed to swirl almost as if it was being sucked into a black hole. An immense pressure shot towards them, causing everyone to brace themselves and avert their eyes as a large dust cloud swept through the area. After the dust settled, Raiga reopened his eyes to see the ruins of the prison and heard the sound of metal caving in on itself. What the hell? He was in complete shock at what had happened, but he was shocked even more when he spotted a figure floating in the air above the destroyed prison. Raiga squinted his eyes as he tried to see who or what it was. They were a couple kilometers away. He could make out someone with white hair and black clothing. Amiri, Tayuya, and Haku were also trying to figure out who this was, but they couldn't tell. After a quick moment, the figure vanished, causing everyone to look around. The figure quickly reappeared a couple of meters in front of the shinobi in the courtyard as everyone took in the man's appearance. They saw snow-white hair, black attire, white bandages alone, glowing blue, and a shit-eating grin. "Who are you supposed to be?" Raiga asked. The chakra he felt from the man was immense and surpassed his own reserves. Amiri looked at the figure with interest and curiosity while Tayuya and Haku were stunned. He reminded them of someone they know. Naruto paused for a moment, the wind whistling around them, before he spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. "You want to know who I am?" he said, his tone commanding attention. "I am the Honored One," he declared with a smile, his eye gleaming with determination and confidence. There was a brief silence as the words hung in the air, tension building among the gathered shinobi. But then, unexpectedly, laughter erupted from the Kirigakure shinobi, echoing through the courtyard. Some doubled over, clutching their stomachs, while others exchanged amused glances. Raiga sighed deeply, a mixture of frustration and resignation evident in his expression. "Great," he muttered under his breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. "This is just what I needed to add on top of a shit morning." Amuri's smile widened, sensing an underlying strength beneath Naruto's quirky demeanor, while Tayuya rolled her eyes, her expression tinged with exasperation. Haku watched Naruto with a mix of amusement and curiosity, intrigued by the enigmatic shinobi before them. "This guy is an idiot," Tayuya stated. However, Naruto stood unfazed by their mockery as he continued to smile and walked forward. "You're laughing quite a lot for a bunch of dead men." He disappeared at high speeds, reappearing in front of the group with his back facing them as his right hand extended, a medium-sized red orb in the palm. AKA. In a mere instant, a flash of red consumed the 10 shinobi as their screams were drowned out by the sound of the earth tearing apart. All that was left was a large crimson smear on the devastated ground. I underestimated him. What was that attack? Such power. He's fast. Were the collective thoughts of Raiga, Amiri, Tayuya, and Haku as they observed the person before them. "Now then," Naruto said as he stared down Raiga, "let's get to business, shall we? You're one of the 7 swordsmen, right? You possess the Suiton, Raiton, and Doton chakra natures." Raiga was surprised at this. How did this kid know what his elemental affinities were? "This is interesting. What's your name?" he asked. "If you give me yours, I'll tell you mine," Naruto said. "I am Raiga Kurisuke, and yes, I am a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist." "Now, who are you?" Raiga responded. Naruto lifted his index finger and brought it forward. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I have a proposition for you." He's a Uzumaki. This is getting interesting," Amiri mused to herself. "Uzumaki," Tayuya said. She hadn't heard the name in a long time, not since the death of someone extremely close to her. Haku remained silent, simply observing the two. "So you're an Uzumaki, huh? All right, kid, shoot me your offer," Raiga asked with a raised brow. "All I want is for you to hand over those 3 ladies, and I'll let you live," Naruto said, grinning ear to ear. "I'm on a tight schedule here, and it would take too long to kill you." I like his confidence. I hope he's not all talk, Amiri pondered. She was starting to find Naruto more and more interesting. Tayuya and Haku exchanged a curious glance at each other, trying to understand what Naruto could possibly want with them and where he was from. Raiga laughed, his voice booming over the chilly courtyard. "I like you, kid, but unfortunately no can do. No hard feelings and all, but I have to kill you per the 4th Mizukage policies on invaders and whatnot." He jumped down from the scaffold and stared down Naruto, who stood a few meters away. The two eyed each other down, trying to get a read on the other before any movements were made.